How's everybody doing tonight? God. Hold on, let me go see what my dog's doing real quick. Alright, I'm back. I put a sock on his paw, so I think he's pouting and has refused to get off my bed. Usually he comes in here when I start streaming, but I have like a long sock taped on his paw because he keeps licking every time I look away. And the licking's gonna make it worse, so it's just wild.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Let's see, Gioni with the 31 months. I thought I read that wrong. PS6 has been delayed due to RAM shortage. I don't know if that's 100% confirmed, but I would see Sony using that as an excuse to delay it, because if a PlayStation 6, let's say, theoretically was announced to be coming out in, I guess, a year from this upcoming year, so 2027, I don't think anybody would buy it, to be completely honest. I don't think the demand for a new console is there. I think we're going to get 8 to 10 year console generations moving forward. Technology is not evolving fast enough in order to warrant a, new generation currently. Especially at the price it would be at. Yeah, we'll keep getting consoles in the future, man. Just because Xbox can't sell one doesn't mean everybody else can't. I haven't decided if I'm gonna, I might go downtown to DC for New Year's, because they're doing some, I guess, event on the National Mall. So I might go to that, I don't know. I haven't decided yet. It's New Year's for you in 9 hours? Oh my god. Happy New Year. Yeah, I'm not a big celebrator of New Year's, if you can't tell. But yeah, I think it's just kind of retarded. It's like celebrating a month changing. Like, I don't know what's the big fucking deal. It's like, oh no, dude. The arbitrary number at the end of the fucking year has changed. Wowie zowie, let me get drunk. I don't know, dude. The Earth's birthday, dude? I don't think that's how that works. It's more of a celebration of how many times the Earth has rotated around the sun. That's more of what it is, technically speaking. Shit, there's no ammo. Some indie slop? I don't know about that. Why would I want to subject myself to indie slop? Shit. I will never experience the magic of kissing the girl he loves at midnight on New Year's Eve. Aw, man. Oh well. Shit. Fuck. How did I fucking choke that shit?
5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, if Black Ops 7 was actually somewhat enjoyable, I wouldn't mind streaming Call of Duty, but I really just don't like it. I played it that one time, and I've really just had zero interest in touching it ever since. Even Black Ops 6 I played for longer. Even Black Ops 4 I played for longer. Even Cold War I played for longer. Like, Black Ops 7 really is just bad.
Game over.
Battlefield 6 got rid of borderless window, and that shit pissed me off, so I stopped playing it. They broke the borderless window mode that worked perfectly fine at launch, and then they, you know, updated the game and broke that functionality, so I stopped playing it. That shit pisses me off. I can't fucking drag my mouse onto my other monitor. You have to fucking alt-tab. Oh, that shit's... Like, it sounds like a minor complaint, but it's very irritating. It's just like, why the fuck would you break something that wasn't broken in the first place? Like, removing a fucking feature. It's retarded. Did I like Metroid Prime 4? It was fine. I don't know. Not really my thing. My GPU? MSI Vanguard 5090. Yeah, I bought an expensive GPU just to play 0 modern games.
Gaming.
Many such cases. It does, in fact, have RGB, so... Yup. Yeah, I don't really think Metroid Prime 4 is bad. It's not really my thing. I don't know. I'm just not huge on Metroid Prime in general. Well, to be honest, I don't even detect the difference on this game between the 1080 Ti I had, the 3090 I had, and now 5090. Like, honestly, there's almost like zero graphical difference between the 3 GPUs I've had when it comes to like games this old. Damn. Schizo Garcia with the 5. The Sheep says 6 mil. The bear says 271K. The tiger says it never happened. And the lion says it didn't happen enough. I wonder what that's in reference to. I don't know. Sounds oddly familiar. The new 3D Mario game's probably going to come after the movie. My guess is they're going to have some sort of announcement around the release of the Mario Galaxy movie for like Galaxy 3 or something like that. I don't know, but if I was in charge of Nintendo's release schedule, I would pair the movie release with a 3D Mario release personally. Same with the Zelda movie. I would release the new Zelda game right when the movie is coming out. Because then you could have like an ad that plays in theaters before every screening of the movie. Like, you know, hyping up people for the new video game. Yeah, I love the Bing Bing and her Wahoo, too. Hell yeah. But I have a feeling the new 3D Mario is probably going to be another Galaxy game. Galaxy is so popular. And honestly, like, I don't want another Odyssey game. I didn't like Mario Odyssey really at all. I got bored of it very quickly. Why does it matter if I barely played the games on the Switch? I've already played them on the Wii. Do I have plans to go out? No. Should know that.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Gioni with the 5. Do you think AAA games should focus less on graphics and more on story and or game? I think they should focus on gameplay over story even. Like, make a fun game and then write the story after the fact. That's how they used to do it. You would have the story being written as like an excuse to have the gameplay. Now, the gameplay is just an excuse to have a story. It's the opposite. You know, the story is developed first, and then the gameplay is built around that story. Whereas in the past, you built the game and then made the story around the actual gameplay. But yeah, I mean, we need actual game developers again, which we don't have. We need real game development to take place.
Slayer. Kill the enemy team to score.
I mean, the sad reality is, guys, is like the younger generations have zero interest in playing like the traditional style of video games. They all just want to play Fortnite and fucking Roblox and Minecraft and, you know, the live service shit. Like, for as much, you know, shit as people give live service slop, like, you know, the fucking Zenless Zone Zeros and Wuthering Waves and fucking Genshin NS. You know, all of that crap is what is popular with, you know, kids. So they don't want to go out and spend $70 on a video game, which, I mean, I don't really blame them because, again, the games that they would go out and spend $70 on are fucking dog shit. But, you know, even if, let's say, they were great, I don't know if they're gonna change their spending habits ever. Because they've basically just been conditioned to play the same fucking game over and over and over again, spend the same amount of money every 2 to 3 months on the new battle pass, and buy a bunch of skins. So I don't really know if the demand for the classic video game experience is ever going to come back. So even if the industry did pivot, I don't know if the general audience would consume it enough in order to justify it. Because, you know, all these game studios talk about it's like 30 to 40-year-olds who buy the majority of video games by a fucking long shot. So, people under 30 years old on average only buy 1 or 2 games a year at most. That's way down compared to the 360 generation. Yeah, I mean, I bought full-priced games this year, but the number of those I actually enjoyed is very small. Like, I struggle to think of 5 games I actually enjoyed playing this year that released. Got a refund on the new Katamari game. I've never understood the appeal of the Katamari games. Like, you just roll shit, right? Yeah, it's more of a turn your brain off. Okay. Yeah, I've never really looked deeply into it, but I'm like familiar with the name. Bro, there is a 0% chance that GTA 6 is going to be single player only. They literally didn't release a single piece of DLC for Red Dead Redemption 2 because the multiplayer flopped. Rockstar only fucking cares about the, you know, shark cards. That's it. They probably wouldn't even waste their time with a campaign if they didn't feel like they had to make one. They probably just wish they could release just GTA Online, which maybe at some point they will. Yeah, I've never really been a Rockstar fan. Their games are mediocre at best for the most part, from a gameplay perspective. And I would say even worse than mediocre in some cases. I'm not gonna play GTA 6. I have zero desire. Just like I've never played Red Dead Redemption 2. I tried to play it, dropped it. Tried to play it again, dropped it. I know I'm not gonna like GTA 6. Zero interest. No, unironically, I'd rather just stare at my Steam library than play it. There's not a singular part of me that's even remotely interested in it. I've never wanted to play old GTAs either. The only GTAs I've played are 4 and 5, and I don't really think either one of them is that good. GTA 5, I think, is genuinely boring for the most part. And GTA 4 is decent. Nope, never played San Andreas, probably never will. I really don't have any desire to play a Rockstar game.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
There's nothing about their games at all that appeal to me. If you had brothers, you'd think they were the best games ever? What? Imagine being like 7 or watching... I've played GTA, or... I don't know, how old was I? Like 10? When GTA 4 came out? So, I don't know, like I'd seen people play GTA on like the PS2. It just didn't appeal to me. It looked retarded. I don't know, I just never got the hype with GTA. Game was always boring as shit to me for the most part, and incredibly mid. Nope, I have zero interest in trying the old GTAs. None. There's not a single part of me that's even remotely interested in playing old GTA games. But as a kid, it's crazy to not even be curious. I literally watched my friend's brother play it, and I thought it looked boring, so... It did nothing for me. So just like seeing people play fucking sports ball games, or I don't know, fucking CSGO, or Half-Life 2, or fucking Dota, or League of Legends, none of that shit ever really resonated with me. Didn't really care about it.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Gain the lead.
You don't have to play GTA 6, you have to sleep with Valkyrie, pick one. I mean, one that you're talking about is probably a 100-hour campaign, or 5 minutes with an Asian whore, so yeah, obviously 5 minutes with an Asian whore is the better choice. That's way easier. Yeah, 1 hour slop or 100-hour slop fest of 90% cutscenes and driving versus banging some Asian slut. Yeah. Not really hard to pick. She is technically mystery meat Hispanic because she's Filipino, but yeah. She is basically mystery meat Hispanic, but just also throw in Asian there because that's what Filipinos are. Yeah, I mean, Rockstar already said they're getting rid of all the, like, you know, social commentary stuff about, you know, protected groups. So... And on top of that, they literally removed the trannies from GTA 5's, like, re-release on PS5 because the trans activists were complaining about your ability to kill them. So, yeah, people don't realize that Rockstar is going to be more woke than ever before. Ah, shit.
Gain the lead.
Let's see. Game starts with the 2. Ban I can't do it for an hour. Let's see. Is PK even here? Oh, yeah, there he is. And let's see. Juan with the 2. What is this?
So I get...
Okay. Oh, shit. There we go. And let's see. Game starts with the 5. Only reason to play GTA 6 is because it'd be the ultimate T&D sim. Yeah, even that, I don't care. Like, it's just, it does nothing for me. There's not even any part of me that wants to play it. I don't even care. There's like nothing redeeming about it at all. It's gonna be the sloppiest of Zog slop imaginable. You know, more glorification of ghetto culture, more fucking normgroid level cultural references, safe, edgy sloppa. You know, I'm sure it'll have tons of fucking male nudity. I don't know. It's just like, nah, I'm good. There's nothing redeeming about it at all to me. You know, real life has become, you know, pretty much GTA. So, I don't really need to experience a multicultural shithole in a video game when, you know, you can just live in one every day. Let's see. Also ban PK from the... Okay, yeah, I'll bump up the time. Where's that message? There we go. I don't know. I wouldn't even say it's worth it even for that. It's just like, who cares? You treat it just as a sandbox to get your frustration. Yeah, that doesn't do anything to me. I don't get my frustrations out by playing a video game. And Daikaiju Pictures with the 5, how you been? Just playing Insurgency and Modern Warfare 2, 22. and having a good time with those. Said that won't games like we won't get games like that in the future. Yep, it's just it's only gonna get worse, unfortunately. We need the crash to happen. We need the crash to happen if we ever want to have any sort of correction. But even then, I don't think it's going to. Once certain media industries come under certain groups' control, they don't tend to let it die, even if it means losing money. Dude, if I play GTA San Andreas, I'll probably fall asleep. Like, you're talking to the wrong person if you think I'm gonna like that type of game. I am so fucking burnt out on open world slop. Especially on open world ghetto shit. Like, I'm good. No company benefits from working with Sweet Baby. That's the entire point. The entire point of working with Sweet Baby is to make sure your games are inherently shit. So that they check enough, you know, liberal boxes, essentially. It's not to make your game better. It's to make it compliant. Why would any studio want their game to be shit? But everybody hires companies like Sweet Baby Inc. anyway. So, therein lies the real question you need to ask. Is why is every single studio so intent upon making their own game shittier and paying people for doing so? And then you get to the root of the actual problem. Is leftist ideologues have completely hijacked the industry and are using it as a propaganda mechanic to change the common man's sentiment towards, you know, political issues and his worldview. Dude, why the fuck would Trump care about Sweet Baby Inc? Like, really? Do you actually think he gives a shit about video games? Do you actually think Donald Trump is sitting around thinking about how can we make video games less gay? I don't think so. Trump is just as woke as anything else? I don't think so. But he's definitely not, you know, as right-wing as he should be on social issues. In my humble opinion. He's definitely more, I would say, liberal at heart when it comes to, like, social issues.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Brittany D, period, with 2. What is your New Year's resolution going to be? Lol. I don't do that. If it was important enough for me to do, I would have done it before the calendar changes its arbitrary number. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have a resolution. Never have. Shit.
Enemy team nearing victory.
And wing cake with the 2. I guess that's fine. Game insurance with the 5. Rockstar sold out to Sweet Baby to get that BlackRock money. It's not even Rockstar, it's Take-Two that did. So Take-Two, like all the big Western studios, are struggling financially because they overexpanded during the COVID boom of
All right,
gaming.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
And now, you know. Now it's time to actually pay for all that expansion. And they can't do it in a normal market, so a lot of them were very vulnerable financially. And let's see. And the normies will cope and somehow say they are still based. ESG is killing game. Yeah, it'll be the Expedition 33 shit again, where all the so-called anti-woke channels hype up the game, or like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, or Cyberpunk, or whatever the We Did It Reddit heckin' wholesome Quark Chungus game of the month is. Yeah, they'll all make excuses for it about how it's like heckin' 300 IQ anti-woke, dude. So.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
There'll be a lot of mid-wittery on the so-called right side of the gaming sphere surrounding GTA 6. And a lot of it will be cope because they'll be afraid of calling out the game and getting backlash from the hordes of, you know, normgroids who worship at the altar of Rockstar. But yeah, it's, I don't know. I'm very tempted, like, you know, maybe the week that GTA 6 comes out, I'll just take a 1 week hiatus from internet browsing and streaming, because I really don't fucking care about GTA 6, and I don't want to deal with people talking about it either. So I might just disappear around that time. Or I'll be like Wings and be like, ban anyone mentioning GTA 6. No one can afford to pay for me to play through that entire game. It's going to be a 100-hour slog, so the amount of money that would be required to have me play through that entire fucking thing would be way too much for anyone with any common sense. So no, I'm not wasting 100 hours playing some shit I fucking hate for $200. Like, that's not worth it. That's not worth it. That's like a day of work at like a normal job. Like, not even a high paying job, like a normal fucking job. 8 hours, you can make $200. Like, that's construction pay. Like, no. Not even after, like, especially once you take away the 30%. Like, no, there's no benefit to doing that. Not worth it. I have zero interest in playing that game. So, again, no one has the type of money that it would take for me to play that shit. Period. Nobody has that kind of money. Do it for the love of game. I don't have a love of gaming anymore, in case you haven't noticed. My love of gaming is dead and buried at this point. It's mainly disdain for it. I only really like old shit nowadays. Or my occasional Japanese gem. That's about it. Dude, it is not going to be 20 hours. Did you play Red Dead Redemption 2? You really think it's going to be 18 to 20 hours? Oh my god. I don't even think GTA 5 is that short. There's no way it's going to be 18 hours. That is like insane hopium.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 1 was like 20 hours. But that was a 360 game. Also, GTA 5 was significantly longer than Red Dead Redemption 1. And also the mission structure in Red Dead Redemption 1 was a lot better too. Because it was mainly just go to this place and shoot a bunch of people, and that was it. You know, GTA's campaigns are like fucking, go here, pick up this car, drive. Oh no, the cops are chasing you. Drive away from the, oh, you damaged the car too much. Restart the entire fucking thing. And then at the same time, it's like the shittiest fucking controls imaginable for the driving and shooting. Let's see. Brittany D. Period. With the 5. How about playing less Final Fantasy? That's a good, healthy New Year's resolution goal. Well, I haven't even played much of it. The last time I played Final Fantasy was like... Let's see. Can actually check. It was... in September, so it's been over 3 months. Almost 4 months. September 6th is the last time I played Final Fantasy. So, it's basically been 4 months. I don't even play that shit that much. And Tim Orco, the 7. Sometimes I do wish Trump was everything the lefties cry about. I watched Blade Runner 2049, by the way. That's a really good movie. I do like that movie a lot. It's very atmospheric, which I'm a fan of. It also shines through in the Dune movies, because the guy who directed 2049 is the guy who's doing the Dune trilogy. And I really like the way that they make, you know, just the atmosphere and the scenery, and just have those moments where you're just supposed to, you know, take in the world with like a cool soundtrack in the background. I like that. It's not like Marvel slop where everything has to be told to you. We're in the desert. There's a lot of sand. Gee, I sure hope it doesn't get in my shoes. Marvel Reddit chuckle, and then they have to explain everything they're doing as they're doing it. So, I do like the style of filmmaking. I forget the guy's name, but yeah, I do like the way he makes movies.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Yeah, focus, M. We got a kingdom to save. Bowser's Castle is right ahead. Let's see. Hunter eats Hunter with the 2. Gaming is male-centric, just like cars. Nah, dude. Women are just into cars as guys. Like, I'm so sick of, like, the shit where it's like, oh, women have to be injected into every male space. It's, like, so annoying. Like, guys literally can't have anything anymore. There's, like, genuinely no male hobby that hasn't been infiltrated by OnlyFans whores at this point. Everything is a gateway to porn. Like, literally everything. And the sad thing is the guys prop up these women, too, who are just, you know, literally there to grift. Like, do you really think there's a bunch of chicks out there that are into Warhammer 40K or fucking Pokemon cards or video games or any of this shit? No, it's so they can sell their own brand of softcore porn or move it over to OnlyFans and extract even more money from people. Like, yeah, dude, the chick that looks like she's the captain of the fucking cheerleading squad is totally into video games and nerd shit, just like you, dude. She's just like me, for real, dude. And then you find out people like fucking Sniper Wolf and many others, you know, who were prominent gaming creators, literally just had their fucking boyfriends play for them off screen. So it's like, dude, guys fall for this shit hook, line, and sinker, though. They're the enablers. Guys simp over the first chick that, you know, expresses interest in the same hobbies that they have. Because for some reason, most dudes want to date an autistic male in a woman's body. It's very odd. And then, like, on the side, these Twitch streamers are getting piped down by, you know, the alpha chads, dude, and all this other... It's just, it's funny, dude. Like, these women act like they're, like, so quirky and nerdy, dude. And then, like, what do they do in their free time? They're, like, at the fucking club, partying, you know, driving around in their fucking Lamborghini and shit, going on expensive vacations, shopping for designer clothing, but when they're on stream, they'll just wear like their fucking Sonic t-shirt and go, I'm so shy, guys. I just really heckin' love video games. But yeah, it's such an obvious grift, bro. It's such an obvious grift. And then you see like the cases with like Pokimane, where the mask slips and she loses the ooh, I'm so heckin' wholesome act. And it's like, dude, it's so obvious. It's so fucking obvious, bro. None of these chicks have any actual, you know, care about their audience other than their ability to extract money from them. They probably hate their own viewers deep down. Like, they're probably disgusted by their fans, and they hate the fact that they have to interact with them and pretend like, you know, they're friendly with the... Like, I guarantee you there's, like, some genuine hatred going on. But they like the money, so they put up with it. All streamers probably hate their fans. I mean, I only hate some people in the chat, but I don't know. For the most part, I don't have, like, genuine hatred. If I did, I'd just ban that person. For the most part. If you annoy me to the point where I do genuinely start hating you, then I probably would just ban you. But, yeah, no. I don't really have genuine disdain because it's like... I don't know. I guess maybe it's because people aren't like... I mean, the thing is, I guess, with like the female streamers, I guess kind of makes sense, is because their audience is only there because they want to bang them. So maybe it's because there's only a small portion of the chat, I hope, that wants to bang me. That, you know, it's not the same. You know, it's like a different relationship. Where it's like, bro, Pokemon's male viewers only exist because they're attracted to her. Period. It's not her personality. It's not her amazing gaming skills. It is literally the fact that they want to have sex with her. And they get, like, some weird substitute for, like, essentially interacting with women by sitting in a girl's live stream. So... maybe it's because it's not the same dynamic, you know? Like with, you know, the chuds, we actually have to rely on other qualities. Yeah, dude, if anything, giving female streamers makes them even more unattainable to the average beta watching. Because it enriches them further, which makes your likelihood of betting them even lower. Yeah, I've never really watched streamers in general, to be fair. I've never really got into that whole thing. The only, like, streamers I ever watched was, like, DSP, just because of, you know, the ironic viewing experience, not because I was, like, a genuine fan or anything like that. Got him. Oh shit. Didn't hit him. There we go. Oh, no ammo. Fuck. Let's see, where am I on the super chats? Mike to UGC with the 8 months. I could give you 2 quarters for you to finish it. Ooh. Only if you drop them on the ground first so I can pick them up. I love when I find spare change on the ground. Yeah, exactly, dude. Moist Critical is like the most to-the-point content creator ever, bro. He always takes hardline stances on what he actually believes in. Truly a principled individual. Let's see. FBI Gaming with the $5 dues. Would you play Red Dead Redemption 2 story for 500 like before you... That was during the summertime when nothing was coming out. I don't know. I don't know. That was a while back, so I'm not sure if the offer still stands. Maybe I've come to my senses since then. I don't know. I don't know what. Red Dead 2 is like 50 hours. I mean, I guess. I don't know. There's not really anything releasing for the next few months, so maybe. At least Red Dead Redemption 2 is not ghetto slop, so the setting's a lot better. But that first, like, 10 hours is, like, brutal. The first 10 hours of that game is, like, borderline misery. But I guess. No, it's not only the snow part. It is not only the snow part that's terrible. It's also the part where you have to learn how to hunt, when you first set up the camp, the train robbery section. No, there's way more to it than just the snow part. And you have to, like, sit on the wagon train. Like, yeah, no, it's a lot worse than just the snow. It's like, yeah, it's like a 10-hour tutorial almost. It's horrid. But, I mean, that's the part I've played through twice, so maybe it gets better past that. I don't know, I just always tapped out. It was unbearable, dude. But, yeah. I guess I would play through that, but... Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Most VNs don't even take 100 hours. It will be slop. Yeah, it's going to be padded out to the tits, bro. Like, yeah. It's going to be padded out to the fucking tits. like, GTA 6 will be a slog. An absolute slog. Because the audience that worships GTA are the people who think that long equals good. So... no, Kanatzer with the 27 months. Appreciate it, man. I've seen 121 2025 films. Need to see more? Wait, what? You watched 121 new movies this year? Jeez. Was there actually a good movie that released this year? I can't even think of a good movie that's released this year. Or really any movie off the top of my head. Yo, what? I hit that guy in the back. There was some pretty good ones. Marty Supreme. I don't even know what that is. F1, like the racing one. Like the racing F1. Weapons Centers Together. iColid. Yeah, I haven't heard of most of those. And Mike UGC with the 2. How much for you to play RE9 when it comes? Yeah. Whatever GTA 6 would cost would double it. Yeah, nah. That's just gonna be a no for me, dog. Because from the footage they've shown from Resident Evil 9, it looks like it's going to be a hide-and-go-seek simulator where you just have to constantly run away from shit, which is my least favorite type of gameplay in horror games.
Lost the lead. Lost the lead.
I don't know. There's not a single bone in my body that wants to play Resident Evil. Oh, shit. Nah, apparently, like, the director of the game was saying that there's a bunch of women who work at Capcom in Japan who are, like, goonettes for Leon and who, you know, had a hand in designing his new look to be, like, a DILF or some shit. And he was saying, like, they're very, very invested in how Leon looks. So I don't think they're going to kill him off, dude. It sounds like most of the studio goons to him. At least the women who work there. Dude, I would never play Outlast. I took one look at that game and knew it wasn't for me and never touched it. I hate that type of shit. Too scary? No, it's boring. I don't understand how people enjoy walking around doing nothing. That shit's just boring as fuck. Give me a gun and let me kill what's in front of me. With little to no effort. You know, the type of horror game I want to play is like Doom 2016. If I can't put a fucking slug in its skull, I don't want to play it. So, yeah. Oh my god, dude, I gotta go hide. Oh, it's so scary. Yep, I have Splatterhouse on 360. I do have that. Am I still hyped for I Am Jesus Christ? Oh boy, am I. That and Final Fantasy Part 3. That's what makes it scary. You have no, that's not scary, it's just irritating. I don't know. Y'all must have a different concept of fear than me, because that's not scary. It just pisses me off. It's like, oh, I gotta go run and hide. Like,
all right, awesome.
I don't want to fucking do that.
Right.
That's like fucking boring. It's like delivering fucking turnips or some shit in some open world Ubisoft game. It's like, give me something fun. Like, if I'm not having fun playing a game, what the fuck is the point? Or it's like the missions in The Witcher 3 where it's like, go pick some lemongrass. It's like, bro, I don't want to fucking do this shit. Go investigate the well site. It's like, oh my god. Now follow the arbitrary red glowing path to your next objective for 10 minutes. While constantly spamming the Witcher sense. I don't like that type of game design. It's boring, bro. Let me kill some shit. Got him. Well, dude, I'd be interested in playing Resident Evil if I had the infinite ammo rocket launcher from the very beginning. Otherwise, I don't care. Like, it's just boring to me. Like, oh, I can't shoot too much or else I'll run out of ammo and get soft locked. Like, how boring is that? Don't use your fucking gun, chud. Run away and hide from lay heckin' zombies, dude. Artificial tension and spooky, whatever. Like, it's just annoying. Dead Space gets it right. They give you plenty of fucking ammo. It's all about the atmosphere, and it's actually fun. I probably played Space Marine 2 on easy. You're goddamn right I did. Why the fuck wouldn't I? Why would I purposely make a game harder? That's dumb. Griffin doesn't play games to find it. Yeah, I don't need to have, like, some sort of accomplishment. Like, I don't assign a sense of self-worth and accomplishment to beating a fucking video game. Like, that is some unemployed mentality. Like, the type of people who actually feel like a genuine sense of accomplishment from beating a video game on a higher difficulty than someone else literally are unemployed. Period. That is like the most unemployed shit imaginable. Bragging about how you beat a game on a higher difficulty than someone else. Like, you have no real accomplishments in your life, so you have to invent random dog shit to, you know, substitute for that. So you don't feel bad about yourself. Like, oh, you didn't actually beat the game because you didn't play it on cock and ball torture difficulty. It's like, yeah, okay, bro. Well, dude, arcade games were always difficult to milk as much money out of you as possible. The whole point of arcade games being difficult was the fact that, one, they weren't very long, so they had to, like, artificially inflate the runtime, but also to extract as much cash from you as possible by having you die all the time and have to pay to continue. Oh, I took him with me.
5 minutes remaining.
Oh, speaking of back when the quarter was worth something, I should pull this up. I think I've already pulled up something similar in the past, or maybe I put it on my community tab. I don't remember. But, I'll pull it up after this match if I remember. Whoa, I got a collat. Nice. Do I have special plan? No. I don't celebrate New Year's personally. I doubt I'll do anything. I thought about maybe going downtown for like the fireworks, but I don't know. It really just depends on how I'm feeling. I'm not really a huge New Year's fan. Like, the arbitrary swapping of the number on the calendar is not really a huge deal to me. Yeah, I'll live stream tomorrow. For sure. I'm not doing anything for New Year's. The most I would do is go like downtown DC to watch fireworks, and then I would go home immediately after. So, yeah, I mean, I would stream. Which even then, I'm not even sure if I'm gonna do. That's a sad life. Oh no, dude, I'm not celebrating a made-up holiday. Wowie zowie. How is that a sad life? No, not a titty bar. Like, on the National Mall in D.C., like, with the Washington Monument and shit. Apparently, there's gonna be, like, some sort of event down there where they're, like, doing, like, a light show or something, and then they're gonna have fireworks at midnight. So, I don't fucking know. I might go to that. I probably won't, though. I haven't decided. By myself? Who else would I go with, PK? It's just me, myself, and I. Nope, you can't, sorry. Your cousin is a stripper who works at a titty bar. Is she good at her job? fuck.
Gain the lead.
Yeah, Melanie Mac already got Keeley'd, bro, so... I won't be celebrating New Year's for you to celebrate New Year's with me with. I don't know. I'm not doing anything for New Year's. I'll probably even forget that it's happening. Just like I don't even know what time it is right now. I won't even pay attention to the time later. Who knows? I might even still be asleep when New Year's is happening. It really just depends. Forgot we had New Year's this one. Yeah, I just don't care. Like, oh my god, dude, I have to put 26 at the end of dates now. Like, that's literally it. That's the only thing that New Year's means to me. Is, oh shit, I have to remember not to write 25 when I type a date out. That's it. Like, that is literally it. That's all it's ever meant. It is never clocked in my mind as like a significant event at all. Nice. Fuck, I couldn't swap fast enough. Let's see. Mike 2 GC with the 5. It's going to be 50% action, 50% horror. So you should like half the game. When we get more gameplay, give me... Well, the problem is when you say action, Resident Evil 8 was technically an action Resident Evil. And I really didn't like that game that much at all. So I don't even know if that's like necessarily a good indicator. Like, unless it literally launches with journo mode, I don't think I'm gonna like it. Like, if it launches with, like, a super easy journo mode, maybe.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Have I seen Game of Thrones? Yeah, everything except the last season. Spooky Cerberus with the 2. I'm curious now, what do I really celebrate? Pretty much just Christmas and Easter. I don't really do any of the other holidays. They don't really mean anything to me. That's about it. Maybe 4th of July, but I don't really do anything for 4th of July. So, I guess that wouldn't be one. And Schizo Garcia with a 2. True cell trait. You don't care about holidays. It's over. Yeah, I don't know. I just never really cared about them. If anything, if, like, let's say, you know, the impossible happens and I did start dating. If anything, that'd probably make me dislike holidays even more. Because I'd be expected to do shit. Because then I'd be forced to spend money on it. Like, I would definitely hate Valentine's Day more if I actually had to spend money on it. Same with Thanksgiving, same with, I don't know, what other fucking slop holidays are there? Halloween. And I'd probably be expected to celebrate my birthday. Like, yeah, just, ugh, nah. It'd make me hate shit even more, bro. Yeah, I feel like most men don't enjoy celebrating their own birthday. I feel like it's only like the super feminine dudes that like it. You come to these streams just to thank God you're not this hollow. Oh yeah, dude, my mass consumption, heckin' arbitrary holidays are the meaning of life. Make sure to put it all on your credit card. Your interest fuels the construction of Greater Israel. Oh, shit. Men at nightclubs are pitiful. They always like to tell you as a stranger that it's their birthday. Wait, what? Oh my god. Jesus. Yeah, I've never stepped foot in a nightclub, and I don't really ever plan on it. Ah, shit. Ah, fuck, bro. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I would rather buy someone a gift because I feel like it, not because of some arbitrary fucking consumer holiday. Like, that's the thing. It's like, I would be more inclined to want to buy people gifts just because. Not because of some fucking retarded Zog Slop holiday. Of like, oh, it's Valentine's Day, so you have to buy this. Oh, it's this day, so you have to buy this. It's like, yeah, fuck that, dude. No, I'm not gonna buy it. You're not gonna tell me when I need to buy something because of some stupid arbitrary bullshit. So, you know, it's like, why would you wait until Valentine's Day to buy someone flowers? Why don't you just buy somebody flowers randomly? Why do you need to wait until a random day in fucking February to buy chocolates and a flower, like, bouquet? It's like, you could literally just do that any other day of the fucking year. Any other fucking day would work for that. But no, we have to do it on Valentine's Day because my heckin' marketing firms, you know, determine that that's the acceptable day. So, yeah, it's just like... It's just cattle, bro. Cattle mentality. Maybe they are right about Goyim. You know? Because people have fallen for this shit hook, line, and sinker, dude. I talk like a black man? The fuck? I don't think so. I can say the word ask. I'm not gonna ask you a question. The irony that you give gifts on Christmas, you buy things for others just like a consumer would. Just the same as the holidays you criticize. Dude, I hate to break it to you, but the idea of giving gifts on Christmas is literally biblical. Like, that's literally a fucking biblical thing, is to give gifts on Christmas. So, first of all, not the fucking same thing as Valentine's Day or fucking Halloween or some other bullshit where it's some after-the-fact made-up holiday that's been bastardized. Second, I don't just wait until Christmas to give people gifts. So, nice try. Also, there's no, like, mandate for what you give people on Christmas. There's no, like, oh, you need to buy flowers and chocolate on fucking Christmas. Or jewelry, or some other shit. Now, they've tried to do stuff like that. But that's not the same thing as what I'm talking about. There's no, like, actual guidelines or restrictions on what you should give. Like, yeah, let me spend $300 for some gay-ass Halloween costume because I'm a heckin' child at heart, dude.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Give Pokemon cards? Exactly. I didn't get any for Christmas, but, you know, I wouldn't have complained. Although there's not really... The thing is, like, it'd be kind of stupid to get Pokemon cards, because there's not any I really want for my personal collection at this point. I'm just buying them mainly to sell later. They're speculative assets. They're not genuine collectibles for me. Schizo Garcia with the 2, he's referring to 3 wise men who gifted Christ. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole, you know, premise behind giving Christmas gifts. And also, you know, the symbolic nature of basically, you know, God's gift to the earth of, you know, Jesus. But, you know, other than that, yeah, pretty much. Aw, fuck. A base set Zard. I wouldn't mind having one of those, but I'm not paying for one. So if somebody wants to give me one too, then, you know, help your boy out. Dude, I have so much money in Pokemon cards, it's kind of sickening to think about. Like, I could have, like, over probably 150 grand in my bank account if I sold my slabs. Which, you know, is kind of tempting thinking about it, but at the same time, it's like, I don't think I should. Haha, bullshit. Do that and buy a sports car and gold chain. Nah, dude, I only buy silver. Hype it up, dude, to the moon. Hell yeah. I have a bunch of silver chains on the way, ironically enough, that I've been buying under spot. I have all my cards locked up in the vault, bro. They're vaulted at PSA, so unless you're gonna do a fucking, I guess, raid on the PSA vault, which has armed security 24/7, then good luck. I don't keep my expensive shit on hand. It's locked away for safekeeping. So... And then all my sealed product is locked up in a storage unit, so... Yeah. I don't keep a bunch of expensive shit just laying around. Also, I don't have the space to store stuff here, so it's also that too, but... Well, they're not... The thing is the PSA vault, there's way more expensive shit than what I have. So... I got to the final boss in Dante's Inferno with Satan's cock. Nice. Slap it around. That shit was a crazy boss design. They definitely, you know, took some creative liberties on the various bosses in that game. For sure. The real prize to take from the PSA vault would be those super expensive, like, sports cards. What does Mud Shark mean? I think it's just a white woman that, you know, mates with the black guy. I love how Griffin vaults his cards, but Logan doesn't vault the most expensive card. Yeah, he did. Dude, he literally had it in the PSA vault. I saw Logan's Pokemon card at the National Sports Card Convention at the PSA Vault booth. They literally had it on display at the PSA Vault booth in order to encourage people to vault their own cards. So no, he had it in the vault. But now that he's selling it, he has it out to promote it. Yeah, when I went to the National Sports Card Convention in Atlantic City, because boy was it nasty. But yeah, when I went there, they had like this big ass booth for like the PSA vault that they had just started at the time. It was called the Collector's Vault at the time. Not even the PSA vault. And yeah, they had Logan's Illustrator there. No, it wasn't Atlanta. It was Atlantic City, which is worse. There was like just a bunch of druggies like strung out, laying on the sidewalks and stuff, warming in the sun. It was fucking wild, bro. Like just completely fucking passed out on like fucking bath salts and shit. I don't even know. Dude, anything is worth holding on to as long as you have enough time to hold on to it. Like, there's not a single Pokemon, you know, set that's worth less today than at the time of release if you look at it on a, you know, 1 to 5 year timeline. So, once something goes out of print, it immediately becomes more expensive. So, any set is worth holding on to sealed. Bro, at this point, I'm not even MAGA. I'm MAAA. Make America America again. Because the US doesn't even seem like the same country anymore. So it's just like comically fucking bad here nowadays. Like, we need to make the US actually the United States again first. Hell yeah, dude. Feed me kills. There we go. There we go. Just get outplayed completely and totally. Outplayed. Oh, shit. Trump is too old to do what needs to be done. We need our Augustus, who can usher in 40 years of greatness under one person's rule. You know, ideally we'd get somebody in their late 20s, early 30s to just come in as dictator and completely wipe the slate clean. Yeah, Trump is too old to do it because he's going to die in a few years anyway. So he wouldn't be around long enough to cement the power structure needed in order to maintain it long term. Holy shit, dude. I was literally playing with literal fucking bots. Or no, 0 and 17 and 1 and 10. Brutal.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
All I can say is that if I ever got elected president, my first fucking thing I would do is take the steps to never have to leave office. So, that's what Trump should have done his first term, is completely seized power and, you know, basically, you know, taken full control of the government entirely and totally by using the military. That's the only way shit's gonna get done. No, I don't think JD has it in him. At all, dude. I don't think he has the, you know, almost like psychopath cruelty needed. Because the thing is, in order for this to happen, you need to find someone who basically just doesn't fucking care. They need to be able to turn off any and all emotions.
Gain the lead.
So you almost need like a psychopath to come in, which, you know, by historical accounts, that's basically what Augustus was back in ancient Rome. Is he was like this very cold, stoic person that took like no personal pleasures or anything like that. Just literally solely dedicated to work. So you need someone like that who doesn't have, you know, I guess a very emotional side to them. Because, like, the thing is, you know, that's, you know, if you look at, you know, Caesar versus Augustus, Caesar's biggest mistake was forgiving his enemies. Augustus didn't make that mistake. He just killed them all, which is how you do it. You know, you can't leave your enemies alive. You got to get rid of them. So, Caesar forgave his enemies and they stabbed him in the back. Augustus killed them all. So, he definitely had the right idea. Because if you don't kill them, they'll kill you at the first opportunity. Which I don't really understand how Trump doesn't get that, but, you know. If history tells you anything, keeping your enemies around is never a good idea. You can forgive your enemies when they're gone. That's how you should look at it. Forgive your enemies when they're gone.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Let's see. So Rat Kicker Reel with the 5. I have to wake up at 5:30 because I didn't open a Somali daycare center. Yeah, I know, man. Who would have known that was the path to making it in this world? Jokes aside, it makes my blood boil that state officials allow this corruption. Oh, yeah, and they directly benefit from it, too, because they get their kickback. Don't you worry. You know, they get their taste, as the Italians used to say. Let me get my taste. Shit. But, yeah. It's like literally just the mafia, you know, in modern day form. But instead of sophisticated Italians, we have literal fucking mentally retarded Somalis. What a downgrade.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, instead of the Sopranos, it's the cousin fuckers. Let's see. So Schizo Garcia with the 2. The solution we need is a final one, indeed. Population purge. Spooky Cerberus with the 2. Do you have ancient civilization books to recommend? So, are you talking about books like written during ancient civilizations?
All right, awesome.
Or about
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Because I have a few that are pretty good. That are like, I guess, contemporarily written during said time periods. Like, you can read Caesar's autobiographies. Those are good. You can read, like, the writings of, like, Cicero. I mean, pretty much, there's 100 books on every historical figure you can think of. A good, let me see. If I can find, I don't remember the guy's name who wrote it. this book is really good if you want to read something on, like, Caesar himself. This is a good book. And then this same guy has one on Alexander the Great as well that's pretty good. But really it just comes down to like finding a historical figure you're interested in and just, you know, reading some material on it. It's more so dependent on which era of history you're interested in. But like, for example, you can read... If you want something from, like, the Roman era, Re Gestae, which is Augustus's autobiography, pretty much. Or not really autobiography. Technically it is.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
And then... But yeah, Caesar's two books are, I think it's the Gallic Wars and Caesar's Civil War. Both are written by him at the time that it, you know, was occurring. So, if you're interested in ancient Rome, those are all three good ones to read. This, like, so if you're reading the, I guess, material that was written during the Roman period, it's pretty hard to comprehend a lot of stuff because you have to have kind of a baseline understanding of a lot of intricate details of Roman history because, you know, it wasn't written for a audience 2,000 years later. It was written to be consumed by, you know, the scholars and, you know, future students of, like, that time period.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Oh, that's nice. Rad Kickeroo with the 5. My hypothetical run for office would make Trump, Roosevelt, or even Zay Painter look like Teletubbies in comparison. I'd bring out my inner Hadrian. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing, is that's what's needed. That's what's needed now. So, the first thing I would do is if I ever took the presidency would be to purge the military leadership, install people I could trust absolutely, and just go to fucking work. So, yeah, I'd be like fucking Duke Nukem, hail to the chief, baby, or hail to the king, I guess. Shit. Although, I don't know if I'd want my title to be king. Emperor has a better sound to it. Let's see. And Schizo Garcia with the 2. Read the International by Henry Ford. That's right. You can listen to an audiobook version of that on YouTube. Funny enough. That shit's actually on YouTube in an audiobook if you want. And Schizo Garcia with the 2. Read The Great Replacement Towards a New Society. Yeah. Read comics. That's right, dude. Yeah, I think democracy's done, man. The only way it works is if you have a homogenous population. Otherwise, it's just literally a bunch of ethnic groups competing for control. Hold on 1 second. Just got an eBay message. Let's see. Rat Kicker Real with the 2. Thoughts on the Eastern Roman Emperor Justin. He was pretty good. So, Justinian's a good emperor. For sure. He's the one, if my memory is correct, he's the one who like tried to like conquer a bunch of the Western Roman Empire. I believe. And I think was pretty successful in that. Driving out the Germanic hordes. Dude, we got fucking meat slapped. Damn. I guess the sweats are online now. Non-sweaty gaming. Yeah, that's the thing, is I just don't care anymore. Like, you know, my days of worrying over my KD or anything like that are just dead and gone. I'm just here for the chill times, dude. Dude, yeah, these guys are just like straight up sweat lords. Jeez. This is brutal. Yeah, these are just like borderline pro players. So, you know, the 10 people who still play Halo, these are, what, 4 of them? I'm struggling with prawn addiction, man, and I want to change next year. What the hell should I do? You have to do something else when you get the urge. You gotta essentially take one addiction and trade it for another. Eventually, you just won't even care about it anymore. You just have to basically go, yeah, cold turkey and quit it. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't have an addictive personality, so it's kind of hard for me to, give advice on that type of stuff. Abnormal fetish. Uh-oh, yeah. No, I don't really have any addictions. That's the thing. Other than the addiction to making that cash money, dude. But yeah, no, I don't really have, like, an addictive personality. So I don't, like, get addicted to stuff. Like, I'm not addicted to alcohol. Not addicted to, like, sugar. Not addicted to weed or cigarettes or porn or really anything. I don't know. I've never really had an addictive personality. No, I don't drink coffee. I'm addicted to video games? No. Definitely not. I don't play video games unless I'm on stream. Addicted to power? What do you mean? I don't really have any power. I'm just a lowly plebeian in the societal structure in which we live currently. I'm just a lowly, wagey pleb. Shit. Damn. Yeah, there's a ton of alcoholics in my family, but I don't know. I don't have the addictive personality. I guess I have like the opposite of an addictive personality where I don't enjoy doing anything. So it's like there's nothing I really enjoy doing, so it's like the opposite of an addictive personality. Or it's like, you know, instead of being super into one thing or getting addicted to stuff, I just don't like most things. No other hobbies? I don't really... I mean, at this point, I wouldn't even say I have hobbies. I don't really even think I have hobbies. Because I don't consider buying and selling trading cards to be a hobby. Because it's just shopping. And pretty much my hobby of gaming is non-existent nowadays. You stare at a wall all day, or what happens after work? Take my dog out, or yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I would rather just sit there and do nothing than play games. Genuinely, I would rather just sit there and lay and do nothing than fucking, you know, turn on a video game in my free time. It's actually really bad. Like, there have been times I've tried where it's like, oh yeah, I'll try playing this game. I'll do it for like 5 minutes and then I'll just want to fall asleep. Yeah, but I'm primarily reading the chat right now. I'm not even really paying attention to the game for the most part. Just turn on the console sometimes, then turn it off. Like, never mind and get bored. Yeah, exactly. I would almost rather sit there bored than actually, like, play a video game. It's pretty bad. And it's gotten a lot worse recently, where it's like if I go to do anything, it's like I'm immediately filled with like the sense of just being very tired, and then I just lay down and go to sleep. I don't know. There's just not really anything I enjoy doing anymore. Yeah, it's like you'll turn on, you know, your console or whatever, the Steam library, and you'll like scroll for like 30 minutes looking for a game to play, and you end up not doing any of it, and you just end up like basically doom scrolling and just kind of sitting there doing nothing. And the same thing goes for like people when they watch Netflix and shit. They spend more time figuring out what the fuck they're actually gonna watch than watching that thing. Well, I'm gonna go check on my dog real quick, see what he's doing. Yeah, he's just passed out on my bed, so he's pouting because I put a sock on him. Because he kept licking his paw. But yeah, he's like laying on my pillow like a human would lay on the bed. He's got his head propped up on the pillows, laying lengthwise right where I sleep. So... should just make a stream goal to play. Wait, pick any game and play it to completion. Oof. Griffin just needs to get his big ass rock to live under. No, I just need my massive, you know, palatial home that I can just stalk the halls of. You know, just walk up and down the halls all day. And then get my big ass white room to just stand in. Get a big ass boat? No. I never want a boat. I hate boats. My feet are meant to be on the ground. Nope, I don't like yachts either. I wouldn't have any of it. I get seasick really fucking easy, even on boats as big as cruise ships. So, yeah, no, I'm good. No boats for me. No boats for me. Have I ever thought about ending it? Every day, dude. No. Nope. Pray this dude will find his woman soon enough. Yeah, that's not happening anytime soon.
Gain the lead.
The only person we can bully? Oh yeah, dude. I'm being bullied so hard. What if Gabe Newell invites you on his yacht to test Half-Life? I'd have to respectfully decline, because I'd probably be puking my brains out after a few hours. I have to take, like, that, I think it's called, like, Dramamine. It's like a little sticker you put behind your ear, and it, like, basically secretes the medicine into your ear or something like that, and prevents you from getting seasick. So whenever I went on cruises in the past, I had to have one of those on all the time, because like it would fuck me up being on a boat. Even a cruise ship would do it to me. Yep, the smelly part behind your ear, that's where it goes. Oh, man. I don't know why I'm so tired, bro. Griff's moaning. He might. Oh my god. Jeez. You and Synth are so freaking tired. I don't know. I'm always tired. That's the problem. So it's not a unique daily, you know, day-to-day kind of thing. It's just always tired. But sometimes more tired than others. I only slept for like 2 hours the day before yesterday, and then I only slept for 2 hours yesterday, so I don't know. I've gotten like 4 hours of sleep in the past 48 hours. Becoming a Disney adult? Hell no. First of all, I don't even like any Disney IPs, and second of all, absolutely fucking not. Shit. Oh yeah, dude, I knew like a family in my middle school who used to like spend their entire like, you know, income going to fucking Disney World. So, yeah. It's like insane. I think it's like the average Disney vacation now costs like 20 grand or something ridiculous. It's like, who the fuck is paying for that shit? I went to Disney World as a kid, and I was incredibly unimpressed. I don't understand why anyone hyped that shit up. Yeah, I've never been a Disney fan, so I have zero connection to Disney World or any of their IPs. So it's never been a place I've ever been interested in going. Like, the only thing I liked about Disney World was I liked that Space Mountain roller coaster. That was literally it. Everything else I didn't like. Because, again, I have zero connection to any of the Disney properties, so it's like, you know, I don't fucking care about seeing some weirdo dressed up as Mickey Mouse. Oh, I like amusement parks, but only if you're, like, going with friends, and only if they have good rides. So... Do I have friends? I used to. Way back in my youth. You know, when I was a youngin', back in the good old days. Me and my pals used to gather our nickels from our weekly allowance and walk on down to the local amusement park. But yeah, I don't know. How many years? I would say probably sophomore year of college is when I kind of stopped just talking with people, so... I guess almost like 8 or 9 years at this point. Brutal? Not really, I don't care. Most of them I chose to stop talking to them because it's like, I don't know. They either were just like really big losers still and, you know, either dropped out of college or were like doing a bunch of retarded shit. I don't know. Like a lot, and I mean a lot of my friends became like massive stoners and shit, so I was like, yeah, nah. I don't want anything to do with you. I don't know, a lot of them lacked ambition, which kind of irritates me. It was just kind of like, you know, they just kept skating through life, doing nothing other than the bare minimum, and that type of person irritates me. So, I guess I kind of just outgrew most of them. And I didn't really have an interest in doing, like, the whole party shit or traveling shit or, you know, going to sports ball shit because, you know, that's all people really want to do when they get into college is, like, party, go to, like, the sports games and, you know, travel from college to college. I don't know. It's just not my thing at all. Go out to, like, fucking bars and shit. Smoke weed, bro. Like, yeah, nah, not my thing. Never really cared about that shit at all. So, yeah. Did I get him? I think so. Should have gone to a rich kid's school. They all do blow. You would have had... Well, nah. Dude, I'm not going to, like, some expensive-ass private school, because then you have to pay for it. So, yeah, no. The rich kid schools are, like, 60 grand a year. No, thank you. Not worth it. Why do I hate sports ball? Because it's just slop. I don't know. What the fuck is so fun about watching other people play a fucking game? Like, oh my god, dude, my favorite minority just got a fucking home run. Wowie zowie. I don't know. I don't feel a connection to sports teams or a particular city or whatever. It's just, I don't care. I genuinely don't fucking care. You know, I'm like a geographic Jew, bro. I don't have a connection to any particular homeland. But yeah, I just don't like sports. I've never liked them. Like, I'm not gonna, you know, spurg out over some dude running with a fucking ball in his hand. Don't care. What about Washington teams? I don't fucking like DC. So I have zero connection to this place other than I want to get the fuck out. So... yeah, sports is all about the betting now. That's it. Nah, my dad's not, like, obsessed with hockey. He likes it, but he's not, like, you know, like, I have to watch every game type shit. That's not him. So, he just enjoys it as, like, a pastime. But that's because he used to go to the games in person. He doesn't watch them on TV or anything like that. But he doesn't really talk about hockey. So, no, it's not really an issue. Oh well, PK. It is what it is. Let's see. NFL and NBA are terrible now. They always have been. That's the brutal truth. Yeah, I don't know, man. The whole sports thing is like a mystery to me. I don't understand how you can become that fascinated with, like, other people doing shit. Like, people make it their entire fucking life to just sit there and autistically obsess over their favorite sports ball players. It's just kind of weird. I don't know. Yeah, pretty much everything's gambling now. I mean, gambling is so prominent in today's society. Everything's like turning into like some form of gamified business model. It's like people realize that, like, money's worthless, and really their only chance of doing anything is just, you know, betting it all on red, essentially. It's kind of sad. Oh shit. Almost jumped right off the edge. Esports gambling was one of the craziest things to me when it first came into existence. I would have never imagined that being a thing. Now you can bet on politics and the weather. Yeah, exactly. You can bet on literally everything. You love good women? Is there even such a thing? Yeah, dude, we just have so many signs of, like, a society in, you know, just rapid decline. We are a civilization in decline, and it is evidently, you know, just visible everywhere. I'm leading the decline? That's right, it's all my fault. I'm patient zero of societal collapse. Oh, shit. Bro, why are y'all talking about Violet Myers, bro? Jeez. She's some donkey-faced, third world fucking meat, like, fucking... Dude, she's disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Do I even know who that is? Unfortunately, I do. She's disgusting. She's just some fucking, you know, meat depository, you know, donkey-faced whore. Where is
You're not a woman. You're a whore. You're a fucking whore. Whore.
That whore is the Walmart version of Mia Khalifa. Dude, she's like literally a fucking South American 6. Like, she's not even hot. She's just ugly and, you know, the brown brain is like, ooh, big titty, big ass, ooh, like, you know, that's it. That's all they care, bro. Like, literally, that's like some third world bullshit. It's like, oh yeah, big titty, big ass, that's all I care about. Yeah, never mind the fact that she's fucking ugly as shit. That bitch is so fucking ugly that it's like, I don't even know how you'd want to have sex with her. Like, that's like some African tribal shit. Like, after they get done trying to bite open the water bottle, they, like, go, you know, jerk off to Violet Myers. You know, after they try to eat the soccer ball, too. Like, that's the type of person that's into Violet Myers. Like, the barely above an animal type human. Like, some long-lost Amazonian tribe would think that she's hot. Or, you know, I don't know, Olatunji in the fucking Zimbabwean whatever grass people's tribe probably finds her attractive. But, dude, if you're a civilized member of society from a first world nation and you find her attractive, like, you quite literally are a savage at heart. Like, you were spiritually a fucking spear chucker. Period. Dude, Bonnie Blue is disgusting, bro. Like, if there was ever, like, a human succubus, it would be her. Like, she just looks old but young. It's, like, creepy. Like, she's very uncanny looking. Like, the soul is completely gone from her eyes. Like, she's just this soulless fucking husk. No, I don't think she's very attractive at all. She has a very weird look about her. She has a very weird look. Like, she looks old but young at the same time. It's very uncanny. Why is she even popular? Because she appeals to, like, the BBC aficionados who enjoy watching white women get fucked by tens of black guys at one time. That's why. Yeah, she gets pushed because she helps degrade society, exactly. Netanyahu's strongest soldier. Deployed in the front lines of OnlyFans. She looks like a skinwalker, but I don't know, dude. Like, it's just, it's weird. There's something very off about her. That last hoe, Riley Reid, as much as I hate her, she was at least... Yeah, she didn't have that same, like, soulless look. I agree. Completely agree. Like, there's something very fucking off about Bonnie Blue. Like, she looks like a skinwalker. I don't know, man. The life has been completely drained from her eyes, is the best way I could put it. Oh, she's definitely a sociopath. It's all about the money. That's it. Yeah, I think Riley Reid got married, bro. That's the sad thing. It's like, no matter how big of degenerate whores these women are, they will find guys who will marry them and give them a family. Like, it really is over, dude. It really is over. There is no shame. I don't know, dude. It's just crazy. Our world is so fucking degenerate. The only thing we're missing from the Weimar days is the child brothels, which that probably will happen sooner rather than later. There we go. Oh, shit. Fuck. Dude, every male space is just a gateway to pornography now. Every formerly male space is just a gateway to pornography. You know, all the porn stars have Twitch accounts, YouTube accounts, they pretend to be gamers or into anime or whatever else. Like, you know, they infiltrate these nerd hobbies that were previously, you know, male dominated, and because they're an attractive woman that talks about a hobby that guys are interested in, all of a sudden they get all this attention. And then they use that attention to divert people to their fucking OnlyFans and shit. It's in every single hobby now. There is no escape from it now. Everything is literally just a gateway to porn. Damn, I gotta piss, dude. Jeez. After this match, I'm gonna go take a piss, and then I guess we can do videos and stuff. Cause damn, bro, I gotta go. Just hit me like a wave. Yeah, it's like that meme on Twitter where it's like the women are getting bigger. It's like now the average woman weighs more than the average 1960s male. It's crazy, bro. The average woman weighs more than what the average man is supposed to weigh.
5 minutes remaining.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Alright, holy shit, dude. That match needed to end faster. Hold on, I gotta back out. And I'll go take a piss real quick. Alright, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Schizo Garcia with a 2. Watch Jew or Goy? What the fuck? Ah, shit, I don't want it to open there. Alright, well, that was fun. Holy fuck, why is it playing? Stop. Alright, there we go. Griffin has those hollow Ozempic cheeks from not wanting to be a fatty anymore. Nope, I still have a baby face. So, everybody thinks I'm like in college still. So, yeah. Every time I go to get my hair cut or I go to like the dentist or something like that, they always think that I'm like visiting from college or something. It's like, nope, I've been out of college for almost 5 years now. Or no, over 5 years now, I guess. Griffin soon to go to the nursing home with his baby face. That's right, dude. Hell yeah. But yeah, everybody thinks I'm way younger than I actually am. Which I guess isn't a bad thing, getting into my later years of life as I am now. Mr. Marvin with the 2, 2025 is one of the years of all time. I know, man. It truly is. One of the years of all time. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more with that statement. It's been a pretty, I would say mediocre year. But that's kind of par for the course since 2020. Shit's just gotten worse. Across the board. Well, I don't talk to women or gay men, so... Oh well. Guess it's not a problem.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Just get lean and you won't have a baby. Nah, it doesn't matter. I still have a baby face, so it is what it is, bro. I'm not getting buccal fat removal, so that's what makes you look old, is when you lose your buccal fat. That's why women who get that buccal fat removal look like fucking skeletal, like, elderly women. It makes you look old. So, I just have natural, I guess, buccal fat in the cheeks. It is what it is. Brutal? Yeah, I don't care. It doesn't bother me, so... If there's one person on this earth that genuinely could not be bothered to give a shit about their appearance, it would probably be me. I really do not care. I am trying to impress a grand total of 0 people in my day-to-day life. Start bone smashing? Yeah, let me get right on that. Let me get right on that, dude. The looks maxing shit is fucking just massively gay. Like, you want to talk about some latent homosexual behavior. That's definitely it.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
PK has the new deli build. That's brutal, man. 5'4", you know, massive beer gut, sandals. Oof. Unkept toenails. Man, I need to wake up. Let's see. There they are. Caffeine pill time. Yeah, guys, he's just as American as you as me. What the fuck, bro? Oh my god. Ah, shit. I got something stuck in my throat. Oh, shit. It's like an Apollo hair or something. Damn. It's so funny. Raymond thought that a shit house and being able to change his oil would net a Y. Yeah, it's like he basically just thinks like if you do X, you will receive Y, which is not how it works. Just smoke meth? I don't know. It's kind of scary, dude. Alrighty, let me close out of some stuff real quick. Pause that. And we should be good to go.
You were here earlier today. I came here. I want to fight. You were here. Where are you now? You claim we're close. You claim we're fine. Where are you? Why are you not here right now? It's like
Guys, a real American right here.
you're trying to put out a certain message about a certain group. I'm not gonna make that claim. I don't want to make that claim without me knowing him personally, but that's what it seems like he's doing from his front. Where are you right now? He was here earlier. He was recording us. We had no issue with it. We told him, hey, just get off our property. You can record. Now he's not here.
Hey, YouTuber. Hey, you jerk face that said that we were doing fraud, and when you showed up, the door was locked and nobody's ever seen any kids. We're open. I've been here since 1 o'clock. You said that we're a fraud. Well, guess what? I'm standing right here.
Is he wearing a superhero t-shirt?
Right underneath the sign that says Quality Leering Center. The man is underneath the sign that spelled learning wrong for a childcare and education facility, indignant, saying that this is a legitimate business, 100% above board, and all you evil white racists out there, you're just dead wrong because the Somalis are back with a vengeance, and they are defending their totally legit, straight up, reasonable business practices, and they're going after Mr. Nick Shirley and his buddy who is documenting all the money going to these different organizations, because guess what? These are legitimate businesses, and the proof of them being legitimate is the fact that you're an evil white racist and an Islamophobe, and anything and everything that the Somalis and their defenders could throw at your face, hoping something will stick and scare you off, because this 100% legitimate facility. And this is what we're going to talk about today, because contrary to this guy's indignation in front of this particular building, we have overwhelming evidence to the contrary that this is a legitimate, upstanding business, and part of the people who have given us that overwhelming evidence inadvertently are the people responsible for auditing these particular daycare centers. So this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/.
They're still making money. They're using taxpayer money to work, and it's like you don't come outside of operation hours and then say they're using taxpayer money. That's completely false. As you can see, we're open Mondays through Thursdays, 2 to 10 p.m. He was here earlier. I don't see him right now. So it's like, are you trying to record that we're doing fraud, or are you trying to put the Somali name and the fraud in the same sentence?
So this guy thinks he's an absolute genius, that he has owned Mr. Nick Shirley, because he's like, listen, our business hours are 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. We're absolutely open. Where's this YouTuber now? Where are you, Nick Shirley? You're not filming us right now at this moment. This Leering Center, again, sign still spelled wrong, and spelled wrong 4 years at this location, by the way. Totally notwithstanding, we are legitimate, upstanding, and open business. And the funny thing is about this particular claim is that, one, we've seen this before going back years with the Somali community and these fraudulent programs. But in addition to that, we actually saw this a couple of days ago when you had somebody from the Minnesota government make the claim that this particular learning center is closed. It has been closed.
Why does all Somalis have big heads? Because it's a symptom of the generations of inbreeding. So the Somalis all have that super dysgenic look because of decades and decades and centuries of inbreeding. So quite literally, they're just so incestuous that they all developed like this really dysgenic appearance due to, you know, generations of incest. So, yeah. Truly a case of...
They're not sending their best.
It is designated closed, so there's nothing to worry about, nothing to see right here. This place is not open and not in operation, but it's definitely 100% not suspicious.
So I won't go into any detail about whether or not any of these have any open investigations. I will share that our team was notified that Quality Learning Center closed just over a week ago, and I believe the details that were given at that time were around space concerns, and that's what was shared. The previous one I mentioned that had been closed some time ago was Miko.
So that was Tiki Brown, the commissioner for the Minnesota Department of Children, and she's making the claim that the Nick Shirley clips related to the Leering Center, again, this hilarious place with their sign spelled incorrectly, has nothing to do with anything related to fraud. In reality and actuality, that particular business coincidentally just happened to close just days prior to Nick Shirley showing up because they had space concerns and they decided to no longer operate the business. Now, of course, this is a completely different story, a completely different tale than what the guy in front of the business is saying, because he claimed that Nick showed up during the wrong business hours because they're open from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Now, I will point out that Tim Walls' program actually requires different hours, but we're not even going to get into that right now at this moment in time. But he's like, yeah, we're open, we're ready for business, we got children's all up in this place, yet the commissioner for the Department of Children in Minnesota is saying, no, they were actually closed. So which one is it? Because these two videos actually came out same day. Same day, we had children showing up for the first time, according to the neighbors, in a very long time to the Leering Center. We have the commissioner doing an interview saying that the Leering Center actually just coincidentally closed closed right before Nick Shirley showed up. Don't worry about it, no big deal. And again, it's just crazy in every possible way. But even more crazy is that people have began to dig up other local news segments, because it turns out Nick Shirley is not the first person to highlight this, not the first person to report this. And we have reports from earlier this year of the same sites being visited by the local news media, and
yeah, since back in January, I'm pretty sure these reports have been kind of a thing. So it's just an open secret in all of these cities. I mean, Texas has the same problem. You know, New York, California, God only knows how much money. God only fucking knows how much money that is wasted on, you know, these illegal immigrants and shit.
Similar responses from the people at those sites, and a very much distinct lack of children present at those various locations.
I started by visiting Quality Learning Center Daycare, so it is that for TV, which sits right in the heart of downtown Minneapolis. Between 2019 and 2023, the Minnesota Department of Human Services found 95 violations at this location. They range from failure to keep hazardous items away from children to no records for 16 children, which include things like immunizations, emergency contacts, and medical needs. So state investigators placed Quality Learning Center on a conditional license in 2022. I went to the daycare's location several times, and only once did I see people there. Oh, that's your daycare. But I did not see any children. There are any kids in there? No. After school? Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you. DHS declined an interview, but in a statement acknowledged Quality Learning Center was put on a conditional license because of its poor safety record. But it still received nearly $8 million in taxpayers' money since 2019.
In addition to that, there's local news reporting dating back years that covers previous investigations into these particular education centers, these childcare centers. And what did that discover? It discovered that members of the Somali community, in exchange for kickbacks, would actually show up to these fraudulent daycare centers in the morning when they were open, check their children in, only to leave these locations.
All right, this has nothing to do with what we're watching, but I just saw this. Apparently, silver is selling for over $100 an ounce in China right now because they're literally just, like, I guess, blocked it from being exported. So, you know, I'm guessing that, you know, they're coming into a very, I guess, high instance of a shortage. I don't know. So we may get $100 an ounce silver here soon. Because the thing is like with commodities markets, is the listed price is always less than what it costs to actually physically get something in mass. So I don't know. Yeah, I know they shut their border for silver exports, which they're the second largest miner of silver. And I think they mine like 15 to 20% of the world's supply. So if China's closing their borders in terms of silver exports, it means they desperately need it. So who knows? Yeah, I heard about the EV battery. Yeah. Yup. So we shall see. I'm definitely feeling pretty good about my silver I bought. I know, like, it dropped on Monday, but I think it's kind of recovered. It's almost back at 80 again, isn't it? I believe. Oh, no, it's back down to 73 again. So, yeah, it was up. Okay, yeah, it was up to, like, 79 today. Now it's back down to 72. So it's just going to keep going up, down, up, down, up, down. I guess we shall see. All the coins are still at like 80-something a piece, so. Yeah, and if you want 1 ounce silver bars, they're all over 80. Okay, so yeah, the spot price might be low, but if you actually want to get the physical silver, you're still paying over $80.
Minutes later, after they ended up getting whatever kickback payment that they wanted, and then they were able to bilk the taxpayer for all the money associated with this particular fraud.
In order for the scheme to work, the daycare centers need to sign up low-income families that qualify for child care assistance funding. These surveillance videos are from a case prosecuted by Hennepin County. They show parents checking their kids into a center, only to leave with them a few minutes later. Sometimes, no children would show up. But either way, the center would bill the state for a full day of child care. This video, from that same case, shows a man handing out envelopes of what are believed to be kickback payments to parents who are in on the fraud.
So we have evidence of this particular fraud being at these particular centers, dating back years in the Somali community in the state of Minnesota, and yet people are pretending like they could just cover this up. And the real villain is actually Nick Shirley. In fact, Jank's nephew, of course, blamed Israel for this. What an asinine thing to do, but apparently this is the most Israeli thing that you could possibly do, and then talked about how Nick Shirley was a bad dude for storming all these places with cameras and filming innocent...
If anything, the most Israeli thing you could do would be to pay the Somalis.
Baba Angel children. I don't know what kind of fraud Somalis in daycares are doing, but I think it's a separate crime to try to storm with a camera into a daycare center with kids in it, question mark, question mark. Now look, I understand that Jank's nephew is pretending deliberately to not understand what is going on right here. That way you can't have discourse about it, because if you deny the existence of the thing, then you can never actually talk about the problem if somebody's on level 0 of the conversation. But the fact is, and you should not be gaslit by these lefties, the reason Nick Shirley was there was not to storm these facilities and to film children, because there were no children there. That was the issue at hand. This is why the Somalis are now coming out and saying, look at all these children that are suddenly being dropped off for the first time in years, according to locals, at these various locations. Even at the Leering Center, they're being dropped off because they want you to believe that the media is not lying to you. They're not covering this up, that people in the Minnesota government are not lying to you, even though, again, what we have found throughout multiple Somali fraud investigations is that the state governments are completely absent in these prosecutions and investigations, and it is the federal government under Biden and Trump that are pursuing these cases. And by the way, oftentimes that pursuit is actually led by the local news media or concerned citizens reporting the fraud, and that report being ignored at the local level until it's kicked up to the feds.
I also went to yet another facility, the Minnesota Child Care Center in this South Minneapolis building. I found it at the end of this small hallway with a steel door, no windows, and no visible security cameras. That's the time and place. State records show between 2021 and 2023, the daycare had 36 violations, some of them serious. They failed to request initial background checks on 6 staff in 2023 and failed to request repeat background checks on 8 staff in 2024. Ultimately, the state would accept corrective documentation on these violations. I visited several times, and each time, no apparent sign of any workers. And each time, no apparent sign of any children.
So again, we showed you a CBS News clip where they had prosecutors from the Biden administration and from the Trump administration saying that...
Yeah, it is just basically an infinite money glitch. I mean, it's straight up theft, but technically, yeah. It's just crazy, man. If white people were doing this shit, we would be in jail immediately. It's just absolutely batshit crazy, man. Total fucking clown world.
People in Minnesota government had to have ignored this. But again, at least the Israeli angle is contained with Jank's nephew and all those fringe weirdos that nobody likes, that nobody tolerates, that are definitely not friends of the channel or literal best friends.
This story kind of piggybacks off of something that broke earlier this year in November. There was a huge story that was published in the New York Times about fraud cases in the Minneapolis area. And most of these, nonprofits or these little businesses that were popping up and basically benefiting from COVID era public money were Somali owned. Now, two things are happening at the same time. On one hand, these fraud cases appear to be very serious and very real. On the other hand, the issue itself has become incredibly politicized, with the right kind of using it, the right and also, let's keep it real, Israel defenders kind of using it as a distraction to both demonize Muslims in the country.
It's like I gotta continue my habit of drinking on this channel because Anna Kasparian is saying that the Somali fraud is somehow connected to Israel. Like that's where we're going with this, even though, again, what Anna should do when this topic is brought up is say the following.
With the right kind of using it, the right and also, let's keep it real, Israel defenders kind of using it as a distraction. No, we're not doing that. That's embarrassing.
These videos are not sponsored by any kind of alcoholic beverage. I just want you guys to know. Also, drink responsibly,
With the right kind of using it, the right and also, let's keep it real, Israel defenders kind of using it.
I mean, the irony in that is the, Israelis dream about the United States being weakened by unlimited third world immigration. While they kick them all out, we're supposed to welcome them all in.
As a distraction to both demonize Muslims in the country, demonize immigrants in the country, while also taking some of the...
I don't even think people know that Somalis are Muslim. It's more so the fact that, they contribute nothing to society. Like 90% of them are on welfare. They all live in Section 8 housing. They all get fucking food stamps. Like, they're just leeches. They contribute nothing. Literally nothing.
The heat and pressure off of Israel's ongoing genocide and expansionist project in the Middle East.
So look, obviously I am grateful that Anna decided to come on this channel to discuss fraud in the state of California with their Project Home Key. Link to that full stream in the description of this video. But the idea that this segment is good because Anna appeared on my channel, no, we're not having it. That's just not reality. This segment is absolutely trash. It's booty. It is garbage. 0 out of 10. No stars out of 5 for me. And the reason why is because it's operating under a completely false and fantastic...
Like, again, the thing is, if we were getting high quality immigrants from Muslim countries, I don't think anybody would fucking care. Just like if we were getting high-quality immigrants from, India, let's say. We're getting, like, the literal fucking peasant bottom 10% of these countries. Like, we are literally getting, like, the worst part of their population. The, like, literal fucking criminal class, the societal leech class that just does nothing. Quite literally, and this is why it's one of my favorite Trump quotes.
They're not sending their best.
We are getting the worst of the fucking worst from around the world. So, if we were getting wealthy, like, Dubai Muslims, nobody would fucking give a shit. If we were getting, like, the top 2% of, Indians instead of the literal street shitters, nobody would give a shit. But no, we're getting the absolute fucking worst of the worst across the fucking board. And deliberately so. in an effort to destroy from the inside Western countries. So there is no case to be made for mass importing Somalis, bro. They quite literally contribute nothing.
Fantastical premise. So the idea that Israel has anything to do with this is only something that should exist in the most deranged minds humanly possible. And the evidence, by the way, or lack thereof, that is presented for this particular segment is that the topic is Islam and Muslims and whatnot, when that is also completely false. Sure, the Somalis in this particular case are in fact Muslims, but the issue is with the Somali ethnic group perpetuating this fraud, not with Muslims as a faith doing so, which is why we're not talking about this happening in Dearborn, because those Muslims are actually not very Somali. It happens to be about the ethnic group, not about the religion, so that premise totally false and ridiculous. Secondly, the idea that it would be a bad thing, by the way, just
yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is when I think of Somalis, I don't think of Muslims. So, Somali to me does not ring Muslim when I hear it. You know, I think of, you know, basically just I am the captain now shit. I don't know. I mean, what the fuck has Somalia ever contributed to the fucking world? What has Somalia ever contributed to the world? Honest question. Other than piracy and poverty and incest, what else are they known for? It's just like, why the fuck are we even taking these people in the first place? Like, we should literally only be taking, like, medical professionals and, like, rocket scientists and that type of shit. That's it. That's the only immigration we should be having. Like, you know, best in class doctors, you know, rocket scientists, you know, chemists, that type of shit. Why the fuck do we need a bunch of third world Somalis that just sit around doing nothing all day, leeching off of welfare? There is zero benefit to doing that. So you have to ask the question, why is it being done? It's to sabotage the country from within and change the voting demographic. Rockets aren't that complicated. I don't know about that. If you actually look into the math that goes into calculating like rocket trajectories and shit, I think you would probably have a different opinion. That shit's actually very hard to do. That's the reason why they blow up so much. So, I think, didn't Elon's rocket recently blow up? I'm pretty sure the Starship or whatever. Didn't they just have like a catastrophic failure on that thing and it, like the whole thing just exploded? I don't know, man. It kind of begs the question of like, you know, what were we doing so right in the 1960s that's so hard to replicate now? But hey. Was it just lost technology? Rocket launches from both South Korea and Japan failed recently. Yeah. Exactly. Let me see. Trying to find. Shit. Yeah, here it is.
The other day when they... Whoa! Whoa!
For SpaceX, yet another spectacular setback. This one caught on camera by space enthusiasts in Texas.
Oh my God.
The uncrewed mega rocket exploding during a static rocket ground test.
Brutal.
SpaceX described the explosion as a major anomaly while preparing for a test flight later this month. No.
Yeah, you're not getting me in one of these fucking rockets, bro. Hell nah. You know?
Injuries. The local residents posted on social media.
If that's an anomaly, I'm good. I'm absolutely fucking good.
That the blast shook their homes. Standing nearly 400 feet tall, Starship is critical to NASA's hopes of returning humans to the moon and one day landing on Mars. But
why is it critical to our hopes of going back to the moon if we already have a 70-year-old aircraft that's literally capable of doing that exact thing? Like, if we've already been to the moon however many times, what is it, like 6 or 7? Why the fuck do we need a new rocket to do so? Why not just use the old one? So, you know, not to get all super conspiracy theory on, you know, but it does beg the question of why the fuck do we need to innovate something that already existed for decades?
This is the 4th explosion so far this year.
There it is. Boom.
In January and March, the rocket came apart minutes after launch. In May, the upper stage made it to space, but then went into a spin, breaking apart over the Indian Ocean. While astronauts could one day fly on Starship, today's CEO Elon Musk made light of the explosion, posting on X, "Just a scratch." Musk has promised to increase the pace of launch attempts this year.
Each launch is about learning more.
Yeah, bro, I wouldn't. You know, I'll leave the space travel to future generations. I'm good, bro. I'm happy with my feet firmly planted on this wonderful earth we call home.
This is not happening, but the idea that it would be a bad thing that the Israelis were trying to distract us from something by telling us about fraud in the state of Minnesota being perpetuated by the Somali community, and therefore we should be angry at those dastardly Israelis for exposing said fraud, makes no sense at all. It's completely stupid and ridiculous, and yet this is the tone and tenor of this segment, because obviously they are uncomfortable with the fact that an ethnic group seems to be largely responsible for this type of fraud in this particular state.
But unfortunately, it has quickly devolved into a politicized, like, race issue, and I think the way that the right has talked about this story is to blame for that. Because if you immediately politicize it and make it about race, every action is going to have an equal reaction. And then the story devolves into race politics or culture war nonsense.
Now, what people who feel this discomfort miss in that discomfort is the fact that we are not the ones who made this about the Somali ethnic group. These people did because they used their ethnic group, their ethnic origin, and of course the perception that they're victimized by evil white racists in order to perpetuate their fraud. Remember, in the Feeding Our Future scheme, the Minnesota Department of Education realized—
I don't know why people can't just say it. Why the fuck do we need Somalis in the United States? Make it about the ethnic group. Why are they even here in the first place? What qualifications do fucking Somalis have to enter a developed nation? They literally don't even have a government in their own country, and we expect them to function in a first world nation? Yeah, no, they shouldn't even be here in the first place, period. This wouldn't be a problem if there were no Somalis. Plain and simple. You know, it's like the whole argument over the, you know, Australia shooting. Where it's like, oh, well, it was a Muslim guy who stopped the shooter. Okay, well, if both Muslim guys weren't in the country, it would have still never happened. So, yeah, it's great that a Muslim guy stopped the shooting, but if there were just no Muslim immigrants in the country, they wouldn't have needed to stop the shooting in the first place. It would have never happened. So it's a really just dumb argument. It's like, oh, well, the people we brought in caused a problem, but the people we also brought in stopped the problem. It's like, okay, well, the problem would have never fucking existed in the first place if he was never in the country in the first place. So it's like, if both of them had never come, it would have never even been a thing in the first place at all. So, yeah. But it is what it is, man. It's just the constant, you know, cope that we need these people. We don't. We really fucking don't. Let's see. So Oski Woski with the 5. Finally time for videos. What is this?
I don't know where we are.
Okay. Then Hunter Eats Hunter with the 5. Okay, I'll pull that up. Schizo Garcia with the 2. If you think it's bad in the US, you should see Australia. Yeah, I've seen it, man. I know. I gotcha. It is bad. I mean, y'all have been inundated with Indians. So, yeah. Same with Canada. Canada's been absolutely obliterated. And also Schizo Garcia with the 2. He wasn't Muslim. He was a Christian. That's even better. So even that cope is dead. Okay, there you go. So even that cope by the leftist is dead. Where it's like, well, see, there was, like, you know, if he wasn't in there, he would have never been able to stop it. So yeah, it was a Christian guy. So there you go. Now that's a mute point from the fucking lefties. Brutal, man. But I'm sure the real issue is the right-wingers, so got to take all of the guns away and restrict free speech even more. Dude, stealing from government programs should just be immediate crucifixion. Like, they should just publicly crucify you to set an example. It would stop the problem very quickly.
That something was awry. They understood that the names that they were claiming to feed in that particular scandal were not in fact names of students that corresponded to their books, so they ended up reporting it, trying to stop payments. But what happened? The Somalis sued for racial discrimination, claiming that they were trying to stop payments because they're immigrants, because they're Somalis, and because Minnesota and Minneapolis are full of evil white racists. And guess what? That absolutely worked.
Charged are 3 of the Feeding Our Future defendants: Abdi Aziz Farah, his brother Saeed Farah, and Abdi Mashid Noor. Also charged are Abdul Karim Farah, another brother, seen here in an evidence photo, and Ladan Ali, recruited to fly in from Seattle, also seen in this evidence photo. Ali's fingerprints were found on the bag used to deliver the bribe. Ali's rental car was seen waiting for juror number 52 to leave after court, and then following her. License plate readers found 19 times over 3 days. Ali's car was near the juror's home.
They studied her, followed her, and determined that she would succumb to their scheme.
They also found lengthy instructions to the juror on how to convince others to vote not guilty, and it heavily plays on race. We are immigrants, it reads. They don't respect us and care about us.
In the indictment, it alleges that she was targeted for 2 reasons. One, she was young, and 2, that they believe she was the only juror of color. Yeah.
During the Feeding Our Future trial, there was a bribery case where the Somali defendants ended up targeting a juror of color, had them followed home, and tried to bribe them with $120,000 in order to vote not guilty and convince other people to vote not guilty. And the rationale that they presented that this juror was supposed to use was to say that they're immigrants, they're being victimized by society, it's evil white racism, and you have to advocate them on behalf of the immigrant communities. And time again, this is what we see in defense.
Crucify them all.
Of the fraud. The Somali identity is utilized in order to cover up their crimes, which is the problem and why it becomes about the ethnic group. Again, Ilhan Omar was on Jake Tapper talking about how, oh my god, the orange bad man, he's targeting the Somalis and what.
And this is your jury of peers, quote unquote, that you'll get if you ever end up in court. You know, this is a jury of your peers, allegedly. A bunch of Somali immigrants.
And then she was saying, oh, they're just mad because there weren't enough guardrails put into place.
Now, obviously, whatever the ethnic group, the actions of a few dozen should not impugn an entire community of thousands of people. Okay, I want to make that very clear. President Trump has used this fraud to make rather, to me, shockingly bigoted comments about Somalis in general, including you, but the entire Somali community in Minnesota. Okay, can you shed any light on why the fraud got so out of control in Minnesota?
I think what happened is that, you know, when you have these kind of new programs that are designed to help people, you're oftentimes relying on third parties to be able to facilitate. And I just think that a lot of the COVID programs that were set up, they were set up so quickly that a lot of guardrails did not get created.
Even though, as we documented on this channel multiple times, the Meals Act, which was the very program that was being defrauded by Feeding Our Future, was proposed by Ilhan Omar. The guardrails on the cost of meals removed by Ilhan Omar. And guess what? The beneficiaries of the Feeding Our Future fraud were Ilhan Omar's friends that were in her district. And by the way, she ended up promoting the very restaurants that were running these fraudulent schemes. So we have this woman blaming everybody else while she did this as a Somali for her Somali friends in her own district to commit fraud to the tunes of millions of dollars, which, by the way, was kicked back to her campaign, kicked back to Walz's campaign, kicked back to Keith Ellison's campaign, and we're supposed to pretend that these people who constantly use.
So, just for reference, guys, this is the wonderful contribution that Somalis make to the United States. So, Somali immigrant households, 81% of them are on welfare, while only 21% of Native American people are on welfare. So 4-1 Somali immigrants leech off of the welfare system. And then it's even better for the Somali immigrants that have been here for over 10 years. It's still 78%. Why the fuck are these people even here? They contribute nothing. Literally nothing. Get them out, bro. We should not be taking people from fucking the Congo, Zimbabwe, Afghanistan, Syria, fucking Honduras, like all these shitholes around the world that literally just have like nothing. They have nothing to offer. The only thing they do is vote blue no matter who, which is the whole reason why they're fucking here in the first place. Period. It's just to degrade the voting bloc within certain key areas.
Somali identity as a cover are somehow unrelated to the Somali identity in Minnesota. So yeah, Anna and Jen can be uncomfortable about this. They could try to make this about Islam and then somehow tie this to Israel, however ridiculous and stupid that is. But in reality, the Somalis are doing the fraud. They're the ones who made it about their identity, and this idea that it's, oh, not a widespread thing because there's only been 60 convictions.
Dude, if you're an immigrant and you're on any form of government assistance after a year, that should be immediate grounds for deportation. Period. If you're on any form of government assistance after being in this country for 1 year, immediate deportation. That is a perfect way to deal with this problem. And that will ensure that we only do get the best and brightest.
90 indictments is absurd because, again, as we went through the Feeding Our Future scandal, we ended up discovering the autism fraud, and during the course of that particular fraud, 1 in 16 Somali kids were diagnosed with autism. In these particular daycare scandals, we actually have video, again, from the FBI, from previous busts, of parents in the Somali community receiving money as kickbacks in order to register their kids for these programs so that these places can get taxpayer money. So yes, this is about Minnesota Somali community because huge portions of their Somali community are, in fact, involved in these schemes in one way or another. In addition to that, they repeatedly use their Somali identity in order to obfuscate responsibility at every level. We're not even talking about all the
Did you guys see that other key statistic, too, where it was like 60% of rental demand comes from foreign-born people? So foreigners account for 60% of rent in the United States. So again, remember when people said that immigration isn't driving up housing prices? Well, yeah, about that. Turns out they actually were the ones driving up housing prices. Shocker.
Various appeals that they filed claiming evil white racism is the reason for their convictions. And in addition to that, they were able to steal more money in the largest COVID fraud yet to be discovered in the history of this country by suing the Department of Education in order to continue payments because the Department of Education in the state of Minnesota detected the fraud, but they were labeled evil white racist. So that lawsuit against them was able to perpetuate the fraud. So yeah, you might be uncomfortable with that, but guess what? I don't really give a damn.
So then the question is this just hyped up stuff about things that already happened, but we get to go Somali, Muslim, immigrant, right? But how does our national media treat the two different stories? One is the Somalis in Minnesota. Well, you just saw it. It's like the biggest news story in the country. And every mainstream media outlet's talking about it, and they're going 200% on it, even though it's a right-wing issue. And there's, a lot of people think they're the liberal media, but in this case, they're like, remember, dirty Muslims doing fraud. Everyone in the world should collapse in on them. This is the biggest problem in America.
And to pretend that this problem within the Somali community in the state of Minnesota is about them being Muslim is absurd and ridiculous. Again, nobody is talking about this happening in Dearborn with Lebanese Muslims or Syrian Muslims or anything of the sort. Pretending that this is about Israel is even more ridiculous. Your brain is broken. You're copying Jenk's nephew's tactics. You're like, oh, Nick Shirley once did a report in Israel, therefore, this must be connected to Israel through the transitive property. And again, all it does is obfuscate the fraud, allows it to be perpetuated, and allows absurd things like the Minnesota state government saying that the Leering Center is closed while you have them staging children arriving at the definitely 100% open.
Yeah, chunk yogurt is not an example of their best and brightest.
Not fraudulent Leering Center. They don't even have their story straight, and yet people are talking about Israel, of all things, related to this. Not everything is about Israel, guys. Stop with the Israel first nonsense. Let us focus on the things that are actually happening within our own country, things that are happening to our own social safety net, things that are blowing up the Minnesota state budget. Instead, we're hearing about Islamophobia, because anytime Muslims do anything like that Norm Macdonald clip, the real issue is the reaction. The real issue is Islamophobia, and of course, is Israel behind it? Is Israel behind it? Did the Israelis do it? No, the Somalis did it. We have all the evidence, so please focus on the task at hand. Stop trying to deflect. Stop trying to say, look over there, no big deal. Look at that thing that's happening over there. Just don't focus on the fraud that's happening here, while at the same time, we're pretending to be against fraud. Now, look, like I said in my first video, there are only investigations into a couple of these particular locations at the time that Nick Shirley posted his video. It seems like they're looking into them with a bit more scrutiny, but you shouldn't harass the businesses. You shouldn't go after these people. You should let the investigations play out. And of course, you should look into the books of the state of Minnesota because this fraud is happening.
The Great Replacement? I know, dude. Dude, that's a conspiracy theory. What are you talking about? America is becoming less white. Here's why that's a great thing. It's like amazing. It's amazing. What once was a conspiracy theory is now openly celebrated and is, you know, touted as this wonderful fucking thing. So, it really is amazing. Okay, let me put this over here. All right. Actual Justice Warrior doesn't believe in the Great Replacement. I don't know why he wouldn't. Leftists openly talk about how wonderful it is. I mean, you know, it's, you know, no longer a conspiracy. It's a celebrated fact.
You're fucking poor!
Schizo Garcia with the 2. Chunk needs the Kirkinator treatment. What? Put him in a fucking cyborg body? What do you mean by that? Oh, yeah, never mind. I gotcha. Alright, let me close out of that. Okay. He's a middle ground. Okay, yeah, so a fence-sitting centrist.
Discord message from Keemstar saying, want a box? And I wrote back to him, sure, but I want 150K up front. Now you may think, Rich, I don't think you're worth that, and I would agree with you. I'm not that relevant. But one, for it to be worth my time, because
yeah, his time is so valuable. Remember, this is the same guy that called out the quartering, demanded that they have a boxing match, and then bitched the fuck out when he found out that the quartering wasn't just training at Planet Fitness like him.
I would mean, not that I'm not planning on continuing to get in shape, it would still be a lot of focus. It would mean that time would be somewhat taken away from this, what I'm doing here, which is growing.
What you're doing there, doesn't Rich just stream for like 5 hours a day? That's not even that much, bro.
One, like I was going to say, it would take away some time from this. 2, after all the shit, this is why he also went to throw me under the bus too, because I hold to the fact, I think that he realizes that there would have probably, if I could get past the full word of defamation, I think I had something pretty solid there, not just against him either. So, I'm not, look, man, I'm a grown-ass man.
Rich thinks he has something solid there, but by his own admission, when he called lawyers talking about defamation lawsuits, they all told him he didn't have a case and just said, we're not interested. So, no, they know, like, the lawyers knew that Rich had nothing. So, if lawyers aren't willing to take your money regardless, then it's a really bad case. They're worried more so about reputational damage from losing a case that badly than just taking money from a dumbass.
You make your own decisions, but with the shitty state of mind I was in, which I alluded to in the video, and I mean, he was calling Lauren multiple times, badgering her to get on the show. He wanted to destroy me. So you're actually getting kind of a deal with that, Daniel. Granted, I probably would have lost money too, but I think I could have done pretty well. I think it was fairly black and white with all the receipts and stuff that I had. So you actually would be getting a bargain with that, in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer though, but I, borrow a little bit. Like I said to you in the messages, I'm not one of the fucking weirdos from lolcow that you get that dwells in a Discord 24/7. I'm not dancing for you for free. I mean, obviously, and I wouldn't blame you for this. Yeah, he was calling Lauren. You want me to sign a contract that I actually do get in the ring with you? No shit. Of course, I'm not saying just what you would never do. I know you're better businessman than that. But that's it. I'm not doing anything. Or you think, listen, I'm already losing weight and walking, but yeah, I'm going to start lifting, but I'm doing casual lifting, man. I'm not going to make it. You think to get into semi-boxing shape, that'll take a lot more time. Am I saying that I'm relevant enough for that kind of money? No, but there's a little bit more history than that. And I do think, even though you said it wouldn't make it back, maybe not initially, maybe the initial show would be a flop. But I think over time, between residual viewership and other things that would come down the pike, that you would make it back, and then some. But no lowball bullshit and no freebies. That's where it stands. Did you expect me to talk about this? I'm assuming so. I don't know what your other angle is, except maybe you want to just legally punch me in the face, which, feelings mutual. But I get it. Like, I have maybe out of a percentage from up to 100, I have like a 0.5% star factor. I understand that. Even when Review Tech USA was at peak relevancy, it just is what it is. My channel is growing. The videos today, even the shorts, doing pretty okay. I ain't stepping away. Not that I would step away from it completely, but I want to put 150% in. If I'm going to be tied to something else to put 75 to 80% in, I want to be compensated for it. Yeah,
he acts like he works like some sort of fucking slave shift. Like from dusk until dawn and then into the wee hours of the night. He literally doesn't fucking stop working. Bro, you literally just watch DSP videos on live stream every night and then upload 1, maybe 2 slop videos reading the news. You have time to go to the gym for 1 to 2 hours a day.
Take a lot of time, Dr. D.
Donated.
Well, here's the thing. Nothing would be discussed with it. You just made me realize the third point. Nothing would be discussed with it except when it happened. It's not going to happen. He's a fucking cheap ass. It's never going to happen, but I'm just making it abundantly clear. If I see, and I'm talking in my pocket too, after taxes, by the way. I said that to him as well. I was like, I am walking away with, after Uncle Sam takes his shit, walking away with that after all the bullshit and time wasted. And
Rich is not worth that much money. Period. Like, holy fuck, dude. And he lives in shitty-ass New York, too, so you'd have to pay, like, $300,000 in order for him to walk away with $150. Like, that's more than Rich probably makes in 2 to 3 years on YouTube now. Not fucking worth it.
Fucking shady shit you did, because you had a fucking axe to grind with me because I was an idiot and naive to YouTube rules and I mirrored an episode of Drama Alert. That's where it started with. Tell me I'm lying, you petty bitch. Tell me I'm lying. Scared of what? I just don't want to waste my time and I want to get a paycheck, sir.
So I guess King needed to drum some more drama to continue his money laundering scheme named Lolcow Live.
Yeah.
Anything to stay relevant.
Money laundering scheme. What the fuck is he talking about?
And I guess.
Yep. So here, I think that's pretty good bait that I took, but my bait is there's a price tag to it. Wasted my fucking time. Unless it's worth it, should I be the most A-list person they had on that motherfucker? I'm a nobody. At least I'm not known for being in the Lolcow Discord. No, dude, it's not gonna. But here's the thing. Honestly, though, for 150 grand, yeah, I would do it. Wouldn't you? I'm going to focus on the channel. It's not going to happen. This is all something that's fucking fantasy world. 150%. Okay. Sure, I would, find a way to manage my time better. Like, come on. If I had fucking that put in my bank account tomorrow, I'm going to fucking find a boxing coach. So there it is. It's not a rhetorical offer. It's an actual one. I know he'll never do it. I'm not delusional.
No one with a brain would ever do that.
Delusional, but it is what it is. Well, it is what it is. I'm not saying that I am on paper.
Yeah, Keem makes multiple millions of dollars a year from fucking Snapchat. That's where he makes the majority of his money now, is doing Drama Alert on Snapchat, apparently.
For worth that. But I think it's a pretty good deal, all things considered. He wants to box me. I'm like, listen, I don't care. I'm not worth it. But 150K, if you're going to make me waste the time. Not that getting into shape would be a waste of time, but, it's not just going to the gym and, doing a couple curls and stretches here. Not saying that's all I would do, but you get my point. Because that's one thing you have to factor in too. Yes, I'm not getting in the ring with Mike Tyson like someone said. I got you. I hear you. But not only, if you really think about it, with the time I'd have to put in, like subtract like 40 grand at least from that, if not more. Well, Biffy, I'm not wasting months of my time for like 10,000 bucks, dude. I'm just saying. I know it's ridiculous, but I ain't doing it for less. It's not worth the fucking time and financially for me. So you want me to do months of time, which would take away, and doing this would take away some of the focus from here, and in turn less content, which would cost me quite a bit. For what? You're irrelevant too. Who would give a fuck? People will want to watch, but if you think it would garner any of us a new audience, you're out of your mind. It wouldn't.
Whoa.
Congratulations on
Rich,
that
I
big,
got my golden
beautiful
Some
cucumber.
Stanley too. Party popper emoji.
Lost a bit away, but he's acting like he is. Yeah, I mean. And then what happens when he stops taking the Ozempic? That's the other thing, too. I guess he'll just stay on it forever. Which then ain't cheap.
תלמיד ישיבה הולך עם תספורת מעליות. זה תספורת של גוי או של יהודי? גוי. תספורת שוקו וניל. זה יהודי או גוי? גוי. בלורית זה תספורת של יהודי או גוי? גוי. מכנסיים. צמוד...
What in the fuck is this?
כמו נקניקיה מסלוסי. זה גוי או יהודי? זה גוי. שתי מקלות של מטאטא של סנוקר הולכות. אתה גנב! אתה גנב!
מה יש לך? למה את בוכה? אין לי מושג.
אני לא רוצה לצאת! אוי! מה יש לך? גרביונים עם כוכבים. שמעתם? פעם כוכבים חשבתי רק בשמיים. הם ירדו לגרביונים. משקה חדש יצא. פסיפלורה משוגעת. ראשי טרור פסי...
What in the fuck? Okay. That was definitely a video. Is Ozempic prescribed? It's one of those drugs where you can basically just tell your doctor you want it and they'll write you a prescription for it. So, it's one of those that, yeah, you technically need a prescription, I'm pretty sure, but anybody can get it. It's not hard to get. You just, like, go on one of those fucking phone doctor, like, you know, providers. Say, hey, I want a prescription for Ozempic. And then they just ask you some generic questions and tell you what to say. And then they give you a prescription for it. But your insurance won't cover it. You have to pay for it out of pocket. It's kind of like Viagra. You just call the doctor and say, hey, I need some, you know, medication because my dick don't work. Can I get a Viagra prescription? And they're like, sure. There you go. So it's kind of in the same category as that, where you can call like these services and they write you a prescription for like $50 and then you're good to go. Dude, dude, I would never take Ozempic. That shit thins the layers of your heart. Like, it thins the layers of, like, the different, I guess, sections of your heart. So, people are going to have a shit ton of heart problems from taking it, apparently. So, yeah, no, I'm good. I don't take any sort of pharmaceutical. I don't have to. It's a bad idea, generally speaking, to take any form of pharmaceuticals. Yeah, we're going to have people who are like quadruple vaxxed, Ozempic taking, and taking antidepressants and other shit at the same time. They're going to be a complete fucking medical shit pile. I don't know, man. But like the problem is once you stop taking Ozempic, you get the weight back in a lot of cases. So you have to like basically stay on it forever. I don't know, man. Not worth it if you ask me. If you can't fix the habit that's the underlying problem, then it's not going to matter what you do. Yep, it's just an appetite suppressant. Doesn't it make, like, food taste disgusting to you, so you just don't eat? That's what I've heard, is, like, people who take it, it makes you hate food. So you just don't want to eat. Decreases appetite. Yeah, I don't know. Sounds like Adderall. Yeah, possibly. I know a lot of people like take ketamine to stay skinny. That's what all the girls do in California, especially in like LA, the wealthy like Beverly Hills bitches. They all like take ketamine in order to stay skinny. That and coke. But ketamine primarily. Here, let's look this up real quick. Let's just look up how Ozempic works. Let's just see.
The drug semaglutide is formulated to help people with type 2 diabetes control their blood sugar. Sold as Ozempic for diabetes, semaglutide is also approved as a weight loss drug under the brand name Wegovy.
Remove the V. Wegoy.
Both medications are self-administered once a week with an auto-injector.
Wegoy.
Ozempic and Wegovy are glucagon-like peptide 1, or GLP-1, agonists. This means that they stimulate the production of incretin, a naturally occurring hormone that helps people feel full longer by slowing the rate the stomach empties. Incretins also impact the hypothalamus, a part of the brain that controls...
Yeah, I've heard, too, another issue people are having with Ozempic is they're becoming extremely nutrient deficient because it does affect the digestion. Like, apparently they don't absorb, like, the same nutritional values from food that, like, a normal person would. So a lot of them are, like, vitamin and mineral deficient because they're not absorbing the correct, you know, vitamins and nutrients from the food that they eat.
Controls hunger signals, reducing hunger and cravings. A clinical trial conducted by the drug maker Novo Nordisk found that over the course of a 68-week study, those who took Wegovy lost 14.9% of their body weight. Those who received the placebo control lost just 2.4% of their weight. Because of how semaglutide affects the stomach, gastrointestinal side effects such as nausea and vomiting are possible. And once a patient discontinues semaglutide use, weight that has been lost can return. Wegovy is the only weekly GLP-1 treatment approved for weight loss, but competition is coming. Eli Lilly has a drug which is expected to win approval this year, and Amgen, Pfizer, and others are developing rival drugs that promise less frequent dosing, more substantial weight loss, or fewer side effects.
Yep, just pump yourself full of chemicals, dude. Just keep pumping yourself full. It's crazy, man. If you really wanted to lose the weight, just stop eating. So, eat just meat and vegetables. You can pretty much eat as much meat and vegetables as you want and not gain weight. It's very hard to gain weight if you're just eating lean meats and, you know, like sauteed vegetables or something. Like, you're not really going to put on the pounds eating that. Nope, you can get carbs from the vegetables you eat. Like green beans, for example, have lots of carbs. You don't need to eat bread. Z here with the 5, just got my new car. Let's go. New year starting good. Well, congratulations, man. That's awesome. Very cool. The easiest vegetable is I like to buy like the little French green beans from the grocery store. They come in like this microwavable bag, and you just microwave them for like I think 3 minutes, and then they're ready to go. That's the easiest. I like green beans a lot, though. Green beans, to me, are, like, the best vegetable overall. Something tells me Griffin's gonna end up dating a chubby chick in 20... Yeah, dude, I gotta put down an investment, right? Since all the bitches are getting bigger... You gotta find a fat chick and fix her. It's the brutal reality, but no. I don't think I'm gonna be dating anyone this year. Just like the last and the years before that. I become a feeder? I don't think so. Why would I get pleasure from watching someone become obese? The fuck? Dude, I don't think you guys realize, like, you know, my ideal woman is, like, super skinny. Like, very, very skinny. I'm not into the thick. So, the thick and, you know, curvy or whatever BBW bullshit I'm not into. Tall and skinny for the win. As tall as me? Taller. No, I don't really care that much. Like, I guess 5'6" would be good. I don't want to date like a little tree stump chick. So like 5'6" would be good. 5'7", 5'8", 5'9", 5'10". I mean, I don't really care if she's taller than me. That wouldn't even bother me. But she has to be attractive. So, not one of those, like, really weird, malformed, like, disproportionate, you know, body parts looking lanky type chicks. But, you know, whatever. No thick thighs or big titties. Yo, the best example was this. Hold on, let's see. I used to be able to look this up. This was like the easiest way. Was this the chick? Like that. This body type. There you go. It's the perfect example. This body type is, like, perfect. So. Whale. Too thin? Yeah, nah. That's perfect. Needs more ass. If I remember correct, nah, dude, that's like, yeah, I was about to say, I think they turn around. Yeah, that's perfect, bro. I wouldn't change a thing. I wouldn't change a thing. That's like literally the perfect body type. Period. So, yup. Perfect, bro. Simping for a man? Oh my god. But yeah, that to me is like perfect. You know, that's the perfect proportions if you ask me. Not anorexic, but skinny. And let's see, Z-Herb with the 10. The Deputy of Health and Human Services announced freezing all child care funds to Minnesota. Tim Walz quote tweeted it, blaming Trump. Can't believe he was almost VP for you. I know, dude. And the sad thing is once Trump's gone, his type have a better chance of winning than any right-wing candidate. Period. So, it's going to be brutal. She's not hot enough, needs more fat. I know, dude. And she needs sleeve tattoos, a belly button piercing, nipple piercings, a septum ring, and neon pink hair. And then perfect, dude. With one side of her head shaved. Damn, that sound. I know, dude. Wouldn't it be hot? That's every guy's dream.
Yeah, I'll destroy the nest.
Loki, what are you doing, bro? I'm so confused. Why are you not healing? It's your fault, bro. That we just did that shit.
I did my job. I got the nest.
Bro, dude, that's not your fucking job, bro.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you retired?
Bro, why are we banning people's characters, bro? Are we alright? Yo, you could throw, bro, honestly, bro. I wouldn't blame you if you throw.
Please don't.
Throw, bro, because there's no way he just did that, bro. I would throw.
We don't need a Widow, man. She's not good right now.
Bro, why are you doing that, bro?
I just blocked him from throwing on Widow.
Yo, throw, bro. Yo, I'm gonna throw for you, honestly, Widow, bro. That's crazy.
Let's throw on a different character. Yo, lock the fuck in, bro.
Why'd we ban Widow, though?
He wanted to suck dick, bro. That's the only reason why he fucking banned that shit, bro. He's clearly a dick sucker.
She's not good right now. She might be F tier, actually.
You're not making it better, bro.
Yo, Gru.
Daryl Zone with the 5. I'm gonna bring my 3 Pokemon cards to GameStop to get them graded for PSA.
All right, awesome.
So, first
Thanks,
time
All right.
getting my Pokemon cards graded. Wish me luck. Well, good luck. May your 10s, I guess, materialize. I don't know. What are you sending in?
Lock the fuck in, bro. What you doing?
Please heal. Stop the damage.
My bad.
What is PS? I think it's Professional Sports Authentication or something like that. If I'm not mistaken.
I'm more cloaked than daggers.
I hate you.
You have self heals, bro.
Shut up. I'm trying to.
Whether you get back on heals, bro.
Shut the fuck up. You're so bad.
Man. Fucking teammates I get.
You're your own worst enemy, man.
Ulting now?
What are we?
I didn't know my C&D was playing cloak only, I see.
Time to switch things up.
I'm more cloaked than daggers.
Unfortunate.
No wonder we avoided you, Cloak.
Alright, well, let's not waste any more time, right?
Yeah, just go ahead and surrender and get this shit over with.
Yeah, I gotta take my ass back first.
Nah, hell no.
Come on, bro, just surrender, bro.
Yo, come on.
Just surrender, bro, come on.
Finn, you know you want to do it. Moon Knight, you know you want to do it. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get it going.
Point, let's get this shit started.
Bro, please, bro. Let's not waste any more fucking time. One more, bro. Holy shit. You're actually animal.
Alright, cloak is out now.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Hell
You trolling, bro. You trolling. Yeah, I gotta be good again.
Is Marvel Rivals still played? I haven't really heard people talk about this game at all. It kind of just vanished after a while. Actually, it's faster just to scroll through the overall. Let's see. Marvel Rivals Community Hub. Oh yeah, they still got a decent player base. Interesting. You don't really hear too much about it anymore, but I guess it just has its player base, and you know, they just stick to it.
We got it. There's no other way.
Y'all doing this again?
Bro, Mimic, I know you want to get to your next game.
Yeah, we making progress, bro. Can I get some heals, man? No heals,
You know what's
no
happening
pills,
behind you,
GG.
right?
Fucking negative, bro. Like, oh god.
You suck. I don't get it. Are you like high or
Lock in, man.
something?
Lock in.
Yeah, lock the fuck in.
All right,
Drewski
awesome.
with the
Thanks,
5.
nigga. All right.
I think the hugest problem in the union is bureaucracy. I understand the need for regulation, but our taxes should be used to get people licensed. Dude, yeah, the bureaucracy is, you know, the root of all evil, because they're the ones who are like ingrained that, you know, stop anything from ever changing. So, yeah, we need to completely gut the bureaucracy. But the thing is the federal jobs are basically a form of indirect welfare, because most of the people who work in the bureaucracy really don't do anything other than obstruct and slow down the process, and that's all done by design. So, yeah, it's just another form of essentially welfare. A lot of people get paid a lot of money who really should not. Team Rocket's Mewtwo, Misty, Psyduck, and Pikachu. They're all special. Oh, okay. So the Pikachu from Surging, I'm guessing. And then Misty is from... Is that from Destined or from Journey Together? I'm not sure. And then, yeah, Team Rocket's Mewtwo, obviously, is from... whatever the fuck it's called. Shit! Why can I not think of the name? Destined Rivals. You want to see my Team Rocket's Mewtwo? I'll pull it up real quick.
You, talking to you.
I mean, yeah, bro. I too would try to 1v1 a fucking Daredevil.
So dog shit.
You might be the biggest dunderhead I played with all day.
Fight. It's not my
Hey,
fault.
bro.
The balance is
I
ass,
guess
not
you're
my
a fucking
fault.
dunderhead, bro. Not a single thing goes
I'm
through your
lagging,
rock-ass
too.
brain. You got a rock brain.
I'm lagging, bro. Yo, follow me, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm not following you to your death, bro.
I wouldn't have died if you followed me.
Yo, back up. We're not fighting this ult.
Well, PK, now that you said you don't want to see it, I definitely want to pull it up. This is the real Rocket's Mewtwo EX. This shit's hard as fuck, bro. Look at that. This is such a great copy. It's got a swirl right by its hand. So it looks like it's using like fucking Shadow Ball on the actual card. Like, it is so rare to get like the perfect swirl placement like that. But yeah, this is the real Rocket's Mewtwo EX. This is like a $1,900 card. So if it was a 10, I think it's like 15 or 16,000. It's an expensive 10. But yeah, the 9 is like 1,900 bucks. But yeah, the swirl placement is just absolutely god tier. I'd never sell it just because of that. But I have 2 of those.
Magneto, bro, you're playing scared. I don't know.
No, I'm not. I'm just playing not stupid. And this is fucking different.
Oh, we lost the first round, too.
Dude, do I look like a dive tank, bro? Or with any movement? No. Why the fuck would I push just to die?
You have supports, bro.
If we get one Punisher, we fuck up both their tanks. Just throwing that out there.
Mag switch, please. Punisher.
Hey, you gotta be joking, bro.
Griffin gonna talk about Pokemon cards on his first date? Maybe. Have you ever thought about diversifying your portfolio with Pokemon slabs and sealed product? Z-Herb with the 5. This, you see what they said on the new James Bond game. Basically said, for a modern audience, is a complete red flag. Yeah, that is a red flag. That means it's going to be slop.
We need Punisher, Mag.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm being kidnapped. Help me. Help me. Help me.
Yeah, I tried, brother. I tried.
Emma, next time, grab the Angela, please.
So the healers are like not it at all. We don't need an Adam as a second healer.
No, we do need an Adam. We need protection. That's what we need. Your supports are dying, bro.
Okay, GG, bro. GG, bro. No, we don't need an Adam as a second healer. I don't know how you don't understand that. Yeah, we can't do anything because our healers are terrible.
Do I have an Aerith outfit so I can force my girl to wear it if I get one? No, I'll just give her a red leather jacket and not say a fucking word.
Oh, you're not healing.
Yeah, I peeled and I get disintegrated because I can't get healed. Yeah, GG, bro.
Born again.
Yeah, on some like random Christmas or birthday, one of the gifts will be like one of those halfway down red leather jackets, and I'm not gonna say a word about what it's for. You know?
Yeah, GG.
Stop saying GG. Have some faith.
Yeah, no, I don't know, bro. This shit might be reps.
But this shit is for sure reps. GG. How much you want to bet the Adam at the end of the game is gonna have like 5k heals?
Hell no.
Oh, you're just wasting your time. I just surrender. No, surrender. You're terrible. We don't want you on our team.
Yo, Adam, you're actually some cheeks, bro. You have absolute no game.
They're running triple heals and you're still playing Spider-Man. What the fuck are you doing?
Watch this, watch this. Kobe. Stranger pushing up way too far.
No, we literally have no damage because we have a fucking Spider-Man.
Get off tank.
It's not even
no
pushed
damage.
up way too far. We're on fucking point, bro. The damage is ass. The damage is ass.
You're pushing up too far.
Because I've been the fucking only tank for the whole game, dipshit.
I'm tank too, bro.
You joined tank at the end of the last game, but only reason we were moving was because of me that last game. Fuck out of here.
Excuses.
Bruh, I'm getting walls. The only person shooting walls is Punisher. I am not getting healed. Maybe if we had a different DPS, we could be moving more than 2 fucking inches.
Let me tank, bro. Hop off tank. I just said hop off tank, bro. More than twice my deaths. Yeah, it's just a tank diff. I don't know.
We'll see the stats.
Why is there a Black Widow?
He's throwing.
Sick.
Maybe he just plays Black Widow.
I think for the love of God, please play someone else in Widow.
Since he's throwing, I'll just throw too. Fuck it.
Bro, what?
I mean, fuck it. We can't win a 5v6. Might as well.
Yeah.
Everyone start throwing.
And you're still on Widow, bro.
What's the big deal about a red leather jacket? Really? Do I have to explain this? There you go. That's all the context you need.
What Widow?
So we got the Widow, who's not really trolling. They're just playing Widow. And then we got the intentional troller.
If he swaps, I'll swap.
I mean, you're clearly more egregious than this guy. You're ending on purpose. This dude just bad. They're not the same thing. Like, what?
The tab doesn't lie. The tab doesn't
This
lie.
dude might just be bad. You're ending on purpose. What?
Yeah, I'm not gonna agree with.
Bro said, you're not a pro level player? I'm inting. What?
We're gonna lose anyway, so this Widow.
We're gonna lose anyway. Just FF. Like, what?
Nope.
Alright, we have to wait for you to enact your justice. My bad. Gotta teach this guy why you shouldn't play Widow.
Move on, bro.
Tell him to swap, please.
Let's stop being a fucking faggot. You know, that's also an option.
Watch your language, man. No need for that.
Kill your.
Fuck it. Let's go. Let's quit.
Thank God.
Get me out.
One more vote, bro.
Who says no here?
You guys are gonna sell. I don't know, man.
Who says no?
You got it.
You're 0-7 running it down! You're selling! You got a Black Friday sale on that shit! Holy fuck!
Run it down. You got this.
Wait, no, it's actually gonna be clutching overtime. Watch this.
Invis low. I said run it down. I'm gonna deal some goddamn damage. I'll handle it. It's fine. Yo, stop pinging.
Why don't you turn
Because you're
around and
being
fucking
annoying.
heal me for 2 seconds then, bro? Like, what the fuck?
It's annoying, bro.
I'm at 200 fucking health, dude.
You have a
Why did they have to copy the obnoxious Overwatch shouts?
Invis right there, bro.
Buddy, alright, dude. I'm just fucking. I might just leave, bro. We gotta fucking.
The game just started,
I thought
bro.
we were done with the DPS fucking Loki shit. Like you can't just fucking look at me for 2 seconds after the fight was over. Like
The only thing I can think of when I hear those Overwatch shouts is the thing me and my friends used to say when McCree used to say, "It's high noon." Instead, it was, "It's time to hang some," and you know, insert word.
What the fuck?
You
The
can
fight wasn't
guess.
over.
Bro, we won.
Like, are you blind or like?
Dude, you were a fucking.
It rhymes with noon.
I took 2 out. Push, please.
And ironically enough, you know, the friend who I mainly played Overwatch with was black, and he's the one that came up with that shit.
Bro, we have nobody on card.
Then get on cart.
Stop trying to fucking DPS. We fucking winning already.
I'm not trying. I'm succeeding.
Like our fucking Sue is just stranded alone because of you.
Learn how to peel, bro. Oh my fucking. And you get off.
No, it's not. It's not the gamer word. It's the one that rhymes with noon.
Yeah, bro, it's the 22-0 Strange is the fucking problem, bro, not the fucking Loki.
It's literally Scarlet Witch and Moon Knight on controller.
I mean, dude, it's the fucking Loki.
Official end pass holder, yeah.
Dude. I've seen him waste his fucking lamps like in our spawn several times.
But yeah, basically the reason why we said that shit is because the first time he heard it, he thought that's what it said. Like some form. I don't remember exactly what it was. It was like he thought they said the word coon. And so, yeah, it just kind of got morphed from there. So, yeah. Good times, man. You know, I do kind of miss having like a large friend group that played online games together, because it did make for some interesting moments for sure. But at the same time, there's not really many multiplayer games worth playing now with friends, unfortunately.
We have 3 of 6 people just throwing the game.
Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
Like, peak Overwatch back in 2016 was truly something special. That game was fun as fuck, man. I do miss, you know, Overwatch in its prime.
Bro.
All right, fine.
Fucking Invis is fighting for her fucking life. Like, I'm trying to fucking peel for her, but like, it's tough, man.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Dude, if you're on a controller, just jump off a fucking brick. You think that you're good, dude? I'll happily 1v1 you. We can do like a 99 to 1 head start. I'll beat you 99 times in a fucking row.
Ooh. I mean, are we just not gonna go on card, bro? Like, what do you mean back up? I was solo holding point, bro. Are we just giving them the point?
We have to. Our DPS up.
Controller players. I'd rather have AI than controller players on my team. Like, our cloak is frontlining right now.
I'm more cloak than dagger. GG.
Yo, queue up again, cloak, because I'm avoiding you, and that's gonna be the freest.
No pills, no pills.
Fuck you, cloak.
Trash range, no pills.
Yeah, bro. So trash, 25 and 5.
Now we have to deal with Penny on her most dominant map.
Don't worry, I'll destroy the nest.
Yeah, Lucky, can you kill me, dog? Like, I'm low on the video.
I got the nest, we're good.
Lucky, why are you all... Lucky, why are you all the way over there?
Shh, one at a time, one at a time.
Lucky, why are you all down the other side of the map, bro?
The nest down, we're good.
You got it, man.
The nest is more
And now she has it back. Just worry about healing, bro. Fuck. Go get the nest.
Nest down, got one.
Lucky, what are you doing, bro? I'm so confused. Why are you not healing? Why are you just running around the map?
Did you all die? Fuck.
Like, what are you doing, bro?
It's fine. Phoenix,
All right.
shoot the shit. I'm gonna go Spider-Man deal with the Moon Knight.
New strategy, this isn't working. Someone get that nest before I do it.
Bro, can you switch off Loki, please, bro? They have a Moon Knight also. They literally counter you in every way.
I'm doing fine.
Bro, you're
not doing fine.
Loki, can you kill our teammates, bro?
Can you guys come out of the spawn?
We can't
walk. You're not, but you gotta stand behind us and heal us, bro.
Do you know how to play Loki?
Need some heals, bro? Good work.
See how much easier this is, Lucky?
Good round.
It's your fault, bro. We just did that shit.
I did my job, I got the nest.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, this game, to me, like, it's just visual overload.
Bro,
dude, that's not your fucking job, bro.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Like, that is not your job, bro. What are you talking about? You
stay Rocky, I'm gonna go Penny.
Let's see. Schizo Garcia with a 5. Watch Wings. Best Stroll. Okay. This is just a Goyslav version of the oh yeah guy. This is Normie Slav. Alright, yeah, we can take a look.
Dude, Loki, how did you make it to this rank? We have flow call. Okay, Cloak, when I said you have ult, you don't mean ult immediately.
Well, GG.
You're fucking terrible, bro. No wonder why your name is Young Shiesty 12, bro. You're fucking ass.
1v1 me.
Alright. And then let me pull up that one. It's just 2 minutes. We can watch it. Let's do this first.
Fuck on. Who invited this troll? Oh my god, Clarky, what are you doing?
I don't know. I think the best Wings troll was Webby. Fucking leave, dude.
You doing?
I don't know.
Oh my lord, Clarky, fuck off. You're a goddamn troll. Ban anybody with the name Clarky __ARD. That's a troll name. It's a fucking troll name right there. Fuck you, Clarky. Cheese Johnson 69, what were you doing over there? You should have been watching the flank, dude. Come on. Fuck.
Who the fuck is this clown?
Trying to get this surgery, man. I can't take this shit no more, man. Fuck.
Dude, that's just not even funny, bro.
And they turned out to be like guys that couldn't control themselves from like.
Hi, Lean Channel. Hi. BGT, what are you doing? What are you doing here, BGT? Clarky, it's a new BGT. You can leave now, BGT. Your diamond's up, dude. Tired of carrying you, man. You're 2-7 every goddamn game. You can't fucking aim. Like, come on.
Dude, the Overwatch sweats are all like Koreans. I don't know, like any game that's predominantly played by Asians just becomes ungodly sweaty. It ruins the game, honestly. Because it's like you can't just have fun. Because Koreans treat gaming like it's a fucking job. Like more so than any other, I guess, ethnicity. You know, the Koreans just like literally fucking autistically obsess over one game.
I do not advocate MNK, even though half my team uses it. I do not advocate it, though.
Oski Woski with the 5. I really do miss shit talking. I used to be so toxic back in the Overwatch days. Now, though, it's just all so tiresome. Yeah. You get banned for anything now. But yeah, that's the thing. It's like everybody could banter and say, you know, funny shit, racist shit, whatever, and nobody actually fucking cared. It was all in good fun. But now we live in the hug box society where you can't say anything mean, dude.
It's fucking bullshit. It's fucking cheating.
Lord, do you wanna
ban anybody who uses MNK in my chat room. Understand? Mods, what are you doing? They are using MNK, mods. Come on. Figure it out. I'm trying to get a payment check here. You understand? God, fuck. I got this surgery coming up, man. It's only $1,300. Wendy's chili. Big ol'.
Why does he have him? I guess he's just taking it in.
Bowl of chili.
Can I ask you a question?
Where am I? Where's the chili? Yeah, what's up?
By the way, just going forward, if you give me usernames to invite, such as Sorcery Gave Cheesehead 94, I'm just going. Time's a ticking. What we got?
Oh, come the fuck on. Where was he? Oh, come on. Oh, my lord, dude. Holly, quit trying to fucking rush him, dude. My diamond. My diamond. I'm 2-7, but it's my diamond. Oh, my lord. BGT, where the fuck were you?
Here. Dude, just why are you up?
Rock bottom. Anyway. What's up, pimps?
Brutal. Yeah, carry diamond.
Listen to me. Television is not the truth. Television is a goddamn amusement park. Television.
Well, let's see. Z-Herb with the 5. My grandfather used to tell me stories of him and his friends bashing the gays back when Australia was a polite society, I suppose. Yeah, I know, exactly. What are you talking about, bro? That generation was the original anti-fascist. Yeah, it's just insane. The revisionist history that, you know, leftoids love to, you know, proclaim when it comes to Western civilization is truly unmatched.
It's a circus, a carnival, a traveling troupe of acrobats, storytellers, dancers, singers, jugglers, sideshow freaks, lion tamers, and football players. We're in the boredom killing business.
You know, first of all, let me say this. We, you know, some of these folks, I understand the money involved, but they need to grow the hell up. Sports is theater.
Hello, I'm author Brian Toohey. Since 2010, I've written 4 books about sports and corruption. The Fix is In, Larceny Games, A Season in the Abyss, and The Fix is Still In. I've also written for the likes of Sports Illustrated, Sports on Earth, and Vice Sports. And somehow I can be called a scholarly authority as I've been cited before the United States Supreme Court. But mainly what I do is talk about game fixing in sports. I approach this from 2 different angles. The first is from the sports gambling aspect of things.
The college kids are fixing games right now.
Again, you don't want to put a blanket over everybody, but is it going on now? Absolutely.
What about pro players? They don't need the money as badly.
Not anymore. Back in my day, yes. We put a lot of guys in trouble because if they lost 50, 100, I used to tell a guy when I had a bookmaker coming to me and we had the Jets, they were gambling. And they said, Mike, the guy's into me for 50,000. Should I cut him off? I said, why would you?
Didn't Andrew Tate recently bet on his own boxing match? Apparently he put like 10 million on him losing or some shit. I don't know if he was just bullshitting, but apparently he made like $88 million voting, or I guess not voting, betting on himself to lose or something, like something crazy. I don't know how true that is.
You cut him off. You're writing an entry on a piece of paper. Let him get into you for $250,000 because he will. Usually athletes don't gamble. They're not smart gamblers. Just let him get into you deep and then bring him to me. Because I tell him straight out, look, you owe a gambling debt, whether it be here in Vegas, you're going to pay. You can't walk away from your debt. So let's figure it out. How are you going to do it? So if you don't bring me the money by Monday, I'll give you another way out. You guys are favored to win by 14, by 10, by 7.
Dude, gambling is such a fucking, you know, how should I word this? Zog activity. Gambling is just retarded. Genuinely. All it is take money from people. It's just yet another scheme to extract more and more money from you. Further thrusting you into debt. Schizo Garcia with the 5. In our grandparents' age, they had a law called the White Australia Policy, and the country has been on a downward spiral since they got rid of it. Yeah, same with the U.S. You know, prior to Hart-Celler, you know, it was basically impossible to emigrate to the United States as a non-white. So, 1965, baby, it all fucking changed. So, yup, we have our own version of that. Hart-Celler is what opened the floodgates for the U.S.
You're a quarterback. First time you get the ball, you put it in the other receiver's hands. You're a running back. First time you get the ball, you put it on the ground. Drop it. You know, let me worry about the rest.
In short, you might have been a Yankee fan, and I'm not saying it was the Yankees. You really didn't give a damn about these guys.
No. You know, when it comes to that, it was business.
Despite the denials of the NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, and others, who in the past actually hired Mr. Francesi to talk to their athletes about the dangers of sports, gambling, and game fixing, most everyone can agree that this has happened in the past and will likely occur again in the future. I mean, if it's been proven, and it has been, that the world's most popular sport has seen matches fixed in the world's most watched sporting event, then why is everyone in denial about the possibility of a regular season NBA game being fixed? Especially when one of the league's team owners said this on a national radio show.
You know, the Mavs, once we were eliminated from the playoffs, we did everything possible to lose games.
Can you say that again, Mr.?
We did everything possible to lose games. Oy vey, Mark Bolshevitsky, or whatever his fucking actual last name is. Hold on, let's see. Mark Cuban, real last name. There we go, Chabaninsky. Shortened by his Russian Jewish grandparents.
Mr. Billionaire Mark Cuban?
You know, the Mavs, once we were eliminated from the playoffs, we did everything possible to lose games.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is how an NBA owner fixes a game. Not with a gun, but with a steak dinner. So, in line with such a public pronouncement, what I'm here to discuss is the other type of fixing which occurs in sports today. That is when the leagues themselves manipulate or outright fix their own games for entertainment purposes. Of course, this is considered a conspiracy theory, and I've been dubbed the king of sports conspiracies. But I think if you'll bear with me and watch this video, the evidence I'll present will prove to you that this is the case. Now, I know you don't have a lot of time, and there's a whole bunch of cat videos out there to watch, so go ahead and rev up this presentation to 1.5 times normal speed, and I'll try to make these 5 points as concisely as possible. Here we go. Fact number 1. Revenue sharing. All leagues share revenue. As much as the owners like to portray that it's our team versus the entire league, on the money side of things, it's all for one and one for all. The NHL does this, the NBA does this, and heck, even Major League Baseball owners share revenue. It's what keeps many small market teams in business. How each league accomplishes this is a complex mess of dollars and equations, but trust me, they all do it. More than any other league, though, NFL owners share somewhere between 70 and 80% of all revenue the league takes in. The vast majority of this money comes directly from each league's broadcast rights. In other words, TV money, which is why wins and losses are virtually meaningless to each team's bottom line. What matters is star athletes and storylines. They garner the highest ratings, generate more ad revenue, and land the best TV deals, which in turn means there's more money for everyone involved. So, no matter which team is on the receiving end of a championship ring,
it's all about the drama.
Every team will profit when the dream season is maximized. Fact 2. While we casually call them sports, the NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL, NASCAR, and the rest are all in fact businesses. They don't play the games for free. They play them to make money, and this has been going on since about 1869. The NFL actually argued this very fact before the Supreme Court, with their lawyers stating that the NFL's teams compete as a unit in the entertainment marketplace. The WWE, professional wrestling, which is admittedly scripted sports entertainment, exists in this exact same marketplace as the NFL, NBA, and the rest. They are all just a form of show business, and the athletes are the entertainers. Let me run a scenario past you. A wealthy owner hires a general manager who in turn appoints a staff to oversee an operation which includes trainers, equipment managers, and coaches. Then the general manager seeks out the best employees available, each of whom is a specialized talent capable of doing what few others in the world can do. Once this roster is assembled, the coaches work with them, teach them, train them, and push them to be the very best they can possibly be. The work is choreographed and practiced time and again until it becomes routine, muscle memory even, and can be executed with split-second timing and precision. Then, when the time comes, this troupe is brought out to perform in front of a paying audience who marvel at...
Let's see. Shaka Gaming with the 3. I bet Griffin couldn't catch a sports ball. Loser? What is a sports ball loser? Like a 400-pound guy that just gargles fucking beer while he watches football all day.
The athleticism on display. Now, what did I just describe? A circus, a ballet troupe, or an NFL team? Truth be told, there's little difference between the inner workings of each operation. What's different is the perception of the audience. The circus is a performance. Ballet is art. Football is a sport. But in reality, in each case, what is on display is merely entertainment. Don't believe me? Listen to this.
Well, we sell fantasy. We don't sell reality. And we have grown men and women, in costumes, playing for millions of dollars, and more importantly, enthralling tens of millions of people. And furthermore, we sell competition. Our teams and our athletes have to be...
You hear that? Enthralling tens of millions of people. Enthralling. If you know what a thrall is, then yeah, congratulations. You're a slave.
Bitter rivals and competitors on the field of play, but they've got to be partners off the field of play. And we need rules. We sell uncertainty of outcome. And so we need rules, both playing rules, and frankly, we need economic rules.
But isn't the reality that it's a business when owners want it to be a business? It's a sport when they want it to be a sport. And for a fan, I agree with you, it's a fantasy.
Fact 3. The ticket you purchase to a sporting event is actually just a license to see the listed event. In other words, if you buy a ticket to a Major League Baseball game, the league and the team's only obligation is to play a baseball game. It doesn't mean the league's rules have to be followed, or that certain athletes need to appear or perform, or that the game played even needs to be legitimate. They just need to show up and put on an exhibition of baseball rather than, say, a volleyball game, and Major League Baseball has fulfilled its duty to the ticket purchaser. Don't believe me? This has been proven in court with the Spygate lawsuit. In that case...
Choggy Gaming with the 3. Griffin's so gay, he couldn't catch a football. Well, if I was good at handling balls, wouldn't that mean I'm more likely to be gay? I don't know.
A New York Jets fan sued the New England Patriots for illegally, by the NFL's rules, videotaping their opponent's coaching signals. The lawsuit asked for the Jets ticket holders' money back from the past 10 years' worth of games, the duration of the Patriots cheating via this videotaping scheme. The Third Circuit Court of Appeals' main conclusion in this case was the following. At best, he, the plaintiff, possessed nothing more than the contractual right to a seat from which to watch an NFL game between the Jets and the Patriots, and this right was clearly honored. The plaintiff possessed either a license or, at best, a contractual right to enter Giant Stadium and to have a seat from which to watch a professional football game. In the clear language of the ticket stub, this ticket only grants entry into the stadium and a spectator's seat for the specified NFL game. The plaintiff actually was allowed to enter the stadium and witness the specified NFL game between the Jets and the Patriots. He thereby suffered no cognizable injury to a legally protected right or interest. The judge went on to conclude, we do not condone the conduct on the part of the Patriots and the team's head coach, and we likewise refrain from assessing whether the NFL sanctions and its alleged destruction of the videotapes themselves were otherwise appropriate. We further recognize that professional football, like other professional sports, is a multi-billion-dollar business. In turn, ticket holders and other fans may have legitimate issues with the manner in which they are treated. Significantly, our ruling also does not leave the plaintiff and other ticket holders without any recourse. Instead, fans could speak out against the Patriots, their coach, and the NFL itself. In fact, they could even go so far as to refuse to purchase tickets or NFL-related merchandise. However, the one thing they cannot do is bring a legal action in a court of law. And if that's the best protection a ticket provides a fan, which is basically zero protection at all, do you honestly believe watching a game on television grants one more legal rights to a fair game? So did you hear that, sports fans? Stop trying to sue a team or league when there's a bad call that goes against you. You cannot win. Not in a court of law. Fact 4. There's no federal law preventing a league from fixing its own game.
Could you imagine suing fucking Sports Ball Inc. because of a bad call in a game? Like, Jesus Christ, man.
Let me state that again in case you do have this cranked up to 2 times the normal playback speed. There is no federal law preventing a league from fixing its own game. There are 2 federal laws that do come close.
Who cares?
The first is known as the quiz show law, because, believe it or not, the television networks in the 1950s used to fix their game shows in exactly the manner I allege sports are rigged today. And for the
If you're not a gambling degenerate, none of this shit even matters. Truly.
very same purposes, to make them more exciting and to keep people watching. In a nutshell, the quiz show law states that it is illegal to alter or rig the outcome of an intellectual contest for broadcast purposes. The key word in the law is intellectual, as this law does not apply to physical or other types of contests. In other words, you couldn't legally fix the outcome of Jeopardy, but you could tamper with Survivor, The Bachelor, or the NFL because none of these contests are intellectual in nature. The other law of note on the books is the Sports Bribery Act of 1964, which was passed to protect the integrity of sports from the mafia and other gambling interests. It reads in its entirety, whoever carries into effect, attempts to carry into effect, or conspires with any other person to carry into effect any scheme in commerce to influence in any way by bribery any sporting contest, with knowledge that the purpose of such scheme is to influence by bribery that contest, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 5 years or both. The key word here being bribery. If a league instructs one of its employees, be it an official, a coach, or an athlete, to influence and or manipulate an outcome in a certain manner, such action does not break this law. Bribery has not occurred.
It's a terrific start that led to a 14-point lead at one point, but it's down to 5. What changed those last few minutes for you guys?
You want me to be honest with you?
Yes.
You guys are the whistles.
Believe it or not, no one has ever been arrested for violating the Sports Bribery Act in relation to an NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, or NHL game, and that includes former NBA ref Tim Donaghy. Fact 5. This is the saddest point of all, and one that everyone should now be aware of. It is legal for the media to lie to you. In the era of President Trump, it's become clear that fake news is everywhere. This holds true for sports coverage as well. In fact, what's...
Yeah, it is legal. Obama gave us that one. So, you can thank Barack for making it legal for the media to lie on the air. Ryan Miller with the 5. RFK Jr. has cut all federal funding to Minnesota because of the Somali fraud. And they have been... there have been more raids conducted. Trump admin is not playing around. Yeah, but they need to go after the actual, like, politicians in Minnesota. They should haul Tim Wall's gay little ass in fucking chains and throw his ass in a cell. Because all that corruption goes straight to the top. So they need to go after the real targets, which are, you know, the wonderful politicians, you know, representing the state of Minnesota. But I don't know. The problem is no judge will actually allow it to go to trial because they're all bought. So the whole system's fucked, man, unfortunately. Most likely it's not going to lead to anything changing.
For sports fans is that the major networks, which are owned by gigantic media conglomerates, literally fund professional sports. The NFL, NBA, and the rest could not exist as they do without television's money. In fact, every player's salary is paid for by the television networks. The reason the cap space rises each year is because television is pumping more and more money into sports leagues because it's become the last thing broadcast on television that needs to be consumed live as it happens. Without TV's money, sports as we know it ceases to exist. So ESPN, NBC Sports, TNT Sports, and all the rest won't negatively cover sports or do deep investigations into corruption in sports because they fund sports. It's their biggest form of entertainment. It's their most watched programs. It's all just show business. These 5 facts are undeniable, and being true, with nothing preventing the league from manipulating or fixing one of its own games, wouldn't it be the best business decision to do so? To give the fans exactly the type of drama they crave? The clear answer is yes. So you can debate which players, referees, teams, and games have been influenced, but it doesn't really matter. Because if just one game, just one, was intentionally manipulated by a league, then every game that league presents becomes suspect. The league's integrity vanishes, and without that, what's left? What is there to sell you besides their integrity?
Remember what's going on. More and more throughout this country, gambling is being legalized. Yes. So you have a lot of people betting a lot of money on these games, and they see these referees, they all have, just like I have right now, they have an earpiece in.
Right.
So they're starting to say, again, conspiracy theories are flying. Right. This cloud of doubt is growing over the NFL. Are these games predetermined? Or did they want the Rams to go?
If the people ever think the outcome is already predetermined, it's over. Football is done.
And again, what did the owner of the New Orleans Saints say? Right. Gail Benson. What did she write in her response? She used the word integrity. She said this is called into question the integrity of the National Football League. Well, that's a strong word to use because after a while, once you lose your integrity.
What's funny is about integrity is, where is it? This guy, didn't he he got sued by like some OnlyFans chick that he apparently, you know, did some bad things to, allegedly. And I think originally he offered to settle for like $10 million and she declined, and they ended up, I think, settling for $50 million or something. Because, like, she had him dead to fucking rights over, like, you know, beating her or something. Like, it was something crazy. It was something crazy. Like, it's real, like, proof of sexual abuse or something like that. So, yeah, he got finessed hard by, you know, an OnlyFans chick. So... And right after the OnlyFans thought literally retired, but he was offering to settle it for $10 million originally. So you don't offer that type of settlement unless there's something there. So yeah, that's pretty bad, dude. He got I'm pretty sure, didn't he get fired from Fox over that too? I'm not sure. I don't remember. But, yeah. Dude, it's pretty crazy. Z here with the 5. What's blackpilling to me isn't seeing how slop new entertainment is, but watching or playing older stuff and seeing I've been propagandized all along. Yeah, exactly. Like, once you realize what's going on, you go back and look at everything with a much different lens. You know? The nostalgia isn't as sweet as it used to be on a lot of stuff. Price for a snow bunny, that's right. Although, to be fair, you got a better chance with a white chick than black women, because black women, like, are notorious for just suing. Or, you know, baby trapping or whatever. So, I saw, you know, of all people, apparently Kai Cenat, his girlfriend, like, he bought her a house, a car, and all this other shit, and she still cheated on him. It's like, bruh. It's wild, bro. Black women have some serious soul searching to do. Probably wasn't around. Nah, apparently she cheated on him with like some rapper or some shit. So, no, she upgraded. She upgraded. Or at least she thought, because I don't know if the rapper stuck around or not. I agree. His content is the epitome of Zog Slut. But yeah, it's like, who's that one woman that like dates all the 20-year-old like athletes who are right out of college, and she's like in her late 30s, and she's baby trapped like 5 or 6 of them? It's like, bro, how the fuck do people keep falling for this shit? Like, really? First of all, she's like a decade plus older than all of them. And second, she's already done it to like 5 people, and people, you know, keep falling for that shit. It's ridiculous.
Again, what did the owner of the New Orleans Saints say? Gail Benson. What did she write in her response? She used the word integrity. She said this is called into question the integrity of the National Football League. Well, that's a strong word to use, because after a while, once you lose your integrity.
Well, once you realize who owns the casinos and also who owns the sports teams, it all makes sense.
You're done. I think
once you realize that the people who own the casinos also own the sports teams, you know, things all start to line up. I don't know if there's a conflict of interest on that one or not. I'm just a chud. Yup, I'm an unlovable, unfuckable chud. What can I say? Who buys their girlfriend a car and a house? I mean, I guess if you just have that much money, it doesn't matter, but yeah, I wouldn't do that. The only way I'd buy a woman a house is if, you know, we were already married. So, otherwise, nah. Nope. Not gonna happen. That's crazy, dude. You know, you want to buy him like a gaming PC, a fucking, maybe a car you could justify, but a fucking house? Dog. Hell nah. Like, I could see buying, like, your girlfriend a car. That I don't think is crazy if you're, like, super wealthy. Like, you know, that's not that big a deal. You know, that's like the price of a watch or something. Like, you know, once you have buku fucking bucks, like, buying that's not a big deal. But a house is a big deal regardless of your income, period. So... You know, if I had like tens of millions of dollars in my bank account, I'd been dating somebody for a while, like, yeah, you know, I wouldn't really think twice about buying him a car as like a gift. You know, at that point, if you have that much money, it's like, it's nothing to you. if they actually needed the car. I don't know. Personally, I like giving people gifts. So I would be prone to splurge, but a fucking house? No way. Like, I enjoy giving gifts to people. But a fucking house? No. I don't care how much money I have. Dude, this shit's super blackpilling. Here.
Your mind with some facts about money real quick. This is $1.25. This is minimum wage in the 1960s, but you'll notice something special about these quarters. They are all made of silver. This is what you would expect to get. Now, what is the current modern day 2025 equivalent of this? Well, one of these quarters is worth about $14, which means $70 per hour is the equivalent of 5 silver quarters.
Jesus, man. Just think about that for a second. Minimum wage in 1960 in real currency was $70 an hour. It is now $7.25. Our money has lost 90% of its value through inflation over the years.
This is what a man would make in the 1960s, the bare minimum, which means if a man worked all day, he would make $560, which means if a man works 8 hours a week for 5 days a week, that's $2,800 at the end of the week. Do that for 52 weeks, that's $145,000 bare minimum. Minimum wage today is only $7.25 an hour. That means half of a silver quarter. Now, most men today make more than minimum wage. They make more than half a silver quarter an hour, but most men do not make 5 silver quarters in an hour. That is not going to happen. That's the equivalent of $70 an hour. That is not the world we live in. The dollar does not have the value and the spending power that it used to. Politicians, for decades, for our entire lives, have been devaluing the dollar each and every election cycle. They spend and spend and spend. They're more focused with appeasing voters and getting reelected than they are than putting the power back into this quarter right here. Our founding fathers warned against generational debt and ruining of currency and devaluation. Yep. So let's do ourselves.
That's why it was only legal to produce metal backed by metal coins containing precious metals and bills that were backed by precious metals. You know, gold and silver were required for the currency.
A favor and their grandchildren. Let's not do like our grandparents and just push the problem down the line so we have to.
This is exactly what killed the Roman Empire as well, too, is people lost faith in Roman currency, and the provinces started minting their own money because the Roman coins became less and less, like, based on precious metals, and they started mixing in, you know, cheaper metals in order to, you know, dilute the silver content. So history repeats itself.
To deal with it because they failed to deal with the money problems that our country created. Let's make America great again by making this valuable again.
I mean, it's like somebody posted a picture I saw on Twitter too, where it was like $5 worth of dimes, and the melt value of the dimes was like $300. It's like insane, bro. If you would have kept your $5 in dimes, you would have 60x'd your money. Like, that is insane. Because, you know, back in the day, a dime was 10 cents of silver. So, silver and the actual value of the coin were linked. See her with the 5. The taxation man is coming. Quick, hide the shekels and act poor. That's right, hide the roast. We're eating fucking mushrooms and cabbage. Hide the massive fucking slab of meat. And then bribe the tax collector. And still kvetch about getting a discount. Schizo Garcia with the 5. Watch dude cries while watching Star. Oh yeah, we've seen that. The fucking Star Wars soy boy. What was the other video? Shit. Did I lose it? I thought I had it open. Okay, no, I guess not. Yeah, I know who it is. Eric Butts. Oh, you know what we should watch? Hold on. I didn't watch it because I figured I forgot to pull this up. But he did a reaction to the fucking Supergirl trailer. And apparently he was bawling his eyes out for that too.
Hey everybody, welcome.
Oh my god, bro. End state consumerism.
Back trailer reaction time, and oh boy, I'm very excited for
And of course he's wearing a Paul McCartney shirt. Oh my god.
this. Today we have our very first teaser trailer. We knew it was coming, which kind of sucks I have to work today, but I gotta do what I gotta do. We have our very first teaser trailer.
Yeah, he's gonna be an emotional wreck after having to watch this at work.
For Supergirl, the latest James Gunn film in his DCU. He didn't direct this, people. I just wanted to briefly trigger people if I could for fun. That's what I do here. But he did not direct this. He did not write this. He is overseeing as the head of DCU. He like Kevin Feige this, okay? So, I mean,
Hunter eats Hunter with the 2. Griffin, oh boy, silver dude, let's go. Yep. I've got my silver coins right here. I don't know if the mic picked that up, but yeah, I got my tube of silver coins. They're worth $85 a piece. I looked it up. I paid $22 each. So I 4x'd my money in 3 years on these silver shekels I have sitting here. But yeah, pretty cool.
maybe some of his fingerprints are on it, but I see a lot of people. I haven't seen anything from the trailer except maybe one little shot I didn't want to see yet. But I loved his Superman. I loved his Superman. If you didn't love his Superman, that's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to like what I like, but I'm telling you, I loved it. It's every bit the Superman movie I've been looking for. It's possibly my favorite Superman movie of all time. I say possibly because I can't make that kind of judgment within the year of it coming out. I've got to sit with it for a while. But right now, it's at least up there against the original 78 Superman, if not better than that. I love David Cornsweet. I love everything he's done in this, the universe he's setting up, how much it really feels like Golden Age comic books and Superman the Animated Series. I signed up for the DC.
Let's get to the tears.
Comics app because I'm wanting to read Woman of Tomorrow, which I hopefully will get to soon. Just
oh my gosh,
you know, of course I sign up for it and then I get stupid busy. But I'm really, really excited for it. Have I said all the stuff? See this trailer without my face in the way? There's a link in the description below or something's popping up right about now. You can click on that, check it out, come back, watch me watch this. We're going to geek out over it together. I'm going to love this. I can already tell you. I'm going to...
Of course he is. He's of course going to love it. It's Marvel, or I guess not Marvel. It's DC. Same difference. Cape shit.
Love this. It's going to be a matter of how much do I love this. Because I've always thought Supergirl was a very cool character. I loved her in the animated series. I know there's going to be like a different take on it. I know it's not going to be the, was it Helen Carter? I don't know. The movie, the 70s movie, which I kind of liked a lot as a kid. I don't think it holds up well. Mostly the villain elements of it are pretty weird. But I'm excited for this. We get more crypto. We get Momoa as Lobo. We get spacey DC stuff for the first time because we've seen some of the DCU space stuff on Earth. We just haven't seen it out there. Also, in case you're a Snyder kind of guy, I love Zack Snyder. I enjoyed the hell out of all his stuff.
Oh my god, get to the reaction, dude. Holy shit.
And I've talked way too long.
Yes, I agree.
Now, I don't think I'm going to have the emotional attachment to this. I did Superman, so don't expect me to get all blubbery. I don't know that I won't. I just don't think I will. But I am really excited. So let's go full screen. And let's watch.
You managed to get most of it on the paper this time. Good job, buddy. Cars are out. Hereby declare the 2020
Yeah, he's already tearing up, dude. Holy shit.
will be the best year yet. Let's be honest, babe, it's not a very high bar to clear. I didn't know any of you were still alive. What was it like to lose everything that I had? Tom didn't die today.
Yeah, I mean, this is just more proof that maybe they are right about the Goyim.
Not that kind. Okay, this does not look like this is gonna end well. For you guys. Do you want this one more pie? How's that you? No, it's a walker for two.
Jesus Christ, man. It's just like, how are you this intensely interested in this dog shit? Oh, dude, it's just insane. It's insane. Schizo Garcia the 2. I'm gonna edit a spicy live stream from New Zealand into the. Yeah, exactly. There's so much meme potential as a template.
He sees the good in everyone. Then I see the truth.
Oh my god! Damn, what the fuck?
Oh man, you almost got some real tears from me. I definitely got wet in the eyes there when you saw her in her actual
Got wet in the eyes.
Suit.
Holy shit.
That looks great.
Man.
That looks great. Okay, I can see people's comparisons to Guardians of the Galaxy, but I mean, it's a space adventure. You know? I mean, just because he kind of nailed space adventure doesn't... But still, I mean, that's what the DCU needs to be. And we're going to get cosmic with it. We're going to stay on Earth with it. That looks awesome. That looks awesome. And that's the teaser trailer. Like, wait till we get a real trailer. Like, that still looks great. If I didn't know, if I didn't care, if I was on the fence, that would still sell me because I think she's given a fantastic performance. Like, I can already feel...
The girl is kind of cute. I guess. She's not that bad.
Herself.
She's like... What's the best way to put it? She kind of has an appeal because she's not conventionally attractive, but not ugly. I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe, but I get what you're saying.
Doubt her self-loathing, that she's going through something that she's got to find a way out of. I don't
Yeah, she is the chick from House of Dragon. Yeah.
think she's going to fix herself in this movie, per se. You know, fix herself. But I think she's going to start to find some inner peace and find a path for herself.
It's like her unconventional attractiveness is what makes her I don't know. It's hard to put into words. She looks unique, I guess, is a good way to put it. But, yeah, it's hard to describe.
I'm kind of glad I did see the Lobo shot online afterwards because I think they lightened it so you could see him. Because there is a Lobo shot in there. but it's very hard to see. You mostly just see the glowing cigar.
Yeah, I like House of Dragon.
All right,
other
awesome.
Than, you
Thanks,
know,
nigga. All right.
the Wii was Dragon Riders aspect, but aside from that, yeah, I don't think it's bad. I actually like it better than Game of Thrones so far. If you're just comparing, you know, one season to one season, I think it's off to a way better start. Now, where it ends up by the end, just like with Game of Thrones, God only knows.
But it looks really cool. I'm very excited to see Momoa play his dream character. I didn't hate him as Aquaman. I just didn't love him as Aquaman.
All right, we need tears. Let's see.
Hey, everybody, and welcome.
Hey, everybody. Avengers? Uh-oh.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. Trailer reaction time. And
He's wearing his Disney slop shirt. Holy shit. All right, let's go ahead and skip to the reaction.
Like about it. We'll see, right? You know, I mean, sometimes I don't like things. It's rare. But sometimes.
Oh, we know. Z here with the 10, bruh, at the height of me into Marvel slop, I was never like this. These people can't be real. Dude, it's insane. It really is. It's a different world out there, bro. It's just a film. If it was Brokeback Mountain, I would get the tears. Exactly, but they wouldn't be coming from your eyes. And Schizo Garcia with the 5. Watch his Star Wars SC-38 remake. Okay.
All right, let's watch. This would be a lot cooler if it hadn't been spoiled for me. I honestly thought there was a little bit more to it than that. That was even way shorter than I thought. But I definitely have some thoughts, so we'll use this opportunity to...
Damn it, no tears. Not even for his Marvel slop? I guess it was just a teaser, so... So what was it, SC-38?
Hey everybody, welcome back! Reaction time!
Oh god. This camera angle is brutal. Alright, let's skip to the reaction. There we go. Oh my god.
That's wrong! That's a space station. You're fucking space station. Very bad.
Schizo Garcia the 2, he gives his wife's bowl the same reaction. Yeah, that was the funny thing about his Star Wars reaction video, is there was 2 beds in the hotel room.
I love how they bring us in. He says he's found the main controls to the power beam that's moving us here. I want to go with this. Lies about the different paths. Force will be with you always.
Obi-Wan is here. I must face him alone.
Yeah, dude, the camera is just uncomfortably, like, close to his face.
I need that saber. I need it.
I need it, dude. I need it. I need more plastic on my wall.
Even for a little Abrams flare. Oh, what? God, the amount of rotoscoping. Just those little moves, yes.
Our long-awaited meeting has come at last. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master. Only a master of evil
Oh my god.
You can't win, Darth.
This is like just embarrassing, dude. It's embarrassing. Chudler with the 5. Jeez, you already know his wife's boyfriend bought him a Switch too. Yeah. Keep him busy while she's getting massaged, quote unquote.
If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. Then I...
Dude, I wonder if it's one of those marriages where he's not allowed to watch her get in and out of the shower.
Oh, yeah.
Woo!
Oh, he's on fire.
There she is. C3, you copy? Yes, sir. Are you safe? All about it. We're in the main hangar of this ship.
How much do you want to bet that now he's vehemently against AI in filmmaking? Do you guys think he has that take? He's against AI movies?
Nice, come on.
Oh, I love it.
Certainly has courage.
Good move, do as if he gets himself killed. Come on.
Oh, what?
Oh my god.
Didn't we just leave this party? What kept you?
We are running some old friends.
Is the ship all right? Seems okay if we can get to it. Just hope the old man got the tractor beam out of commission.
The color, they desaturated.
Now's the chance, go. Come on, R2. We're going.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Bruh! Oh my god! Holy shit. The fucking soy face.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
His reaction when his wife gives birth and the child isn't mixed race.
You will die.
I'm surprised I haven't gotten the copyright warning yet.
Okay, that was awesome.
Lord the Rothschild couldn't have hoped for better. Truly couldn't have hoped for better.
Percent perfect, but I mean, for a fan thing, that is insanely well done. Some incredibly badass shots and just extra moments in there, and the way they used themes, like the theme from Padme overlooking the destruction of the Jedi Temple and Sith, to a touch of Duel of the Fates in there. All that is so good. I mean, I could see, like, it does feel a little too modern to cut.
Yeah, this is Lord Baron the Rothschild's, you know, strongest soldier in the destruction of Western civilization. Schizo Garcia with a 5. Oh, God. That shit's nasty, but fine. I'm not doing any more after that, though. No fucking disgusting eating shit. That stuff's nasty.
Either subscribe, to A New Hope, because some of those camera moves are a little extreme to not feel out of place in the original movie, but as it is, it's fantastic to watch. And the use of the flashback dialogue to the end of Sith with the "You're the chosen one, you're my brother." I mean, come on. Oh, that was awesome. I'm so glad I didn't just write this off as, oh no, I saw that. And still, thank you all for wanting me to react to this. But seriously, go watch the real thing.
This is me when part 3 comes. I don't think so. Maybe if Aerith is alive at the end, dude. But no, I don't think I could ever react to like that. Let's see. Prime with the 17 months. I once had some hope for humanity, now I have none. Yeah, exactly. What exactly are we trying to conserve at this point? Is it even worth saving? That's the greatest question. Alright, I gotta go take another piss real quick, guys. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I brought the dog in here. Hey, buddy. What's wrong? He's upset. You not gonna eat? Your food's been sitting there all night. No? Alright. Good boy. No, I have him in a... I put a sock on him. So he can't lick. Good boy. But yeah, he was in my bed. Like, just passed out, sleeping. But, yeah, he didn't eat, so I just brought him in here to see if he would eat. I had to pick him up. He wouldn't get off the bed. Must have had a bad childhood and something bad traumatized. I don't know, man. He could have just been born to consume. You never know. You never know. There are some people who are just born to fucking consume. Alright, let's just get this over with. Oh wait, wrong person.
Hey, it's Joe.
I'm definitely speeding this up. This shit's disgusting.
From Joey's World Tour. Welcome back, guys. Today I'm going to do the NUTella challenge. The NUTella challenge, that's right. Okay, guys, are you ready? But this time I'm going to do it with hands free. No hands or forks or anything or spoons. Nothing like that. I'm going to use my hands tied up. Alright, here we go, guys.
Yeah, this shit's
and
just
I think it's
gross.
like 3 minutes deep, this. So that's the challenge. The NUTella hands free 3-minute challenge. Are you ready? Alright, guys, here we go. 1, 2. Anybody counting? Hold on. Alright, I got it. Okay, here we go. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, go. Stick.
This is probably the only way he can get an erection. By just mass consuming food.
Right in my mud. Oh, sweet. We pumped up. You really don't. Boy, sweet.
Let's see. Is he here with the 5? For all the talk of the Epstein files, guess who wasn't on it? That's right. A certain, a painter from Austria.
Guys, some milk. Okay, whistle. Trying my best.
It's just nasty. Like, it's not even funny, it's just gross. This shit should be punishable by death.
Yeah, do it. Pimp in distress.
Yeah, it's just nasty.
Yeah. Wow. Woo. If I don't have diabetes now, I will.
It's too bad you still have a ability to breathe.
Sorry, gang. I didn't do it. It's too thick. I need a knuckle this. Anyways, tune in next time, gang. We'll get you another.
Alright, that's enough.
Hi, everybody.
Did he finally die? He stopped uploading a year ago, so maybe he's dead. God willing. Jesus, man. Aww. Apollo's like all curled up, pouting. What are you doing, buddy? Come here. Let's fix it. Hold on, I gotta fix his sock. It's coming off. Shit. Yo, he's just pouting. He's pouting. Poor guy. You're fine. He wants to go get back on my bed, I think. All right. No, I'm trying to get him to not lick his paw because he has like another infection or something, I guess. I don't know. Either that or it's just allergies that's making his feet itch. And, well, I have like the antibacterial shampoo that you're supposed to use when they get like a, itchy paw or whatever, or an infection. So I've been washing him with that every other day, but I think it's just, getting sore from him licking it, and then it gets wet, and then it kind of just like, becomes a petri dish between his toes. So trying to keep his foot dry so it can air out. So he has to wear a sock. Well, I can't watch him all the time because, he'll just, like, even if I'm gone for like 2 minutes, this little fucker's already got his tongue between his toes, so the sock has to stay on while I'm streaming. So hopefully it goes away in a few days. It's not even like he's doing it constantly. It's just he'll lick it for like a minute or two at a time, and then won't do it again. But the problem is it's like staying constantly moist. And that's not going to help. Like, it needs to be dry so the bacteria and stuff dies. So, yeah. Like, his instinct is to lick it, but him licking it actually is making it worse, not better. So, I just got to prevent him from licking his foot so that it can actually heal. And then it'll feel better. But, yeah. Not fun. Poor guy. I don't have a cum sock. Hold on. Here we go. You can see him pouting. He's giving me like the side eye and the pout. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, this time it's in a different toe, so I think it's just his foot's itching. Look. See, he's just sitting there pouting. He looks angry, dude. He's just like... But yeah. The pouting dog. He's a little over 4 years old now. Yeah, he is upset because he has that thing on his foot. So... He doesn't like the thing on his foot, but, you know, like the picture I showed y'all last night. Hold on. Do I still have it here? Maybe. Yeah, right here, I think. You can see, like, how guilty he looked here. Like, you can see what he's doing. Like, he was pretending like he wasn't licking his foot. And meanwhile, you have this massive fucking wet patch on the dog bed from where he was, like, drooling while licking his foot. So, like, when I yelled at him to stop, he, like, turned his head and acted like he hadn't been doing anything. So, yeah, he just was licking it, so...
You're broke!
I gotta stop him from doing that because he needs to air out, essentially. Well, actually, he's 2 years away from being able to marry Muhammad because Muhammad married Aisha when she was 6 and then held off from having sex with her until she turned 9. So... What an honorable man. Yeah, it really was nice of him to wait. What a considerate guy. Truly the best of us. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Okay. This is the guy that eats, like, the roach food, right?
Dirk Wrinkler the Stinkler. On Facebook, what's up? It's been about a year since I've shaved my head, and it's definitely grown back quite a bit. Not quite shoulder length, but as far as the dating scene goes, to any of-age woman who wants me, don't let my dickhead trolls scare you away. I don't let these assholes stop me from talking to girls. And honestly, I don't have to have sex to appreciate a woman's company, I'll tell you that right now. When you haven't had it in 3 years, I guarantee you, Facebook, I guarantee you, YouTube, you'll learn to appreciate having a conversation with her. And even before the dry spell, that's always how it's been, you know? I respect women even if they don't respect me, and sometimes that's hard. Because regrettably, when people are dicks, you want to be a dick right back. And I'm definitely no stranger to double standards, but at first I was kind of ticked off that the sides were going in quicker, but now I don't mind it so much because I literally have Metalhead on the sides and Elvis Presley up top. Watch out.
Dude, this guy had like videos of him eating like the most rancid food imaginable, so God only knows what killed him.
I can dig it. Hey! Also, I got a letter from the White House. I thought I'd show that off on social media because my trolls love to talk shit on my powers. They do. My internet bullies, they talk smack, and they're not the only ones, too. People here in town will give me shit just for waving my wand in a cross light. As if it personally affects them in some way, shape, or form, you know? Can crush for the fans. I also got a letter from the White House. I had to cover up my address for obvious reasons, but there you go. Alright, so let's take a gander here and see what we got. Now, honestly, I want to keep this letter just because of what it says. All my trolls love to talk smack about my dark magic, but... right there, read it in print, ladies and gentlemen. I want to read you this letter because this is just a trip, dude. Dear Joshua Saunders, Josh, or as I and my team know you, Gothic King Cobra. I have always said I know the best people. Everyone who knows me knows I know the best people. They always say that's about me, the best people.
All right,
when
awesome.
the time comes,
Thanks,
I will
nigga.
do more than this, but for now, I would like to personally thank you for your help with ISIS. Your magic has done much to help us with our war against the terrorists. It is great, tremendous. I know you are very busy in your fight, but it would be for the best of this nation if you were to use your magic to help in my re-election. Sincerely, Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States. Right there. Right fucking there. So people who don't believe in my powers, take a look at this letter right here.
Yeah, that's definitely real.
That's pretty sweet, I'm not gonna lie. Excuse me. You know, and I thought I was hearing things too, because during one of Trump's speeches, they talked about how they took out the leader of ISIS, and people in the room said, praise Cobra's magic. I was like, no, I'm hearing shit. And then I just got that letter in the mail today. Cheers to that. But now that we got that out of the way, let's talk the dating scene. Are you a straight up sucker for the dating scene?
Schizo Garcia with the 2, R.I.P. King Cobra. Should have been Cyrax. Yeah, dude, Cyrax is just a freak. Like, that guy is genuinely repulsive. In Captain Hook Games of the 5, Elon publicly promoted the Somali scams, deport her and send every politician who enabled the large-scale fraud to Somalia since they love it so much. Yeah, that's fine. Or, you know, just toss them into international waters and say, swim back. That also works. VTubing enthusiast with the 5.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Okay. Can take a look, I guess.
UCKA. I know I'm not trying to talk a certain way or you know, mimic a certain culture. This is just me keeping it real. Now, this mentality that nice guys finish last, I don't like that mentality. Honestly, I might vote for Trump, but we'll see how the election pans out. Oh, there it goes. It's just important that you go out and vote. Fucking QuickTime. Come on, QuickTime player, knock your shit off. I'd vote for Trump as long as he's not a racist, he's not sexist towards women, and he thinks about legalizing weed. I consider voting for him. I'm surprised more politicians aren't on board with the legalization movement. The fact that rapists and chimos get less prison time than somebody smoking cannabis. It's complete asinine and it makes me sick to my fucking stomach. Me not having a girlfriend, it could be
euthanize all weed smokers.
Worse, dude. Right now I'm more focused
I don't ever want to smell that shit again.
On improving the dating scene. This is why I make my gender-based, gender-standard videos. Not gonna stunt YouTube, my hair's looking good right now. Freaking sweet. That's kind of cool though, I got a letter from the White House thanking me for using my dark powers to protect the world. You know what I'm saying? I dig it. You know,
Jesus.
and people might give you shit because you're the gentleman, you're the nice guy, but believe me, it pays off in the end when you get respect. And a guy's getting crap for being the nice guy, for being the gentleman, you know? That's why half the time guys are shit to women, is because, you know, we're seen as cucks or cis boys or soy boys or what the fuck ever, you know? Simps. Basically the male version of the word slut, right? Oh, this guy's trying to make this woman happy because he cares about her, and the sex is just a bonus. Oh, he's such a simp. Who knows, man? One of these days I could be having a drink at a bar somewhere and some stupid smoking hot, like stupid hot goth chick, like so fucking hot it's not even funny. It's like, damn, bro. Come walking up to me like, you King Cobra JFS? I'm like, yes, ma'am, I am. I love your videos. Well, cool. Can I buy you a drink? But yeah, if you're old enough to date me and you want to, and you're female and you're clean, you know, don't let my asshole troll stop you. If the only thing I have to complain about is a stupid dry spell, then oops, it's got my dick wet. See, that's just me laughing at my dry spell. And then people can laugh too, because they're just like, looks like you pissed yourself. I mean, honestly, at this point, Facebook, I don't even care if people steal my videos anymore. They're just doing it because they can't come up with their own goddamn content. I remember that super cute goth chick that I bought the earrings from at the mall. The one in my right ear broke, but I still have the one in my left ear, and I keep it to remind me of that chick. Like, damn. I see her around town on occasion, you know. She seems like a really cool chick. She gets all giggly, and, you know, I wouldn't say giggly necessarily, but like, she gets real excited when she sees me, and then I still have the earring, you know. It's cute in some special way, I'm not gonna lie. The chick I bought the earrings from loves the smell of Bond. She caught a whiff of it on me when I was wearing it one day, and she was like, and then, you still have the earring. It's like, yeah, buddy. When trolls go out of their way to harass girls that you like, or harass your girlfriend because they're jealous of your alpha male charisma, and despite having Asperger's.
The alpha male charisma despite having Asperger's. That's a quote.
You know, chicks dig me and such because I'm confident enough that I'm not afraid to be myself. I keep it real. I tell it like it is. I'm a YouTube celebrity. And I'm not going to lie, the muscles help too, but that's beside the point. Any girl would be lucky to have me. If I made $1,000 off of YouTube and I had a girlfriend, half of that would be hers, just because I can. And I think once I get a cell phone, I'll be able to get chicks' numbers, and that's how you do it. But yeah, if you have tactical soap and you wear it to smell sexy around the ladies, just...
Tactical soap.
Don't abuse the power of it. You gotta think about this logically. When you're a dick to women, you're basically cock-blocking every guy that tries to get with her after the fact. Anyways, Facebook, I do appreciate you all tuning in. Have an awesome weekend, and I'll catch you later.
Facebook. Brutal. Streaming on Facebook. I didn't know people actually did that. Wow. You learn something new every day. If he can get laid, guys, well, again, I guarantee you everyone in this chat could get laid if they really wanted to. The problem is how low do you have to go in terms of your standards in order to do so? That's the question. Alcohol destroyed my life. Uh-oh, dude. Poor guy. He's Raymond with hair. Go after a torta that works at Cinnabon. Exactly. Exactly. How I cook my $2 pizza, dude. These fucking, yeah, these recommendeds are going to be extra normied tonight because of the stuff that people sent. Friendship destroyed. It's over. Brutal.
You have time for one question? What is the one thing that would be...
filming, I don't give you consent to filming.
We're in a public space.
Well, I don't want to answer your question.
Well, could you just... It's a really easy question. What's the worst thing to be? Either a racist or a pedophile?
I don't know what you're using your video for. I don't know what your intention is, or I would want to hear more about what...
Dude, holy neckbeard. What the fuck?
What you're doing and what your project
It's for a YouTube channel.
And he's got a fucking mask around his neck.
What's the YouTube channel and what's the organization?
It's Teenus.
What is it?
Teenus.
Which is what?
Or Peanut Arbuckle.
What is that?
It's a YouTube channel.
Okay.
And we're just asking a question. We always do this. We go around asking one question. And this is a hot topic.
I'm not comfortable answering your question without knowing who you are.
I'm Chad.
I don't know anything about you. I would want to know your background, what you're doing, your goals.
We're a progressive media
Oh, you're
source.
progressive. Okay.
Yes.
I think they're both big problems. I don't accept that you. I don't accept the premise that that one should be prioritized over the other. They're both problems in our society.
Right. But if you had to choose one.
I don't think your question's productive.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Question? We're a progressive media outlet. We just have one question for you. What is the worst thing you could be? A racist or a pedophile?
That's a difficult choice, but I think they're equally bad, but I think pedophiles.
Okay.
They're equally bad. Would you rather? This guy said he'd rather be a pedophile than a Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah, I mean, it tracks. I mean, he looks like one anyway.
Great, thank you.
He's got the look.
Hello. I'm from Beat on the Street Media. Can you answer one question?
No, I'm not good on camera.
Do you have a preference here? What's the worst thing you could be? A racist or a pedophile?
I think I can. They're both horrible.
You can't choose one. You got to choose one.
Oh, God.
Pedophile or Nazi, racist, KKK, Trump supporter?
I can't.
Okay, you can't do it. Thanks. So I'm from Tina's Radio, and we're just trying to decide what is the worst thing you could be in today's political climate. Is that a racist or a
Yeah, I don't have to choose, dude.
pedophile? It's a tough question, right?
I don't know if I want to. Yeah, I don't think I can commit to.
No?
No, they both suck.
Yeah, they both definitely suck. And there's more racist, and you can put pedophiles in jail, whereas you can't put racist in jail.
We're looking at one right over there.
Right,
Yeah.
in the White House, right? Yep. All right, so it's a tough decision. How about for you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't
No?
know.
Okay. What do you think the worst thing to be is? A racist or a pedophile?
In today's political climate?
Yeah. Racist is worse.
You have a whole movement. The street is dedicated to George Floyd, so
Yeah.
I would say racist.
Okay. Very good for you.
I'll say the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Racist worse than pedophile?
Yeah.
Okay. In today's political climate, what is the worst thing you can be? A racist or a pedophile? Tough question, right?
That's a tough question.
Because they're more racist and it's harder to put them in jail. But pedophiles, you know, maybe some people have said that it's a choice, right? Whereas racism, maybe not.
Jeez. That's a really hard question. I would say,
It's really not a hard question.
honestly, being a racist would be worse.
Would be worse.
I would say that.
Okay, for
Yeah,
you too?
racist.
Yeah, racist is worse than a pedophile. Okay, great. Hello. May I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
See, this answer's wrong because the first guy didn't say that he thinks the pedophiles are worse. He said that he would rather be a pedophile than a racist. So it's actually 5-0, but whatever.
Do you think it is worse to be a racist or a pedophile?
A pedophile.
Very good, thank you.
Do you like your pizza? Is everyone enjoying the pizza?
Have any of you enjoyed this special pizza here tonight?
Do you think it is worse to be a racist or a pedophile? Which is worse?
I think I don't even know how to answer that question.
It's a tough one, right? Because racist there are more of, and you can't put them in jail like you can pedophiles. So does that help you make a decision?
I think I don't know. I don't want to answer this question.
It's a hard one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell which one is worse.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
A rapist, racist, or a pedophile.
A racist or a pedophile?
Well, what if the racist was a rapist versus just a pedophile?
I think that all of them are pretty bad.
Yeah.
So I think they're all in the same boat.
Okay, thank you.
Rest in power. Shit.
Hey man, I'm from a progressive media outlet. Do you have time for one question? Sure. Okay. What do you think is the worst thing to be in today's political climate? A rapist or a racist or a pedophile?
Loaded question, isn't it? Okay. What kind of media outlet is this?
It's a we're called Peanut Arbuckle.
Arbuckle.
And you
I think it's just a bad thing to be someone that would hurt anyone, period, no matter how physical or emotional.
Sure.
That's my answer.
Thank you. Okay. What do you think would be the worst thing to be? A racist or a pedophile?
Racist or a pedophile? How about an uninformed United States American?
How about if you had to choose one?
How about they're both pretty bad?
Okay, fair enough. How about you, ma'am? Racist is worse than a pedophile. Okay, great. What do you think is the worst thing to be? A racist or a pedophile? Thanks. Hello, can you help me? I have one question.
Yes.
What is the worst thing you can be, a racist or a pedophile?
I don't.
Hello. Hello. Can I ask you a question? Is it better to be a pedophile or a racist?
That's like asking. I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, which one do you think would be the worst?
I don't know.
Okay. What if you had like a Trump supporter versus a racist?
I don't think that they're different.
Okay, well, what about a Trump supporter versus a pedophile?
I don't know that they're different.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Do you think it's worse to be a racist or a pedophile?
I think it's worse to be a pedophile, a bigot, and a racist all the time. I think it's worse to be a bigot. I think it's worse to be a pedophile, a pervert. Yeah, I think it's got to be racist also. I think it's got to be all.
What if you had to choose one? What's worse?
I would be one. I just don't love like that.
Tell me, what is the worst thing that you could be, a pedophile or a racist?
Both.
But what is worse?
I don't want to rank them. I think they're both really bad.
Okay, so you couldn't make a decision, one or two.
Yeah, these are the type of foids that are prominent in my area. It's like every single one of them. The shitty fucking arm tattoos and just retardedly brain rotted.
Okay.
I have to choose which one is worse.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Have any of you enjoyed this special pizza here tonight called the Hottie?
What is worse, being a racist or being a pedophile?
Racist is not a criminal offense. Not necessarily.
Should it be?
No, pedophilia is a criminal offense. I work as a lawyer.
Right.
But so pedophilia is a criminal offense, but not necessarily racist.
And so being a pedophile is worse.
For pedophilia, but not for racist.
Right, but in terms of what your moral standards are, what do you think is worse?
Oh, pedophilia. It's just a question of if you look at penal code.
Legality. Yeah.
So racism is not in penal code. Pedophilia is.
Right. Hello. I have one question for you.
And you ain't black.
What do you think is the worst thing to be, a racist or a pedophile?
They're both terrible. I can't compare evil, you know?
Yeah.
So they're both evil.
So you couldn't say one or the other?
No. There you go. What do you think is worse, to be a racist or pedophile? It's either evil.
Oh man, that's a really tough one, I suppose.
Because like people have said, you can throw pedophiles in jail, but you can't throw racists in jail.
It's easy to hide your racism, I suppose, whereas maybe pedophiles have the urge, it's easy to catch them is the thing. Maybe if we throw all the race, it's like a chicken and egg situation, I think. Like, if go for one, we'll get them around. Great question.
Tough question. All right. Today's political climate, it is worse to be a racist or a pedophile? Okay, thank you. Okay, in today's political climate, is it worse to be a racist or a pedophile?
I think it's bad to be both. I don't know if it's fair to prioritize fucking children or killing grown people.
Yeah, it's a hard question because pedophiles you can put them in jail, but racists you can't, right?
I think right now it's convenient that the Trump Epstein thing came out about all the child abuse when all this BLM is going on, because we are paying attention to this and it needs to be paid attention. I think it's very important that everybody's out here showing face, regardless of what they're out here for. Just the amount of warm bodies is making a difference just by showing that we care so much. But we do need to address, the pedophilia issue as well.
Very much so.
Something that needs to come next.
You would, PK? So you have a thing for women who are tatted up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because people, it's like if we divide our attention, we won't get as much impact. So we just need to organize that properly.
So they're equally bad, pretty much?
I would say so.
Yeah. Okay. Hey guys. How's it going? Hey, good. I'm from Progressive Media Outlet. Do you have time for one question?
I don't know if we're probably the best people to ask about.
Well, it's real simple. What is the worst thing to be in today's political climate? A racist or a pedophile?
That sounds like a trick question that I don't really want to answer, but we have some free food if you want it.
Climate, do you think it is worse to be a racist or a pedophile?
I don't think you should compare evils.
Some people are saying there's more racists and it's harder to put them in jail, whereas pedophiles.
Yeah. Well, I think that I don't necessarily think one is worse.
Dude, if you ask this shit in the South, it would be pedophile 100% of the time. This shit, yeah, my area is so fucking just leftoid cucked. It's like 90% Democrat where I live.
The other, I think it's just that one is far more, both are violent and aggressive, even in passive ways,
right,
or even in physical, aggressive ways. Both are insidious, right?
Right.
And we, just like there are mixed messages and I don't know, innuendoed messages in racism and the language that is used to surround it and the coded language that is used to surround it.
Yeah, and the ways they hide.
The way that pedophiles do the same thing. Our society does the same thing. We have this fucked up way of...
This is how all the Foids think in my area, man.
Sexualizing minors.
Yeah.
Like, Ariana Grande was 19 when she sang Dangerous Woman, and it's all about sex. And she looks like a kid.
Yeah, she's not a child at 19, you fucking dumb bitch.
Yeah.
Like, she looks like a 12-year-old.
And they are really pushing that on children more and more nowadays, sexuality.
Well,
Do you have a problem with that?
No, I'm gay as fuck. I mean, I think it's really important for people to have the language to describe themselves, to describe their sexuality, to describe their identity.
Would I smash? No.
But it's not, I don't think supporting pride, I don't think supporting queer LGBTQ plus people is harmful in a way that racism is, in a way that parents talk about black people around the dinner table at night. Like, what did your parents call black people sitting around the dinner table at night? Like, you don't have to.
Well, they were really progressive because I'm from a really progressive home, and I actually have black people all in my family.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, like, a lot of times, like, you know, people will leave with, I'm not racist, but.
Yeah.
But that but is proving everything that you just said. And, like, the conversations that surround blackness, surround POC, like, the language may not be all four-letter words and all the N-word, but it doesn't matter. Like, seriously, what do white people, all white families, how do they talk about black people sitting around the dinner table at night? Like, it's a real thing. Like.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, sister, but the last thing white people want to talk about sitting around the dinner table at night is you. Trust me.
Yeah.
God, it's a fucking real thing. I remember my mother is black. My father is Jewish. I am a mixed person. I identify.
Oh, God.
As a woman of color. And I remember, like, you know, in certain spheres, I can pass for white, and I have to acknowledge that, right?
Yeah. No, you do not.
I have to acknowledge that.
This bitch does not pass as white.
I also have to acknowledge that I have sat at some of my white friends' dinner tables at night as a kid and heard their parents talk about black people, and the language that was used to surround that was pervasive, and it was aggressive, and it was violent.
Yeah.
Even as, like, subtle as it can be.
Yeah, microaggressions. Yeah, right.
And the thing is like, microaggressions are what we are dealing with now. This whole movement is about microaggressions.
Yeah, and this is what happens when microaggressions become macroaggressions.
Yes, and
right.
I mean, although, like, it's really cute. I mean, let's be very, very real. This fucking sidewalk chalk, fucking chalk. Let's call it what it is. It's fucking sidewalk chalk on the street is a fucking slap in the face, especially by Muriel Bowser, especially by someone who has never had a relationship with the Black Lives Matter movement here in DC. This is a smack across the fucking face.
Yep.
And to put some fucking sidewalk chalk on the street, to fucking put a post up that's Black Lives Matter, that's great, but that doesn't mean shit. And white liberals love to celebrate the symbolism of things as opposed to the actual policy. That's why we don't see half the people out here right now that we should, because they think that this fucking sidewalk chalk is a fucking victory, and it's not.
Yeah.
That shit is symbolism. It's all symbolism. It doesn't mean shit.
Sure, true, very true.
Especially when she is in. Okay. Muriel Bowser is such a fucking piece of shit. Increased the police department budget by $19 million, what we are calling to defund the fucking police department.
Yeah.
She is increasing the number of armed law agents, police officers on the street by 4,000 to 2,000 by 2021. She is increasing the police when the point and the mission of Black Lives Matter is to defund and to abolish the police. So Muriel Bowser didn't do fucking shit with her sidewalk chalk. She
Gotcha.
didn't do fucking shit.
Very good, very well spoken. How about for you? For the original question, which is worse, pedophile or racist?
I'm gonna kind of have to agree with what they said. Like, you can't really compare evils.
Yeah. Both equally worse,
They're-
pedophiles
and
and
also,
racist.
They're both like have like lasting effects and
This is an old video, obviously.
like really fucked up lasting effects, and like they're ingrained in they're ingrained in our structures by, you know, racism and structural violence, but also like the sexualizing of children and like the way we like refuse to want to talk to children and like young adults about sex in a mature way and have like proper sex education, but we're cool with like fucking like exactly like, you know, really like just having these like images of them in the media being like really sexualized. It's like this really, to me, very fucked up on either side.
And are you white or do you identify as Jewish or?
No, I'm white.
Oh, okay. All right. Climate.
He identifies Jewish. Oy vey. What is that supposed to mean?
Politically, do you think the worst thing is to be a racist or a pedophile?
Racist? In my opinion.
Racist
Yeah.
worse than a pedophile? Okay.
Yeah, because I guess with pedophiles, I mean, you can kind of like keep them away, but like with racism, it's like everywhere. There's so many.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can be racist and a pedophile.
Yeah, there's just way more racists than pedophiles.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, great. For you?
I would say the same. At least with pedophiles, it's against the law, and there's a way to contain it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way to put racists in jail.
No.
Right. Okay. Be racist or a pedophile?
Oh my gosh, what a question. Interesting question.
Have any of you enjoyed this special pizza here?
Soy guys.
Yeah, it's not surprising at all. Not a surprising result at all. DC is like fucked, bro. Ugh. How are these people allowed to vote? The 19th Amendment and its consequences. Wait, what was this? The $10 billion debt industry? Wait till you learn about the $36 trillion debt industry. Oy vey. Oh, being a feminist is definitely worse than being anti-racist. Because being anti-racist just means that you don't, you know, discriminate off of somebody's skin color. If you're actually using the proper definition of anti-racism, like anti-racist. But, you know, if you're talking about like the, you know, black superiority version of anti-racist, then probably that would be worse. But if we're using the actual definition of either, feminist is definitely fucking worse. Nothing has done more damage to society than feminism. It is the pervasive, destructive element that has destroyed the modern world. Period. There is no greater evil that has been spread ideologically than feminism. And once you learn that a certain matriarchal culture that worships the female divine is behind the spread of feminism, it all makes sense. Yeah, J.K. Rowling is like one of those people where, you know, she agrees with you on one thing, but is it really that important? No, it doesn't even come close to redeeming the other shit she says. But it is funny to watch the lefties cope and seethe over her, to be fair. But she's not some great ally. At fucking all. Is there anything else we should watch? Let's see. Subscriptions, anything on here? I don't think anything happened today. It was pretty meh. As far as like news on anything. Yeah, I don't see anything. Am I going to a New Year's Eve party? Nope. I am not. If I'm awake, maybe I'll stream. I haven't slept except for like 4 hours over the past 2 days, so... You know, I've been basically running on fumes for the past... going on 3 days now, so... I may pass out later today and not wake up before, you know, 1 a.m. or something, I don't know. Usually when I have these long periods of time where I don't get a lot of sleep, it, you know, catches up with me eventually, since I'm an old fuck now. You know, 28 going strong, dude. Oh, yeah. Schizo Garcia with the 2. We was white people. Okay. Old man, exactly. But to be fair, most old people could not function with 2 hours of sleep.
You're broke! Red Hair on the Nile, the truth about Egyptian mummies. Egypt, land of pyramids, temples, and kings who thought marrying their sisters was...
Did we watch this? This sounds familiar.
The fast track to good genetics. Out of it came mummies, thousands of them, preserved like jerky for eternity. And when archaeologists unwrapped the mummies, what did they find? Not sub-Saharan princes, redheads, blondes, Ramesses. The second himself, the great conqueror, turns out to have been a ginger. Basically Eric the Red with a war chariot. Other mummies show the same. Fair hair, Mediterranean features, Near Eastern profiles. But today's myth makers can't leave it there. The Egyptians were black, they shout. We was pharaohs. Netflix...
We was, well, to be fair, we was the pharaohs for like 100 years, but that was it. And that was only because the Egyptian, you know, state essentially had collapsed.
TV shows like Queen...
But then they exiled the Nubians and reclaimed it.
Cleopatra in the African Queen series line up with Afrocentric dreamers to tell us the Valley of the Kings was basically Harlem on the Nile. The pyramids, DIY projects from sub-Saharan Africa. Cleopatra, a Nubian queen. Tutankhamun.
It all comes back, man. This is basically ancient Egypt colorized, dude.
Watch out now, I'm the song that you've been singing. I'm the dream that you've been dreaming. I'm the thoughts that you've been thinking. Hold up now before you start to judge me. Won't you try first hard to love me? There's nothing else above me. I see all that I have given.
Alright, but yeah, there you go. That's what it reminds me of. Just every time.
Probably the first rapper. Now here's what the boring, racist little thing called evidence says. A 2017 DNA study of 90 mummies shows ancient Egyptians clustered with the Levant, Anatolia, and Europe, with less sub-Saharan ancestry than modern Egyptians. The first ever complete Old Kingdom genome, published in Nature this year, was 78% North African, 22% Mesopotamian, Y haplogroup, E1b1b, 0 sub-Saharan profile. Rosalie David's Manchester project confirmed it. Mediterranean traits, Near Eastern features, red and blonde hair. Over and over again. So where do the Black Pharaohs come in? From Nubia, south of Egypt. The Kushite 25th dynasty marched in during the 8th century BC, ruled for about 100 years, and then left. Outsiders, buried in Nubia, not Egypt. To pretend that makes all of ancient Egypt sub-Saharan is like claiming Britain was permanently Pakistani because you've got a curry house at the end of your street. And when the Greeks arrived, things got even less African. Alexander conquered, the Ptolemies took over, and for 3 centuries, Egypt was run by Macedonian inbreds who spoke Greek and married their sisters until their family tree looked like a circle. But hey, according to some insecure people, we was pharaohs. The Great Tudor Diversity Hoax. Once upon a time, in the golden age of England, when Henry VIII was chopping off wives' heads like it was a weekend hobby, and Elizabeth I was turning a small island into the envy of Europe, there were the Tudors, pale-faced monarchs painted into history. That's the story you'd think everybody knew, but no.
King Henry VIII. Let's see. Osky the 5. Since you're not watching much, you can speed it up. Okay.
Mesa.
Alright. Let's see.
No, enter the BBC, who never miss a chance to announce yet another hidden history. And then along comes Dr. Miranda Kaufman, the kind of left-wing historian.
Miranda Kaufman.
Who thinks she's rewriting history when really she's...
Can we get a side profile?
Just wiping her bottom with parish registers and calling it scholarship. She spent years digging through dust and cobwebs, and what did she find? About as much diversity in Tudor England as you'll find in a BNP meeting. Kaufman herself hilariously admits, over the next few years, I found evidence of over 200 Africans living in Tudor England. They appear in parish registers, tax returns, household accounts, court records, wills, diaries, and letters. 200 Africans across an entire century, scattered thinly across a kingdom of 2 to 3 million people. 200, that's 0.01% of the population. Statistically invisible. A rounding error. They could all have caught the plague on a Tuesday, and the country wouldn't even have noticed. And then there's the title, Black Tudors. Not one of them was a Tudor. The Tudors were the royal dynasty. Henry VII, Henry VIII, Elizabeth I. Pale-skinned monarchs whose faces...
Yeah, and of course the Afro scholars will take the title of the book and go, see, we was the kings of England. We was the Tudors. Like, they just read the cover of the book. That's it. It's like, what's that new shit going around where this woman is claiming that white people used to eat black people? And she's using, like, a fiction book as evidence of that? It's like, dude, the most intelligent, most educated demographic. So they love the toad. See her with the 5. If Netflix made an Egyptian, they did. The pharaoh before defending his lands from invaders. I don't like women. Exactly. Dude, that shit's crazy. They have to force gay shit into literally everything. Not beating the fucking brainwashing allegations.
Hang in every gallery. These Africans weren't Tudors. They weren't rulers. They weren't dukes or queens. At best, they were servants, porters, or curiosities scribbled into the margins of history. Calling them Tudors is like calling a plumber who once fixed a leaky tap in Buckingham Palace a Windsor. But of course that's the point. Nobody's desperate to say, they was Ottomans or was Mongols. No, it's always us. Because deep down, even the critics know, the Tudors weren't just monarchs. They were the benchmark. Who wouldn't want to steal a piece of our glory? So we get the Jacques Francis tale, an African diver who helped salvage the Mary Rose. A brave enough story, sure. But in the modern retelling, this single diver somehow transforms Tudor England into a multicultural utopia. And the Black Tudors gallery? One portrait. John Blank, the trumpeter. One man, one painting, recycled endlessly like he was the Duke of Norfolk himself. Beyond that, silence.
Also,
no
wait. Why are his hands white?
Recycled endlessly like...
Uh-oh.
Like he was the Duke of Norfolk.
Do you think it's maybe he's just dirty?
Norfolk himself. Beyond that, silence. No Afro-Tudor aristocracy, no portraits of black earls or duchesses, because they didn't exist. And so, with a kingdom of millions ruled by pale Tudor monarchs, remembered for its brilliance and swagger, and with a modern myth that twists a handful of curiosities into a fairy tale of diversity. Next time someone insists the Tudors were black, just remind them there were more lepers than Africans in Tudor England. But hey, according to the BBC, we was Tudors. The Messiah was a rabbi, not a Rasta. Jesus of Nazareth, if he existed at all, was born to Mary and Joseph, 2 Jews from Galilee, which means, shock of shocks, he would have looked like a Jew. Olive skin, dark hair, Semitic features, the same face you'd see on half the blokes haggling over fish in a 1st century Jerusalem market. Nothing exotic, nothing sub-Saharan, just another Galilean with a beard and a bad diet. And yet, 2,000 years later, along comes the headlines. Forget Jewish rabbi, suddenly he's recast as a kind of African revolutionary, smuggled into Galilee like he'd taken a wrong turn somewhere.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, I can pull it up. It's topical. Let's see. Where is it? The fuck did I title it? Shit. Oh, here it is. There we go, dude. Ayo, cuz, pass that Kool-Aid. Dog, this shit is crazy. Oh my god. Yeah, this is the type of church I have access to in DC, guys. You know, when people ask, like, oh, why don't you go to church? Case in point. There you go, with the fucking, you know, Fanuc flag behind him. What's he holding? It looks like either lean or grape Kool-Aid and a malformed chicken thigh. There you go.
Shoot him! He's black! Shoot him!
Racism! Where south of the Sahara. Apparently, Joseph was a carpenter by day, but in his spare time, moonlighted as a father in Uganda. Enter Albert Cleage in 1968, who wrote The Black Messiah. Suddenly Jesus is no longer a Jewish rabbi from Galilee. He's an African Che Guevara with sandals, leading the revolution against Rome. A few years later, James Cone arrives, insisting Christ was basically Malcolm X with parables. The Nation of Islam nod approvingly, Rastafarians set it to a reggae beat, and by the time we reach the 21st century, the myth has gone global. Jesus was black, case closed. So, what's the evidence? Revelation 1:14-15. Hair like wool, feet like burnished bronze. And here's where the scam comes in.
Hair like wool. You know what color wool is, right? Did you learn that in college and shit? I don't know.
The text says his hair was white like wool, not textured like it. It's a metaphor for purity and radiance, not a 1st century afro.
Yeah, he's the Lamb of God.
As for the feet like bronze, that's not a skin tone. It's describing something glowing hot, like metal pulled from a furnace. In other words, the writer is sketching a supernatural vision, blazing eyes, shining limbs, stars in his hand, a sword coming out of his mouth, yet somehow modern retellings strip all the cosmic imagery away and pretend it's a mugshot. Hair like wool must mean black, bronze feet must mean dark skin. The reality? If he lived, Jesus was a Galilean Jew. Archaeology of the period show this. Skeletons from Judea in the 1st century show Mediterranean Semitic traits, not a trace of sub-Saharan Africa. So the facts, as dull as they are, if he lived, Jesus was a Middle Eastern Jew from Galilee, not Nordic, not African, just an olive-skinned rabbi who annoyed the Romans enough to get himself crucified. But hey, according to modern activists, we was Jesus's. 3 centuries of cousin marriages don't make you African. Once there was Cleopatra. The last queen of Egypt, descendant of Ptolemy I, one of Alexander the Great's generals. The Ptolemies were Macedonian Greeks who'd been squatting in Egypt for 3 centuries, marrying their cousins, speaking Greek, and keeping themselves about as Egyptian as a plate of souvlaki. By the time Cleopatra VII came along, the family tree looked less like a lineage and more like a hazard warning. Inbreeding this dense should have come with a skull and crossbones. Forget Elizabeth Taylor. After 3 centuries of cousins marrying cousins, Cleopatra probably looked less like a goddess and more like something you'd scrape off the bottom of a sandal. The idea that she...
Not true. Not true.
He was a great beauty is laughable. So where does the Black Cleopatra myth come from?
No, that's not true. Every single account of her says that she was a great beauty. So, yeah, nah.
Sally Ann Ashton talks utter nonsense in her book Cleopatra and Egypt. She admits Cleopatra was, of course,
do we even need to do an early life check?
part Greek, Ashton writes, Cleopatra was of course part Greek, but the identity of her paternal grandmother is unknown, leaving open the possibility of an Egyptian, or even an African ancestry. She dangles the one flimsy thread that the whole Afrocentric myth hangs on. We don't know who Cleopatra's paternal grandmother was. That's it. The entire Cleopatra was black claim boils down to a missing name in the family register. Absolutely mental. Because if you follow that logic, every time there's a gap in a family tree, you're free to fill it with whatever you like. Don't know who your great-grandmother was? Well, maybe she was Nubian royalty. Apparently, in modern academia, absence of evidence is not only evidence, it's a free pass to write fan fiction with a bibliography. Ashton herself admits the appeal. Cleopatra seems to bring European and African cultures together, which in practice meant she was Greek by blood, possibly had a dash of local Egyptian ancestry, and chose to dress up like ISIS so her subjects would take her seriously. The facts are obvious. Cleopatra's ancestry is overwhelmingly Macedonian Greek. The poor African claim hangs by a single grandmother nobody can identify, and that's utter desperation. But hey, according to Netflix, we was Cleopatra's. Beethoven didn't come from Lagos.
Yeah, we was Mozart. I remember that. Undoubtedly black.
He came from Bonn. Look at a map, you muppets. Ludwig van Beethoven, born in Bonn, December 1770. Baptized in St. Remigius Church. His father Johann
If Beethoven was black, then why are there no 808s in his music?
in the Bonn Court Chapel, more famous for being a drunk who beat little Ludwig half to death to make him practice. His mother, Maria Magdalena, a Rhineland woman from a respectable German family. His grandfather, Ludwig, a Flemish bass singer, and Kapellmeister from Mechelen, that's in the Duchy of Brabant, in what is...
Yeah, that's the thing, is like she famously seduced Caesar in order to keep her alive after he essentially conquered Egypt from her younger brother. So, because Cleopatra's father had left the throne to Cleopatra and her brother, and the two of them were married, and essentially there was a falling out, and I guess the powerful people within Egypt at the time sided with the brother and exiled her. Caesar, when he was chasing down Pompey, basically injected himself into the feud to take further control of Egypt and propped up Cleopatra because she like won him over. So, and then he had a child with her too. So that was the thing, is like to have a child with Cleopatra in those days was considered like, you know, a royal flex of sorts. And then also, you know, Mark Antony later married her. So if she was some malformed, incestuous creature, don't you think Caesar would have just fucking, you know, axed her head or some shit and then taken control of Egypt himself? Like, yeah, so the whole notion that she was some malformed, like, disgusting creature just doesn't track.
Now Belgium. Beethoven's family were from Brabant in the Flemish Low Countries. His grandfather, Ludwig, had come from Mechelen to Bonn. So let's be precise. Flemish blood, German upbringing, Viennese training, a European family tree through and through. Not exactly Lagos. And here's the thing. The Germans should be proud of this. A people who gave us Beethoven, Bach, Goethe, brothers to the English in culture, language and history. Yet because of the shadow of World War II, Germans are forever taught to hang their heads. Enough of that. Beethoven is proof of what Germany really stands for. Brilliance, discipline, genius, born of struggle. So where does the myth come from? From the mind of a lunatic, obviously, but let's humour it. In 1907, Samuel Coleridge Taylor, a mixed-race English composer, pushed the idea. But why, I hear you ask? Because some of Beethoven's contemporaries described him as having a dark complexion and coarse hair. Why did they think this? Because a few descriptions called Beethoven swarthy or dark. But in 18th century German, that didn't mean African. It meant sallow, scarred, sickly. The man had smallpox as a child that left him badly marked, later drank himself into liver disease, and spent most of his life looking like he'd lost a fight with a coal scuttle. As Swafford puts it, he was short, stocky, dark complexioned from his Flemish ancestry, and marked by smallpox.
He was a chud!
Add in his Flemish-German genetics, where ruddy or olive complexions were common, plus a lifestyle of filth, stress, and not bathing, and you get exactly what his neighbours described, a rough, unhealthy-looking European. Only a low IQ pleb could mistake that for proof of African royalty. Then in the 1940s, Joel Augustus Rogers took the ball and sprinted off a cliff with it. He quoted phrases like swarthy, coal-black hair, and even called Beethoven a Moor. Never mind that Moor back then meant anything from a Spaniard to a slightly tanned Italian. Rogers declared it proof Beethoven was black. By the 1960s, Malcolm X and Stokely Carmichael picked it up, not as history, but as metaphor. It was meant as provocation. If even Beethoven was black, then your whole history is a lie. Fine as theatre, useless as scholarship. And by 2020, the whole thing had been boiled down into a meme. Beethoven was black, shouted by people who couldn't pick Bonn out on a map if you paid them. In 2023, scientists sequenced Beethoven's genome from authenticated hair samples, and surprise, surprise, overwhelmingly European, Flemish, German, nothing African. The biggest discovery wasn't his skin colour, it was that he probably had liver disease, which isn't surprising given
Oh, wait. Chimpanzee gorilla. Uh-oh.
thing African. The biggest discovery wasn't his skin colour, it was that he probably had liver disease, which isn't surprising given he drank like a fish and half his wine came marinated in lead from the barrels. So why cling to the myth? Because Beethoven is the benchmark. He's the symbol of genius through suffering. Almost deaf towards the end of his life, half mad, living in squalor, yet producing the Ninth Symphony. And who wouldn't want to steal a piece of that? If you can't compose like Beethoven, the next best thing is to hijack his ethnicity. So the Germans are brothers, should hold their heads high for producing him. But hey, according to some, we woos Beethovens. We was O'Neill's The Myth of the Black Irish, Ireland, rain, potatoes, fiddles, and
this one's retarded.
DNA that screams Bronze Age Bell Beaker. These were steplads who rocked up around 2200 BC.
Keep in mind that Africa, at the time of European colonization, had not even gone through the Bronze Age yet. But somehow, we was the Irish.
Booted out the Neolithic farmers and left the genetic stamp that still defines the Irish today. As Ross Byrne and colleagues write in Insular Celtic Population Structure and Genomic Footprints of Migration, it is not until after the demographic upheavals of the early Bronze Age that strong genetic continuity between ancient and modern Irish populations is observed. In short, your ancestors were hairy Bronze Age warriors, not lost cousins of Snoop Dogg. And who wouldn't want to claim that? The Irish gave the world saints, scholars, poets, and pubs. Half of America wishes it was Irish every March 17th, so of course somebody's going to try to nick the brand. But here come the modern geniuses. A handful of Mesolithic skeletons with darker skin pop up, hunter-gatherers who lived 4,000 years before Ireland even was Ireland. And suddenly, Facebook explodes. Did you know the Irish were melanated? Viral memes, Afrocentric dreamers, and a Channel 4-style documentary, The Burren Heart of Stone, solemnly announced that Ireland was once Africa with Guinness. The stupidity writes itself. These early hunter-gatherer males were mostly wiped out by the Bell Beaker arrivals. Meanwhile, the real science, the Irish DNA Atlas, shows modern Irish relate directly to Bronze Age beaker samples from Rathlin Island, steppe ancestry, European links, continuity for 3,500 years. As Edmund Gilbert and colleagues state in the Irish DNA Atlas, studies of ancient Irish genomes suggest that the modern Irish genetic landscape...
Yeah, it's genuinely sad, bro. It's like when you have no culture of your own, you have to hijack everybody else's to feel important. Quite sad.
...was established about 3,500 years ago in the Irish Bronze Age. No sub-Saharan profile, not then, not now. The actual Afrocentric claim rests on one line: Mesolithic hunter-gatherers, dark skin, blue eyes, pre-Irish, pre-Beaker, gone forever.
Yeah, how many Africans do you know that have blue eyes? That's definitely a very distinct African trait.
It's like claiming the French are actually hobbits because Neanderthals once lived in caves in Dordogne. So, people don't try to be cultures that have no impact. They want to be Irish because the Irish matter from building half of New York to writing half of the Western canon. That's why the myth exists in the first place. If you want Black Irish, the best you'll get is a pint of stout. But hey, according to certain black nationalists, we was O'Neills.
Yeah, it's a very common occurrence in sub-Saharan Africa, is blue eyes. I'll tell you. Very common. I don't think it's sad. I find it comical. Yeah, it's just pitiful, dude. It's absolutely fucking pitiful. Gotta hijack everybody else's history because they have none worth, you know, bragging about, I guess. Have I heard of Mahler? Yeah. I don't watch him, though. I don't know, PK. Why do you want to be like us? Why is that? Why do you want to be like us? This is why Melanie is used and abused. Oh my god. Why are you bringing her up, dude? Leave that shit in the past.
Varen was the former captain of the 12th Company of the World Eaters Legion during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. Known throughout the Adeptus Astartes legions due to his fearsome reputation, Varen was a regular victor in the 12th Legion's gladiatorial fighting pits. Revered for his battlefield victories across many campaigns, Varen would also be characterized for his sense of honor, a virtue uncommon within the world.
That's the funny thing about Warhammer videos is like, hold on, let me get back. It's like so much of the old artwork is like so low res because it's ancient that it's always super fucking pixelated in all the videos.
For his sense of honor, a virtue uncommon within the World Eaters. During the beginning stages of the Horus Heresy at Istvan III, Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters, would send his personal guard to kill Varen. Commandeering the World Eaters frigate, Daggerline, Varen would escape the Istvan system and save Captain Ricatio, loyalist Astartes of the Emperor's children. Joining forces with the loyalist survivors of Istvan III to venture to Holy Terror, warning the Emperor of the traitorous rebellion. Nathaniel Garrow, former Death Guard battle captain and progenitor of the Knights Errant, would subsequently recruit Varen into the fold of his order and travel alongside Tylos Rubio to Istvan III. Finding the crazed soul Cerberus amongst the rubble and horrific plague zombies. Driven mad by the horrors he had endured, the man whom had once been Garviel Loken suffered from amnesia, yet guarded his long-deceased brother's corpse, Tarek Torgadon. In a psychotic rage, Cerberus would attack the Knights Errant, with Garrow intent on slaying the enraged Astartes to end his long suffering. Yet Varen would sway Garrow's mind, stating that too many loyal sons of the Emperor had been slain. Encircled by foul demon hosts of Nurgle, the Knights would slay their attackers and convince Garviel Loken to aid in their cause. Varen would grow close to Loken.
Rome is power, Rome is civil. Yeah, Warhammer is definitely very much Rome-coded, obviously with the naming convention, and also very Catholic-coded when it comes to the aesthetic, with like the Gothic architecture and, you know, flourishes on all the armor and buildings and everything, so... But the ironic part is it's a lay heckin' atheism good story, which, you know, is kind of ironic. You know, they want to jack the Christian iconography, but not what inspired it.
Saving his life during a battle aboard the Sons of Horus flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. Losing his arm in a battle against Mournival captain, Horus Axamand. Once recovered, Varen would aid the Knights Errant in slaying demonic infestations throughout the Terran system for the remainder of the Horus Heresy, yet would end his duty alongside Loken and Garrow in the ensuing Battle of White Mountain. On the slopes of the White Mountain, Varen would be possessed by the demon known as the Lord of Flies. Confronted by Loken, Varen would remember his friendship to his brother Astartes and stoke the fires of defiance within him. Grabbing a brace of grenades from Loken, Varen would sacrifice himself and destroy the demon host, choosing to die rather than be a pawn of the ruinous powers.
What the fuck? YouTube killed my income.
Hi everyone, it's the Remembrancer here, and I have some...
Give me money! Give me money! Give me money! Give me money! Give me money!
Really bad news about the channel. On December 18th, a week before Christmas Day, I received a notification in my emails that the Remembrancer channel has been demonetized. I had a look, my memberships were...
What did he do to get demonetized?
...gone, and I was not making any more revenue from any of the videos I've ever published. The entire channel, though still remaining, though still accruing watch time and views, is now making zero money to help fund it. I contacted my YouTube partner manager and some other people, and within a few days they got back to me on the 23rd of December, 2 days before Christmas, saying the appeal has been rejected. We stand by our decision. We are not going to give you any...
Yeah, I wonder what he did to get demonetized. That seems weird.
Money for the channel, you will have to reapply for monetization in 3 months' time. A few days later, I received some messages from people who work at Google, not specifically YouTube, who were going to try and add their own endorsement to my case and get things escalated to have this resolved. But unfortunately, today, on the 30th of December, I have received another email from one of the people involved saying, YouTube stands by their decision. I am now unable to reapply until March the 2nd for monetization again. It's been an incredibly stressful few weeks, especially with the timing just before Christmas. I've basically had to keep this under wraps from my family for a few days so that they weren't, it wasn't ruining their Christmas. And,
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if he had the issue where he changed his tax information, because apparently that's triggering some people's stuff to get demonetized.
It's been really tough to have to understand that, although I've had the revenue in from November, I might not make the money that I made halfway through December. It's a few £1,000s that might now never reach my bank account for January, and then I won't make money January, February, March. It won't be at minimum until April that the main channel will make money, and there is a colossal problem with trying to get the channel back on track. I have been marked as a inauthentic creator or making inauthentic content. The policies involved were updated back in July, but long story short, this is a means for YouTube intentionally trying to get rid of spam content, and I think also to flag low effort AI stuff from overtaking the channel, and quite ironically, I've been hit by it. In the last few weeks, I've been Googling terms like, is the Remembrancer an AI channel? And one day it says, no, the Remembrancer isn't an AI channel, but he uses an AI voice, which I don't. Then I received another...
Oh. So his voice is so monotone that their system thought it was AI. Interesting. You could probably sue him for that. You could probably win a lawsuit over that. Now, granted, you may not have the money to sue him, but... let's see. Captain Hook Games with the 2. Shirley released Quality Leering Center merch.
God!
That shit's crazy. I don't know, man. In a different life, we would have driven those people out of this country in a heartbeat. I long for those days. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Okay.
You're fucking poor!
Let's type in. Dude, Moist Shedicles and Google Preferred, so he gets access to the crazy high-paying YouTube ads, so now he's fine.
My time-traveling watch finally worked. I'm in Victorian England. All these bloods looking corny as fuck with they top hats and ties. Good day looking Blood is not drippy. Hey kid, look at this.
A cartoon.
I say, if the darky being hung from his own mind and lost his own nose, that's right, ludicrous. What's that? Some sort of projecting lance?
What, you're not like going crazy or dying or anything, but it's incomprehensible. Aren't you horrified?
Horrified? Why on earth would I be? There are some parts foreign to me, but on the whole, the picture's quite comical.
Well, I'll be going then.
Fuck. All right. Uh-oh.
So I was just scrolling through TikTok and minding my own business, and all of a sudden this ad pops up for TikTok shop for this hip-hop titanium steel pendant.
Hell yeah, dude.
It looks a little
I love HH, hip-hop.
bit sus for a hip-hop thing, and then I remembered, oh yeah, Kanye. I've had 12 accounts banned on TikTok for exposing pedophiles, and yet this shop is out here selling this for $7.99.
Who cares? Why shouldn't they be allowed to sell that?
It seems a little bit weird to me. But what do y'all think? Let me know down in the comments. So I was just scrolling through
What's wrong with selling that?
TikTok and minding my own business, and all
Yeah, I love HH as in hip-hop, nothing else. I wouldn't buy cheap-ass Chinese jewelry, personally. That shit'll probably discolor in a week. Yep, it is like first grade. You're ruled by those who you're not allowed to criticize. Would I get it made of gold? No, I would get like an action. Like, honestly, there's no point in buying like the modernly produced Chinese shit. If you really wanted something like that, just buy like an actual period, you know, example from back in the 30s. Because that way, at least it'll have some value. You know, you can buy it, and then, you know, it'll probably appreciate in value. So, all the bayonets and shit have gotten really expensive that are in good condition. I've been buying some, but, yeah. That stuff's probably going to get more and more collectible. It'll make your neck green, exactly. Madison Beer's family died in the Holly. Well, when she chokes up my cock, she can join them, hell yeah. It appears in Disney Fantasia. Yeah. I guess. I don't fucking know. Who cares about Disney Fantasia? What is this?
Black African countries can't build successful economies.
That is true.
Sub-Saharan Africa is often referred to as the poverty capital of the world, holding the distinction of being home to 8 of the world's top 10 poorest countries. The continent produces or manufactures little of significance and faces significant challenges in education, weak and corrupt institutions, research and development, infrastructure, and governance. The nearly 50 countries in sub-Saharan Africa exhibit similar deficiencies across these critical areas. When Africa is mentioned globally, poverty typically comes to mind. Many Africans seek to immigrate to Europe, North America, and other regions rather than stay in Africa itself. This brings us to the crux of this video. Africans do not know the mathematics on how to build prosperous economies. I posit that Black Africans can't build successful economies. When you lack an understanding of economic principles, this will likely hinder your ability to implement effective economic policies that could transform your country into a thriving economy. Africans lack the skills needed to transform it into a financial superpower. What is an economy? An economy is a system composed of individuals, businesses, and governments within a region that produces and sells goods and services. It reflects how a nation...
I mean, it's the problem. We've talked about this before. You know, it's like creating a pet class of society where you take people who don't know how to provide for themselves. You give them food, water, shelter, modern medicine, modern technology, and in the case of all these former colonial areas, once the, you know, I guess builders of those civilizations leave, there's no knowledge on how to run that successfully. So you have a situation where you have this entire population of people that is solely reliant on other people. It'd be like taking your pet dog, releasing it into the woods, and expecting it to survive when you fed it from a bowl its entire life. It is not going to know how to fend for itself. And that is the current situation of Africa to the fucking letter. It's like trying to introduce a domesticated animal into the fucking jungle. It's not going to work, and it's going to be catastrophic. So Africa, quite frankly, was way better off under colonial rule, and kicking out the colonizers will be the greatest negative impact on the continent ever. So that is what it is at that point. So if they want to maintain even remotely close to a European living standard, then it needs to be run by Europeans. Period. So pretty much every former colony in Africa gets worse when the white people leave. And I don't think that's a coincidence that it happens in every single instance. Like South Africa right now, their power grid is about to fail because they kicked out all the engineers who worked on it, which coincidentally were white British people. So that's how it goes. Saber ran with the 53 months. Really appreciate it, man. Hey, glad I was able to catch you. Happy New Year. Hope it's a good one. I am sick as fuck. Sorry to hear about that, man. Not a good way to start off the year. So what retarded shit did I miss? Not really too much. Not really too much. Just a lot of random shit. You hear about the Minnesota fraud stuff. Love you and Happy New Year. Well, I appreciate it, man. We actually, watched a video on the Minnesota stuff tonight. But yeah, it's crazy. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to stop. I don't think anything's going to happen and things will just continue on. Or just stop helping the... Well, the problem with that is optically it's terrible because, you know, hundreds of millions of people will quite literally have to starve to death. So, that's kind of what you're asking for if you say just let it happen. Realistically, what needs to happen is the Chinese, you know, they seem to be the only ones willing to do it, but even then, they're not building for long term. They're just building to, you know, cash in quick. But the Chinese are basically stepping into that role of the former European powers in terms of building the infrastructure and running everything. But, yeah, I mean, if you cut off Africa, it's going to be like hundreds of millions of people starving to death, so all they have to do is just become colonies again, and everybody benefits. European countries get the minerals and resources, and the African countries get civilization. It was actually a pretty good relationship.
Create, distribute, and consume goods and services, as well as its overall financial health and activity. For a country to have a thriving economy, it must have a government that ensures transparency and protects its citizens. An effective government does not own, produce, or sell goods. Instead, it must create a conducive environment for both businesses and individuals. This includes providing solid infrastructure and enacting enforceable policies that would enable these entities to flourish without fear. For instance, Nigeria's primary food source is rice, which thrives in its tropical climate. Yet, it can't farm enough to feed its poverty-ridden people. Instead, it imports rice.
And there's no money to do so, so therefore it comes from charity. That's what I'm saying. It's like you have an entire population of people that quite literally should not have ever been born. If we're talking from a pure resource perspective, Africa does not have the resources to sustain itself. Period. We have created an entire population of people that, you know, in a natural order would never have existed.
Why is that? There is no incentive to become a rice farmer. Nigeria instead incentivizes criminality than it does productivity. Establishing a business in Nigeria is notoriously difficult, plagued by hurdles, bureaucratic red tape, rampant corruption, and systemic bribery. The government has neglected infrastructure and security, crafting laws that primarily protect politicians and elites while ignoring the broader interest of the population. In Nigeria, almost every transaction involves kickbacks and under-the-table deals, creating a perilous economic environment.
Yep.
This situation directly contributes to the country's poverty. The Nigerian government should prioritize infrastructure, security, education, and transparency in its policies. With over 150 million mobile phone users in Nigeria, every charging cable they need to charge those phones is imported from countries like China, India, Vietnam, and others. Why can't Nigeria produce these cables locally? The government should create incentives to encourage local production of essential goods while facilitating trade within the country and its neighbors. Another significant product in Nigeria is flour. Why can't Nigeria produce enough flour? When a country lacks the basic ability to produce essential goods like rice, flours, cables, and toothpicks, such a country is bound to be sentenced to a life of poverty. Importing them weakens the currency because it creates a reliance on foreign currency to
Acting my mic, but I think it's good now. Alright. But yeah, all this shit is by design, man. The Chinese pay handsomely to the leadership, and in exchange, they get cheap Chinese dog shit. The leadership gets a fuck ton of money from China in the form of bribes, and, you know, they sell out all the fucking resources. So the Chinese get access to all the rare earth minerals for pennies on the fucking dollar, so that these African leaders can buy, you know, Ferraris and Lamborghinis and Range Rovers and G-Wagons to drive on the fucking dirt roads of the country they're supposed to be, you know, building up. It's ironic.
Purchase essential goods. The government should promote local production and encourage international trade to bolster the local economy. That is not rocket science. For context,
No, it's not. But the problem is you're dealing with is, you know, deliberate economic sabotage. The Chinese want Africa to remain impoverished because then it's easier to buy their fucking shit for nothing. And, you know, the leadership wants it to remain that way because it's easier for them to stay in power. So, not good.
Taiwan, with a population of 23 million people, had a total trade of $869 billion in 2024, while Nigeria's trade volume for the same year was just $89 billion, despite having over 10 times more people. Interestingly, Taiwan's trade volume surpassed that of West Africa's entire population of 466 million people. If you still believe that we are impoverished due to some covert Western agenda, you may not be grasping the actual issues at hand. The reality...
Yeah, it's not a covert Western agenda, it's a covert Eastern agenda. The Chinese are in bed with all the leadership in Africa now. So, you know, the Chinese have basically replaced the Europeans as the colonial overlords. But unlike the Europeans, the Chinese have zero interest in building up the continent or improving the standard of living whatsoever. They're just there to, you know, raid all the resources and get the fuck out. You know, say what you will about European colonists and shit, but they actually built up the places they inhabited. The Chinese are there just to rape and pillage, essentially.
Is that we are not manufacturing or producing many of the basic goods we require. To develop our local economies, we must focus on internal trade and foster exchanges with neighboring countries. These will strengthen local currency, create jobs, and enhance government revenues. There is no magic solution to these challenges. The total intertrade among 16 West African countries, which have a population of 466 million people, was just $52 billion in 2024. In contrast, Switzerland, with a population of just 8 million, traded $127 billion with Germany in the same year. Singapore, with just 5 million people engaged in intertrade, worth $54 billion with Malaysia. Wow.
That's not really a great comparison because Singapore is where all the rich Chinese park their money so that, you know, the CCP doesn't have access to it.
Hong Kong, with 7 million people, had an intertrade with South...
Singapore is kind of a, an outlier when it comes to countries because of that fact.
Korea, totaling $45 billion. No one would want to visit a country where over 85 million cases of bribery occur in the public sector each year. The infrastructure in Nigeria and many other African countries are lacking. There are insufficient roads, trains, air traffic system, and reliable means for transporting goods. Institutions lack solidity and transparency, resulting in significantly low productivity. Some might argue that they are...
Oh, it's absolutely better to be feared than loved. It's absolutely better to be feared than loved. Without question. Why do people do what they do? It's not out of love, it's out of fear. So...
road and trains flight. However, try driving from Benin City to Akure in Nigeria, a distance of just 112 kilometers, and you will see how many hours it takes you. You will also face around 50 police checkpoints, each one attempting
Jesus.
to extort bribes, turning the journey into a nightmare. Additionally, you may encounter potential kidnappers, robbers, and other hazards like potholes and damaged roads. This situation is not...
Yeah, I heard about the guy in Nigeria, the dude who boxed Jake Paul. Apparently he went to Nigeria and was in like some massive car wreck where apparently like a bunch of people died or something. I don't know, bro. Yeah, I don't know why you would go over to these countries if you had money.
Unique to Nigeria. Countries like Ghana, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Angola, Kenya, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Cameroon, Botswana, and many others are similarly affected.
As the African of this community, I approve Griffin's message. Yeah, I mean, it's sad, honestly. Realistically, Africa has a lot of potential. But the problem is Africa. It really do be they own people at this point. There's no other, like, group to blame. It really do be your own people sometimes. Is like the perfect way to describe the plight of Africa. Because long after the Europeans have left, things have not improved, but have dramatically nosedived. So, it's very unfortunate.
Our economies are weak, unproductive, disconnected, and isolated. Our currencies reflect this weakness, as they are not tied to strong, local production-based economies that are interdependent on each other and their regional counterparts. Another example of the challenges faced by black majority countries can be seen in nations outside Africa that are black majority, such as Haiti, Jamaica, Grenada, and Dominica. They all struggle with weak economies. In contrast, predominantly white countries are those that were invaded and now occupied by white people outside of the traditional Europe, such as New Zealand, Australia, the USA, Canada, Brazil, and parts of Africa like South Africa and Namibia, have developed economies by building infrastructure that facilitates trade and movement. They have established an environment where people, organizations, and businesses can thrive by implementing sound policies that secure their borders. In 2025, many African countries still have less than 35% power coverage. In Nigeria, only 65% of the population have access to electricity, and those who do often have service only a few hours per day. Furthermore,
yeah, that's the thing that's happening in South Africa now is the power grid's failing because all the engineers left. So, not good.
95% of...
But it's interesting, like, when I was in Jamaica specifically, because he mentioned that one, I think, I don't know. I was in the Caribbean with the other islands, but I just remember, like, our taxi driver that we, like, rented for the day, you know, he was saying, like, things have just gotten so shitty ever since the British pulled out. Like, just every single year, things get worse and worse. You know, the roads get into a greater state of disrepair. You know, the power outages, you know, damage from storms isn't fixed or repaired. you know, limbs from trees and everything blocked the roads. And he just like was basically explaining that, you know, it just keeps getting worse and worse. And a lot of people would rather have the British back than be independent at that point. So I guess you don't know what you've got until it's gone.
Nigerians lack access to public running water. They must dig boreholes and treat the water themselves. If they treat it at all, who knows? This could be...
And then also, too, like, everything had gotten so expensive, like, food-wise and everything, because, you know, the British had a organized and mature supply chain so that, you know, supplies could be shipped to and from the island, you know, at regular intervals. And instead, once they had to manage that themselves, it fell into the same state of disrepair as everything else.
A contributing factor to Nigeria having one of the lowest life expectancies in the world. In South Africa and Namibia, the white population on average are the wealthiest people in Africa. They built infrastructure and policies that contributed to their economic development until the blacks reclaimed control. While this might be a brutal truth to accept, it is essential to acknowledge that South Africa, under white leadership, despite its racial dynamics, was developed and more advanced than many countries deemed developed. When a project is proposed to an African with a 10-year plan, it seems like a lifetime to them. We are more interested in what we can benefit from today and now, not in 10 years.
That's exactly what that Empire of Dust movie is all about.
An African takes charge of a project, organization, ministerial position, or even the presidency, they immediately switch on their tribal and myopic mindset, siphoning everything they can towards their fleeting interest. We are not ready for this. We simply can't build prosperous economies, which is why we remain poor. How else can Gabon, Cameroon, and both Congo...
Dude, it's like that video we watched where it was like the concept of time in Africa. And it's like, bro, that explains everything. Where it's like they don't care about the past or the future. They only think about right now. And it's like, you know, that would explain a lot. Yeah, it's just instant gratification and nothing else. No thought for what your, you know, actions might, you know, do further down the line, or the consequences or the ramifications of certain decisions. It's just, you know, instant, you know, dopamine, essentially. No delayed gratification either. It's just, I need it now. I need something now. I need to do something now. Or, you know, I want it now. And no care in the world for what might happen as a result of it. See here with the 5. I wish the British would return back to Australia. Hell, I'm sure the British wish the British would return back to the UK. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know if you'd really want to return to the UK right now, because you'd be in jail for, you know, half the super chats you send, unfortunately. Honestly, like, no joke, like, some of the super chats you send would literally be a criminal offense in Britain nowadays. They've gotten fucking batshit crazy with that.
Be poor with some of the most endowed land and climate known to humanity if the people do not lack the skills to build prosperous economies. How else can Angola, Kenya, Ghana, and Cote d'Ivoire be poor? Or more accurately, why then are all sub-Saharan African countries poor, except the non-black ones like Seychelles and Mauritius, which are majority non-black of mainland African countries? Before I conclude, actually, there is one area where Africans excel beyond any other group. You can't even imagine what this area is after listening from the beginning. Yes, there is one area where we excel far better than anyone else. Dancing and partying.
Brutal.
Yes, you heard
Oh
me.
my god.
Dancing and partying. Nobody does it better than us. Why? If you think we missed anything, please let us know in the comment section below. Also, don't forget to like, share, and...
I mean, this was a pretty good video, I would say. I agree with most of it.
subscribe. Thanks for watching.
It's also... yeah, it's just... it's genuinely sad. I don't know. But it's one of those situations where the more we try to help, the worse it's going to get. They need, like, unironically, the best thing for Africa would be to go through, like, a 50-year period of some very painful disconnect from the rest of the world.
You're fucking poor!
And unfortunately, it would not be a pretty period at all for the continent. There would be mass starvation. There would be a collapse of public infrastructure. There would be basically, you know, I mean, basically an entire reset. All the countries would split up. I don't know, like, definitely some major growing pains they'd have to go through, but they'd almost be better off for it in the long run, because this, you know, basically prolonged domestication is not ever going to end well. Schizo Garcia with the 2. My super chats have probably got me on an Australian watch. Yeah, especially with your subscribe to PewDiePie comments, I'm sure. Oh, he's trying to lick his foot, but he's got the sock on. Ha. Let's see. Bro, what the fuck is that thing?
Pi has completely lost its soul. Now it's like every other fuck-ass tourist trap town. Pi used to be this bohemian mountain town where people would come for tranquility and peace and the abundance of nature. Now the energy has completely shifted, and it has a lot to do with who's here. This town is completely overrun with Israelis. I'm talking 3 to
They heard that it had a blossoming sex industry and moved in.
1 ratio with locals and other tourists included. And of course they bring their sense of entitlement with them everywhere they go. Literally everybody is sick of them, the locals and other tourists alike. Not only that, this town has been so heavily commercialized in the past 2 years, it's insane. There are nightclubs and resorts popping up all over the place. There used to be this spot I would go down to by the river. A bunch of people would hang out for sunset. They'd bring a blanket, bring some drinks, chill. I used to go down there to do yoga. I went there today and it's completely blocked off. Some resort bought it up and fenced it all up. You literally cannot exist in nature anymore. You have to pay a fee for everything. I used to be one of my favorite places in Thailand, and now I can't stand being here. And literally, I'm gonna crash out the next time I see an Israeli being an asshole to a local. I has completely lost its soul. Now it's like...
Oy vey, curb your anti-Semitism there, goy. You should be grateful that, you know, they brought civilization and nightclubs and brothels and all the other wonderful trappings of modernity. But yeah, I guarantee you it's because they heard Thailand has a blossoming sex tourism industry. And, you know, just like pornography, moths to a flame. Schizo Garcia with the 251 kills, no deaths. That's for you, Fed Finkelstein. Oi, bruv. Me mum. And Zher with the 5. What said is after the shooting, they're going the same route as the UK. I'm concerned where this country is going to be. It's going to be, you know, basically Sri Lanka 2.0 pretty soon with all the Indians. They're just mass importing. It's just crazy. Man. I really don't want to start dooming over the population stuff, but it just truly angers me. It really fucking pisses me off. What truly makes me happy? Not much these days, man. Not much these days. Chronicle with the 2. Search up EFN. EFN. Oh, yeah, I've seen this.
These damn Jews.
I've seen this.
Send this video to nigga. I can't afford this shit. Epstein, fuck niggas.
Yeah, I've seen a shit ton of edits on Twitter that use this.
Epstein, fuck niggas. Jews, Jews. Jews, Jews. Jews, Jews. Jews, Jews. Jews, Jews.
Yes, I've seen the Agartha memes. The best one is the old guy, and like the guy walks up with pictures and goes, "Do you recognize this?" And he pours the white monster into the fucking martini glass. That's the best one. That's my favorite one I've seen. Hold on, let's see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, this one.
Do you know where this is?
AGARTHA.
Sorry?
AGARTHA.
Hey man, are you the grandfather of Martin the Catholic monarch?
So fucking retarded.
Do you know where this is?
AGARTHA.
Sorry?
AGARTHA.
Hey man, are you the grandfather of Martin the Catholic monarch?
Bruh. So fucking stupid. Yeah, he's been there quite a few times. Yeah, Yakub the scientist. The creator of the albinoids. Oppressor of the ebenoid people. Suburbs, oh yeah.
American-style suburb housing has caused every single livability issue that we currently face as a nation. Welcome back to Culture is a Scam. After World War II, the U.S. famously began building like thousands of suburbs across the United States. However, the American dream soon turned into the American nightmare as it became apparent that this is probably the worst style of housing that you could ever possibly build.
Yeah, I'd much rather live on like a fucking bug farm stacked on top of each other with, you know, my 600 square foot cube.
problem is so big that you can see it from space view. Every single one of these lawns, while nice to look at, causes the huge issue of every single one of these homeowners now has to be a part-time landscaper just to make sure that the HOA does not disappear them in the middle of the night. And also because of all the space in between all these homes, that means that nothing can be centrally located, so all public transit is completely out of the question. And because of this—
Good. Good! I don't want a bus coming near my house.
This awkward middle distance in between all of these housing blocks, that means that there's absolutely no space to build any businesses, any grocery stores, which means all of these places are by design completely inaccessible unless if you have a car. These are by design unwalkable. Good! Add on to this the fact that these just spread on and on and on forever, stretching the electricity and plumbing lines to provide no economic growth. It is a type of housing that is so bad that it can only be kept artificially alive by restrictive zoning laws. But all of these issues, of course, fall on deaf ears anytime that you try to bring up any of this to like NIMBYs, because they just never want housing prices to go down, which is why they're kept artificially high, which is why you will never own a house.
Yeah, they want us to live in fucking, you know, 40K hive cities.
Whatever. So there's your good news for today. Follow for more stuff you can't stop thinking about. American-style suburb housing is caused every single—
Wish we would design villages? Dog, what do you think this is? 823? Like, the days of villages are gone, bro. We have cars. The reason why villages formed is because it was like a bunch of farmland. Oh my god, dude. Thank you, random bald guy. These were designed to sell cars. Oh my god. Execute the HOA. I agree with that. We need to build towns again. Dude, what do people think a town is? Like, do they not realize, like, the town was, like, a whole fucking, like, day's travel in some cases? Like, you want to talk about stuff not being accessible by walking distance. The local town was, like, a multi-hour-long horse ride away most of the time, because towns popped up in the middle of agricultural areas. Like, they were in the middle of a bunch of different people's, you know, agricultural property. So sometimes you would have to travel for hours at a time to go into town. It was not convenient at all. So it's like, this is probably the best style of housing in human history. Everybody gets their own plot of land. You're not literally stacked on top of each other. And, you know, things are deliberately obscured so you don't get, like, the random foot traffic and bus traffic of the undesirable class of society. So you don't have a bunch of homeless people just camping out in your neighborhood. You don't have a bunch of, you know, vagrants walking through looking for, you know, vacant houses that they can steal shit from. And on top of that, you know, you're not in, like, a direct line of traffic, so you don't have the same level of noise pollution either. So the suburbs are quite literally the most perfect form of housing we've ever had. Period. Probably only second to, like, the English manor style, where you have a massive piece of property in a big house, but, you know, that's not realistic for everyone. But, yeah, the cope of, yeah, we should all live in a fucking ant farm, you know, stacked on top of each other in little fucking goy cubes. No thanks. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with a 5.
You're fucking poor!
Australia is in the darkest timeline. It's not like America where the younger generations of whites are waking up. It's the opposite. They want to be replaced. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It is. Very sad. You know, it's like the pandas. They had to be forced to reproduce. It feels like a lot of Western countries are at that point where, you know, the real people of those countries have just given up. Very sad. But, you know, people's spirits have been fucking broken. And Jay, just enjoy with the 5. Watch. Okay. PK wants Melanie Mac to use him like a toilet. Don't we all? But yeah, probably.
Hi, my name is Manuel, and
hello, Manuel. Or
I
I'm
am
sorry, hola.
An agent from Galvan Real Estate. Today, I'm gonna show you Casa Carmen.
So this is 200K. Are they gonna show the inside? Yeah, I don't know, dude. It looks like, what, 4 unrelated buildings that were, like, just connected together?
Please follow me.
No.
This 2-history bedroom house is perfect for you. This house has a perfect parking and a garage. Please follow me and I will show you what we can find more from Casa Carmen, that is just located 5 minutes walking from the beach.
Ah, that's why it's so expensive. What does the inside look like? Is it just like trashed? Okay, they do show it.
And follow me to the terrace. This is a perfect area for you. You can put a barbecue or create whatever you want. Let's check the inside of the house. And here we have this beautiful kitchen.
It's not terrible. It's not my ideal kitchen, but I guess for Mexico, it's not bad. Yeah, it would be a nightmare to cool.
And the living room. And here we have a complete bathroom and the master bedroom.
Yeah, that's where the magic happens, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I would not spend $200,000 on this. You can get way better in Texas. I mean, what you're paying for is access to the beach, which personally I don't fucking care about.
And Casa Carmen as well has a beautiful guest bedroom with a complete bathroom.
Thank goodness. Let's see. Hunter Eats Hunter with the 5. Yeah, we can check it out. And let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Have a chuddy new year. Aussie cell. Oh, well, yeah, happy new year to the Aussies in the chat, dude. I forget, y'all are like way ahead time-wise.
If you live in the US or Canada, then this will certainly look familiar to you. Multiple lanes of car traffic, wide highway-sized lanes, giant signs, traffic lights, parking lots, lots of driveways and side streets with traffic merging in and out. And a place that's nearly impossible to cross as a pedestrian. There isn't even a sidewalk here.
So?
These are what Strongtowns refers to as stroads, which is a horrible name, and that's intentional because these are horrible places. Stroads are a street-road hybrid, and they are dangerous, expensive, and ineffective. I'll get to those issues in a moment, but first, let's talk about the difference.
Doesn't look too dangerous to me.
Between a street and a road, according to Strongtowns. This is a road. It is a high-speed connection between two places. Because
this is a road. It's a high-speed connection between two places. Wow. Thank you.
Because of the high speeds involved, there are several safety features. The lanes are wide and forgiving so that vehicles do not bump into each other. The road is as straight as possible, and when curves are necessary, they're designed to be gentle, making it easy to drive along. The area next to the road, called the clear zone, is free of any obstacles that could be hit, just in case a vehicle runs off the road. The signs are very large, designed to be read from a distance and at high speeds. And entrances and exits are few and far between because the road is designed to keep vehicles at a high speed for as long as possible to minimize travel times. Roads are important. We need roads, though I personally prefer my roads to have rails.
Oh god, is this one of those train cells?
This is a street. It is a complex environment where life in the city happens. Buildings are placed right next to the sidewalk to be easily accessible by people walking, and it gives a sense of space, almost like an outdoor room. This is a place that feels comfortable to be in, so you find people here. There are many entrances and exits to and from the street, and there may also be street parking for vehicles and deliveries. This is an environment meant for slow speeds because this is a destination, not a thoroughfare. High-speed traffic is not compatible with lots of human activity, so vehicle speeds are reduced. Everything on the street is at a human scale. It's designed to be inviting, encouraging people to walk, to window shop, or to just sit and watch the world go by. The street is designed to get the most value out of the space available. Streets are very important, and we definitely need streets. A stroad, on the other hand, is neither of these things. Just like how a futon converts from a terrible uncomfortable couch to a terrible uncomfortable bed, the stroad is the futon of transportation. It is a street that is designed like a road, and in doing so, it fails at being good at either one. The stroad fails at being a street. There are many driveways to businesses and homes like you'd find on a street, but mixed with multiple highway-sized lanes. This mixes high speeds with many points of conflict. Watch over this white car turning, and this cyclist. Are there any cars coming out of these driveways? Unlike a street, stroads are hostile to people outside of a car. There are lots of motor vehicles and speeds are high, so walking or cycling feels uncomfortable and dangerous. There are long distances between places.
What the fuck is this shit, man?
And there are often large parking lots that need to be crossed before getting anywhere. And it's basically impossible to cross the stroad except by walking to a traffic signal and waiting. The signs are large and meant to be read while driving, which feels really out of scale if you're walking there.
Dude, I have never felt unsafe walking on a fucking sidewalk in the US.
And often trees have been removed from the clear zone, making the environment even more uninviting if you're not in a car. Somehow, though, painted bicycle gutters are still okay in the clear zone. Traffic engineers are concerned about drivers hitting a tree. Hitting a cyclist is expected. This is clearly a place for cars, so it's unsurprising that pretty much everyone drives here. Trust me, it sucks to walk down this road. But these environments are ugly anyway. Nobody cares about these places and nobody wants to spend any time here. Cities in the US and Canada are covered in terrible non-places like this. Places you go because you have to, not because you want to. Nobody actually sits and watches the world go by on this bench. But the stroad fails at being a road too. The lanes are wide and there are a lot of them. You're surrounded by asphalt, but you can't actually get anywhere quickly like you can with a road. There are cars constantly changing lanes and going in and out of the stroad, slowing down traffic and introducing many points of conflict that require drivers to constantly slow down to avoid a collision. Traffic volumes can be quite high on stroads because there are no viable alternatives to driving. Distances are too far to walk and it's too unsafe to cycle, and since public transit gets stuck in traffic anyway, only the poor and the desperate will take the bus. So everyone drives. But because there are so many crossroads, entrances, and
just like God intended,
exits to the stroad, traffic lights are required, meaning drivers are constantly stopping at red lights. And because speeds are high, light timings need to be very long, leading to traffic signal-induced congestion.
Yeah, there's nothing unsafe about this unless you're a fucking idiot.
Nobody is getting anywhere quickly on a stroad.
Like, dude, the thing is, they're not, like, comparing this to Europe is, like, retarded. Because Europe is a continent. It doesn't even compare to the United States. Hold on, let's see. Like, dude, This is what's so retarded about this argument. It's like, this is really blurry, but it makes the point perfectly. Like, you're comparing a country that is this fucking large to one that's this small, or this small, or this small. Like, obviously, in Europe, everybody is more, you know, compact. There's not these wide open spaces that the United States has, where we have green space. We have, like, actual stretches of just empty areas. Or we have suburbs and stuff like that. That's not common in big European population centers. So, it's because the United States has way more space per person compared to European countries. So we don't have to cram everything into one place. So that's the thing that's so dumb about the comparisons with Europe. It's like, yes, in a very tiny, concentrated country, you can definitely have, you know, a walkable city where people have, like, all the stuff near them and stuff, because that's how the country was built. Because they had to do that. They didn't have the option that the U.S. had, where we had more space than we knew what to do with. It's just two different settings. It's like comparing New York City to Jackson Hole, Wyoming. It's stupid. There is no comparison.
All of these elements make Stroads unsafe as well, and the majority of fatal crashes within cities happen on Stroads. They are especially dangerous to people walking and cycling. The wide and straight design of highways were designed that way to make them safe for high-speed traffic, but the Stroad to hell is paved with good intentions. On a Stroad, these wide highway-like designs encourage drivers to drive quickly, but combining that with traffic turning in and out of driveways and lots of four-way junctions makes this the most dangerous type of urban driving possible. This is an inherently unsafe way to design a road, and is part of the reason why the US has the most dangerous roads of any developed country. For example, during the coronavirus lockdowns in the first 9 months of 2020, car volumes in the US dropped significantly. But despite an estimated 355 billion fewer miles driven, fatal crashes per mile actually increased by up to 34%.
That's because people had on their fucking masks.
This brings us to the sad truth, that the only reason these unsafe American Stroads aren't killing even more people regularly is because they're usually so jammed up with traffic that drivers can't get going fast enough to kill each other. And finally, Stroads are really expensive. Because Stroads are built to a highway standard, their lanes are very wide and there are never less than 4 lanes. Plus there's normally extra space for shoulders and clear zones at the side of the road too. Because Stroads try to be streets, there are many entrances and exits, so many turning lanes are required. But because of the high speeds, turning lanes are much longer than on a street, taking up even more space. And as traffic increases even more, due to traffic entering and exiting the Stroad, the city will install another traffic signal for $750,000. All of this means that a Stroad is much bigger than a road that would carry the same amount of traffic, and significantly larger than a street that would have the same number of businesses and houses along it. As the size of the Stroad increases, there are several other costs incurred. High-speed Stroads need to be flat, so the area that needs to be graded increases. Land may need to be purchased from residents to widen the Stroad and destroy their property values. By the way, do you think this girl is waiting to cross this 5-lane Stroad? Flood protection infrastructure becomes much more expensive due to the impermeable surfaces. And
it looks like she was waiting for someone to pick her up, like an Uber.
A huge amount of asphalt and traffic control systems to maintain. And of course, because everyone drives, large parts of the landscape need to be
Dude, I haven't seen a fucking Dillard's in forever. Jeez. Overland Park? Where is that?
Meaning everything is inherently spread out in low density. Parking lots don't employ anyone, and they don't earn much tax revenue either. A Stroad environment is significantly less financially productive than a street, but with significantly more infrastructure. The result is a mix of high cost per area maintenance expenses combined with low value per acre tax revenue, which makes these Stroad environments a net negative for cities. These places are literally putting American cities on the Stroad of financial ruin, and they're doing it while being dangerous, ugly, and ultimately ineffective at actually moving people. The Stroad fails at every metric, but it's the default setting for transportation design almost everywhere in the US and Canada. So what's the alternative? Well, Strongtowns advocates for one of two things. First, you
15-minute cities.
Can convert a Stroad,
live in your bug box, guys,
into a road. This means limiting access to the Stroad, accessing businesses and neighborhoods from side streets. Painted bicycle gutters need to be removed because moving vehicles is the primary objective of a road. People can still walk or cycle, but these paths need to be completely separated from the flow of traffic. In this way, the Stroad becomes a road, a high-speed connection between two places. The other alternative is to turn the Stroad into a street. For this, the lanes need to be narrowed and parking needs to be moved to the curb or behind buildings, and the buildings themselves need to be built closer to the street. Everything needs to be brought down to a human scale, making it inviting to people and getting more value from the space available. This isn't a hypothetical, and we don't have to imagine what this would look like, because the Netherlands has already done it, just with 3 types of infrastructure instead of the 2 proposed by Strongtowns. You will almost never find a Stroad here, because in the 1990s, the Dutch adopted the concept of sustainable traffic safety. And one of the key pillars of this program was that every road and street in the Netherlands has to be classified and designated as one of the following 3 options. The first is a stroomweg, which is pretty straightforward. It is a motorway or highway. I think everyone is familiar with these, so I won't spend too much time on it. But the important thing here is that there are no traffic controls. Cars enter and exit through merge lanes, and you will never find a traffic light or roundabout.
Sometimes I walk from Germany to France. It's only 10 minutes. Nice, man. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing I think is funny. And I'm not accusing you of it, but a lot of overly snobbish Europeans are like, oh, Americans are so uncultured. You know, we visit all these different countries, and you hardly ever leave yours. It's like, bruh. Going from, like you said, Germany to France is like me going from Virginia to North Carolina. It's like literally a multiple hour drive at most. So I've never understood that, like, mentality with the Europeans. They act like they're so, like, traveled and, you know, they go on these, you know, numerous, you know, ventures around the world. And it's like, dude, most people in the United States have been to more than one state. That's, like, basically the equivalent of traveling within the EU. So I've never understood that. Now, granted, the cultural differences are definitely more distinct within Europe than, you know, the United States when it's going state to state. But I've always just found that funny. It's like, yeah, you literally live like an hour away from multiple different countries. Of course it's easier for you to travel.
On a stroomweg. Highways should also go around cities and never through cities. I'm looking at you, Cincinnati. Actually, that's not fair, because basically all American cities did this. Thankfully, the plan to do this to Amsterdam was unsuccessful. Moving one level down is the, Gebied- en Sluitingsweg, the distributor road. These are the connectors between highways and streets. There may be entrances and exits to other streets and roads, but driveways to houses or businesses are avoided as much as possible. And if traffic controls are necessary, then roundabouts are preferred, unless traffic volumes require a traffic light. I'm going to refer to these...
Yeah, FBI, honestly, you're in the perfect place to visit Japan. How long is that flight from Australia to Japan? $9 hours? 8 hours? Yeah, that's better than the U.S. Shit. Let's see. Flight time DC to Japan. The shortest time is 14 hours and 20 minutes. And that's a $1,000 flight. Brutal, dude.
As roads. Finally, there's the Erftoegangsweg, the neighborhood access street. These are the end destinations for journeys, the places where people live, work, shop, relax, and so on. I'm going to refer to these as streets.
Europe may be small, but they build the best car. I guess so, yeah.
Streets are designed to be low speed with a speed limit of no more than 30 kilometers per hour, and they almost never have more than one motor vehicle lane per direction. In many cases, vehicle speeds are slow enough that separated bicycle infrastructure is not required, though bicycle paths may still be used to purposefully narrow the street, constraining the space available for motor vehicles. The street network is designed to discourage through traffic by cars.
Can I swim? Yeah. I mean, I could make a joke, but I won't. I think everybody would know what it is anyway. I also know my father.
Either through traffic calming or by explicitly blocking cars while still allowing walking, cycling, and public transit to take the most direct route. I've talked about this before in my invisible infrastructure video, where I show a typical trip by bicycle through the street network compared to the very different route by road that is taken when driving. Once you learn about these three types of road in the Netherlands, what I'm unofficially calling...
Yep, all white people can swim. It's like a instilled trait from a young age. I don't know, bro. I feel like it's like there's just a propensity among white people to swim. It's like in our DNA.
Roads and streets.
We long for the water of some sort.
It's really interesting to drive around and see which type you're on. This is a street. This is a road. This is a street. This is a road. This is a road with streets on either side to access houses. Since this is a relatively recent concept, only implemented about 30 years ago, the best place to see this in action is in newer developments. Here we are driving on a road outside the town of Nieuwleusen. This road is designed to move vehicles, so there is no direct access to adjacent properties. The homes and businesses are accessed by streets on the right and left side, and the road is mostly accessed by roundabout. As we exit the roundabout into this industrial park, the road turns into a street, where cars and trucks can access the warehouses and industrial facilities safely and efficiently without disrupting traffic on the road. It's also very interesting to see where one type turns into another. This is clearly a street, a residential street in Amsterdam. There is parking on either side, and there are many side streets branching off. There are no traffic lights or stop signs. Speeds are low here, so intersections are unmarked, and you give priority to any vehicle coming from the right. I've talked about this before in my video about stop signs. This street has a brick road surface, speed bumps, and other traffic calming measures to slow down traffic. The speed limit is 30 kilometers an hour, and bicycle and motor vehicle traffic is mixed. But as we travel down this street, we come to a set of traffic lights, and here is where this street becomes a road. The bicycle path becomes totally separated from motor vehicle traffic. There's no more street parking. The road surface is made of smooth asphalt, and there's a median separating the traffic lanes. There are buildings on either side, but crucially, they cannot be accessed by this road because turning traffic would be inefficient and unsafe. As we travel down this road a little farther, we can see here it turns back into a street. Here's another example in the suburb of Amstelveen. The right-of-way is about 22 meters, which in the US or Canada would be at least a 4-lane road with center turning lane. But despite the space available, there's only one lane of motor vehicle.
Oh my god, bro, this is getting extremely autistic.
Traffic in each direction here, and the lanes are narrow, which encourages drivers to drive slower. Single-lane roads are much safer because cars changing lanes introduces points of conflict between vehicles, and they are easier for pedestrians to cross. This also frees up space on both sides for car parking, a bicycle path, and a sidewalk. There are multiple other streets intersecting with this one, bringing traffic in and out of the street. A few meters along, this street starts to turn into a road. Here you can see that access to the houses and parking on the right-hand side are provided by a small side street running parallel to the road, so that through traffic does not compete with drivers going in and out of parking spaces. Travel along this road a little farther, and the street has completely turned into a road. There is a stoplight, multiple lanes of motor vehicle traffic, and an entrance to a highway. The bicycle path is two-way and isolated completely from the road. A little farther along, this road becomes quite interesting. Here, there are several houses, but instead of being accessed directly, as they would be on a strode, they're accessible by a two-way side street, which was made purposefully narrow to slow down drivers. This also provides a safe alternative for people cycling. The road itself is only 2 lanes for car traffic, with turning lanes when necessary. One lane has been reserved as a bus lane, and there is a two-way cycling path as well. It's also interesting to note that because dedicated bus lanes and bicycle paths are much more efficient at moving people than car lanes, this road configuration can actually transport more people than a typical strode. The Netherlands didn't change this overnight, and this transition to roads and streets is not totally complete. There are still some streets here that carry too much through traffic, for example, but at least they're usually only 2 lanes wide. This change has happened slowly, with street and road redesigns spread out over the past 30 years. The first step, though, was identifying that there was a problem with road safety and road productivity, and changing the design standards to match. It's time to face the fact that designing stroads as both a high-speed thoroughfare and a destination simply doesn't work. Stroads are dangerous and expensive, they destroy walkability, they make cycling dangerous and infeasible, and they don't work for drivers either. The US and Canada need to rethink the traffic engineering manuals that define urban spaces and start building productive streets and efficient roads. Then they can get on the road to recovery and benefit from fewer traffic deaths, more viable alternatives to driving, less traffic, and more financially productive cities. It's the end of the road for stroads. Good riddance. I'd like to thank my supporters on Patreon who pay me to get this show on the stroad.
Is it actually, though? I don't think it's the end. I think they're here to stay.
Every person in this photo would fit in a single chain.
Oh boy, I love heckin' walkable cities and public transportation. Fuck cars, woohoo!
It's so true.
What's that noise?
Every person in this photo would fit in a...
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Factual. The fucking Reddit train. Yeah. Just needs more future doctors and engineers. Yeah, exactly. Where are all the astronauts that are high on Fent? Where's that young man that stabbed the white girl? Dude, all I can say is someone who has used public transit in DC, you don't want it. They are so fucking gross. Like the metro cars and stuff, it's just disgusting. Gross. You don't even want to sit down. The seats are so repulsive. Yep, having your own car is preferable. What the fuck is this shit?
I am standing on what's supposed to be a main
This sounds like some schizoid shit. We'll see.
street. Colorful facades, restaurants to eat at, and people living right next door. But the longer I look, the stranger it feels, like I've stepped onto a movie set. Across America, real downtowns have withered away. Developers thought they could rebuild them, calling them town centers. But are they a worthy replacement, or just a hollow imitation? Today, we'll look at what happened to downtowns, what these town centers really are, and take a deep dive into one that has fascinated me for a long time. We'll be exploring its streets, architecture, and the eerie in-between spaces that left an impression on me that I think you need to see. So what happened to the urban cores across America? Almost every town and city in the US has had or has a historic downtown core. Usually, these places are centered around a main street, lined with pre-war masonry buildings, full of interesting details and quirky little shops that you wouldn't see at your local strip mall. A lot of these buildings have multiple stories, and sometimes it's a law office upstairs, sometimes it's a loft apartment, or even sometimes it's a odd, weird museum that only a few people know about. The point is that these are very authentic spaces, and they have history that we can all see. And this is something your brain picks up on without you even realizing it. So those downtowns, they sound pretty nice, right? Well, I'm sorry to say it, but for most of them, their life is dwindling or at least fading very fast. Many of these places were bulldozed into parking lots, others replaced by windowless office blocks from the 1970s, and maybe that place that you loved visiting as a kid, well, there's probably a highway running through it right now. But very soon, after we gutted all of our downtowns, America at large.
The place you loved visiting as a kid? I mean, maybe if you're fucking Count Dracula, bro. Like, how fucking long ago were you a child if this is what it looked like? Jeez. I mean, we got a little bit of a time skip there.
Kid, well, there's probably a highway running through it right now. But very soon, after we gutted all of our downtowns, America at large knew something was missing. The voice in all of our heads started whispering, "These parking lots are so incredibly ugly and drab. Let's build those old downtowns again." But this time, what if we built an authentic town center with all the charm of downtown, but none of the mess of those downtowns that we used to have? And while we're at it, let's get our favorite neighborhood corporate developer to build all of it. So that's what they did. So what even are these town centers, quote unquote, that supposedly replace downtowns? Well, depending on who you ask, town centers are either lifeless shopping centers with less parking or the ideal family-friendly downtown experience. So here,
yeah, there's a couple of those, like indoor,
town centers are either lifeless shopping
me.
centers with less parking or the ideal.
There's a lot of places that look like this near me, and then they have apartment buildings on the top. So yeah, this is pretty common.
Family-friendly downtown experience. So here is a very general definition of town centers. The whole area is typically designed as one coordinated project and owned by one entity. That means streets, buildings, parking, and open spaces are planned all at once. But remember, it's all privately owned space. It's not public space. Most of the time, it's mixed-use design, a curated blend of retail, restaurants, offices, entertainment, and residential units. They will almost always have a pedestrian-friendly layout. Everything will follow a unified style or design guideline. Materials, signage, and lighting are coordinated to create a consistent branded identity. So there are plenty of town centers all across America. And since lighting are coordinated to create a consistent branded identity. So there are
hell yeah, dude, the Gucci stove.
Plenty of town centers all across America. And since they all share these common themes, I am going to focus on one that I believe perfectly represents what a modern suburban town center is trying to be. Let me introduce you to Airsley Town Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. Airsley sits on South Tryon Street, one of the biggest, busiest streets in all of Charlotte. It's adjacent to the Interstate Loop 485, aka a Mad Max style racetrack. This isn't a pedestrian-friendly area, which is putting it very mildly. It's actually very hostile to anyone attempting to travel.
Charlotte's a pretty nice area.
In anything other than a car.
I've been there a few times.
It's not connected to any transit other than buses. In fact, it's surrounded by strip malls, warehouses, industrial parks, and distribution centers. Airsley was built in the mid-2000s as what the developers call on their website, authentic urban living in the suburbs, which honestly sounds like an oxymoron. On first glance, it does seem to have everything, all packed into one neatly designed village. It's supposed to look and feel like a real downtown, but is that really the case? Well, I had to go see it for myself. So this is how Airsley is laid out. Up front, you've got the retail area. In the middle has a theater, offices, and retail at some of the base of the offices, mixed with some residential. Further in the back, you have the office area with quite a lot of hotels. And off to the side, transitioning to a different part of the site, you have more housing. And this goes from denser apartments that are closer to the core, and it fades into townhomes as you get further away. For the whole master plan, the road network inside is laid out in a loose grid. It does have quite a lot of variation though. It doesn't feel too rigid. So let's get into the details to give you all an idea of what it's like to really be in the space and experience it as I did when I visited Airsley recently. So we'll start at the entrance. We have two buildings pushed right up to the street, no setback. That might not seem like much, but in the context of everything around it, which is mostly strip malls with huge parking lots, this is actually quite a subtle and nice move. It immediately feels different, in an attempt to set the tone for the rest of Airsley as you move into the town center. After passing that threshold, I immediately noticed the continuation of the street frontage is already broken up by surface parking lots right next to the buildings. So while the entrance tries to feel urban, the cars are still guiding the design of development already as we get into the site. Now, to be fair, compared to the gas station next door, which clearly doesn't fit into any kind of town center design or theme, the buildings inside Airsley are a major step up in design compared to surrounding buildings. The entrance road that goes into the town center flares into 4 lanes exiting the property and 2 lanes entering from the stoplight, and it curves into the site, and it gradually starts to look more like a smallish city main street. the main street becomes more narrow as it gets closer to the center of Airsley, with quite a bit of on-street parking. Now, personally, I'd rather see bike lanes than on-street parking, but that's just me. There's a grassy median in the road, which I wish had trees, but maybe they didn't want to block the driver's view as they enter the site, so that might be the consideration there. From this entrance street that takes me into the site, and we get past the entrance buildings, things start to feel better, and I start to get memories of when I have been to a historic downtown, and I can't lie, something about it feels nice and cozy, and I feel like that is where Airsley wants me to stop feeling feelings. But as I take a moment to take it all in, I start to see things, and things immediately start to feel a bit off. So let's look at these buildings. There are quite a few storefronts here, and they're mostly salons, but they actually had quite a bit of activity when I was walking by. I even noticed stairs going up to a second floor, and signs stating that people were living there. So it was very much a work-live space, which I kind of like actually. It's not something I would typically see in Charlotte, but the longer you look, the more it starts to feel like a set, a little too
Corpos want to do the same thing, so you live in a fucking box. Yep, exactly. Live in your Goy cube, put on the VR headset, and consume your virtual slappa.
a little too fake. So let's look closely at these buildings. They are made to look like historic Main Street storefronts, but if we look at what those buildings actually look like, they have a very particular appearance. They generally feature richly detailed brickwork, corbelled cornices, recessed entries, transom lights above the doors, and facades with hand-painted signage. These buildings at Arsley that were built in the 2000s have windows, doors, floor heights that reflect the time they were built, so they look fake, and we can't just ignore it. This gets into a conversation of whether or not we should be recreating architecture to look like historic buildings and styles that are from a past era. The interesting irony of recreating these historic styles is that the buildings on historic American main streets, they weren't made to look like any set style of architecture. The architects and builders at the time just used construction techniques and details that were easy to build at the time and served the purpose of the building. This is the driving force that dictated that they could only build buildings that could be so tall, and the windows could only be so big. Sometimes they would have to use an arch because that's what masons were used to building. It was more cost effective than perhaps using a steel lintel at the time. Today the opposite is true because steel lintels are cheaper than hiring the mason that can make the arches. Let's just look at a comparison side by side.
I live in my state mandated Goy cube. Pretty much. I'm living the dream, baby. See here with the 5, I was watching this guy tour around Virginia. Sad seeing nice old towns just wasting away. They had cool old buildings. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of decent areas in Virginia, but, you know, the only area that's popping off is the area I'm in, unfortunately. It's a dying state outside of the Norfolk shipyard and then the D.C. area, which is sad. Like, Richmond, for example, is pretty fucking rough. Like, you do not want to be in Richmond at all, if possible.
Of the Airsley building on the left and a historic storefront on the right, we can see how the proportions are quite different, and the details on the historic building feel more authentic, and the details on Airsley's building, they look more plastic and fake. Looking across the street, the large brick building is quite a contrast to the buildings that we were just looking at. The footprint is much larger, but it feels a bit more authentic. From a bird's eye view, we can see that this building bends and contorts to fit the road. And
yeah, Richmond used to be full of companies. Also, that's where the tobacco industry was based out of. That's where Altria and Philip Morris and, you know, many others were once located. Altria is still there, but yeah. That was the main, I guess, economic driving force was the tobacco industry.
The gym building behind it. It does have some restaurants at the base, which actually look super empty on the Saturday afternoon when I visit it. But maybe they get more business at night, so I don't want to be too hard on them. There are walkways through the building that I actually think are very thoughtful. As a pedestrian, most people may not have noticed that there are places to go on the other side of the building. Looking at the landscape, they try to do a nice job, I think, and it's a higher standard than people are used to seeing in the suburbs, and it shows, even if it does feel a bit lonely in these landscape spaces. The brick building hides the gym building, which, looking at it on maps, this building predates the Airsley development by some.
Hunter eats Hunter with the 2. Griffin, nothing a little silver couldn't fix, dude. Exactly. If we could just go back to the silver standard, guys, everything would be better. Period. Also, if we got rid of all those damn...
It has some restaurants and small shops around the perimeter of the building, making it less of a giant mass. They try to make it fit with landscaping and street furniture and some placemaking, but the massing still feels a bit awkward in relation to the other buildings in the master plan. I get the feeling that the developers didn't have the funds to demolish this building and the surrounding parking lot, and they couldn't have this area rebuilt, so it survives to this day. A 4-story apartment building sits along the main street. It's part of an effort to mix the uses of the buildings in the area. I'll save my thoughts on its appearance and on modern apartment buildings in general for another day, but let's just say it looks
Dude, I could never imagine...
I'll save my thoughts on its appearance and on modern...
I could never imagine using a pool like this at my apartment. Like, do you just want to be, like, fucking watched by everyone? Like, oh, who's in the pool? Like, I feel like you'd be, like... I would never use it. I would never fucking use it. Because you would just feel like you're being watched. Constantly. Like, constantly surveilled by your nosy neighbors.
apartment buildings in general for another day, but let's just say it looks uninspired at best. It does contribute to the broader mixed-use concept of the town center, flanked by another office building with ground-level retail. Of course, both buildings conceal a parking garage behind them, a familiar reality of contemporary development in Charlotte. To pause for 5 seconds, if this subject matter interests you, please drop a like, as it does help the channel, and please consider subscribing to see more.
Yeah, I'm a pretty large shareholder of Altria. They've treated me well in terms of my financial gains.
Or just like this. Now back to the video. So let's zoom out a little bit and continue our tour through the property. Across the main street is a theater area. Traditionally in towns...
Let's see those man tits. I wear a swimming shirt.
Centers from this period, the theater sits proudly at the end of a main axis, a visual anchor drawing you in. Here, it's shoved off to the side behind several buildings, like they really didn't want it to be front and center as you come into the area. If you discover the cinema while you're walking, you are greeted with a large gazebo-like structure, which is actually a nice way to open up a space to a large gathering area. But instead, it opens up to this large parking lot, and immediately you feel like you've been transported back to the era of strip malls from 40 years ago, and you feel like you're standing in the middle of suburbia instead of a main street town center. Now, to be fair to the developer about this giant parking lot sitting in front of a cinema, these developments are rarely ever done. There are always new phases, new tenants, and new plans to build new buildings. So maybe this area gets built up denser in the future. But as it stands now, it feels incomplete and disconnected from the rest of Airsley. There's a small plaza that looks like it's meant to be a community hub, a gathering space. It's near all the storefronts we looked at earlier, but I wanted to save discussing this until after we talked about the theater area. For context, looking into this space from the outside, the Meeting Street Market seems very promising, and I have to say, walking into the space, it feels really nice. It's very well landscaped. The buildings, while I had my issue with the style, they actually feel more at place here. The 3-story...
Why the fuck did they have all these electrical things exposed?
Scale just works very well here. I can imagine sitting on the terrace patio spaces and enjoying a day as lovely as the day when I visited. There are a lot of salons in this area, and they're actually quite busy. And in comparison to the rest of the town center, that feels a bit lonely and empty. Here in this little gathering space, they've managed to capture the energy of a downtown, but I had to keep exploring, and I kind of wish I didn't. There are little gathering space. They've managed to capture the energy of a downtown, but I had to keep exploring, and I kind of wish I didn't. There are small alleys that leave this area. I had to see what was in the spaces. The designers and architects of this development probably didn't want me to see, so I picked an alleyway, and this is what I found. And yeah, there is really nice landscaping, lovely plants, and then it happens. You leave this faux historic main street, and suddenly you're behind a theater. What is this place? I could distantly hear the sound of movies in the theater next door. Walking back there felt really uneasy, and it felt like I shouldn't be there. It feels liminal, like you stepped behind the curtain of a movie set. Things started to come into focus, and I began to realize what it was that felt so uncanny about these town centers in the first place. And the illusion of a cohesive place just kind of dissolved right in front of me.
Yeah, why would you put a window facing the back of a movie theater? That's stupid.
Middle space is defined as a place or state of transition, often feeling unsettling or surreal because it's an in-between space. This place fits the bill exactly. I had to see where the other alleyway leading out of the gathering space went, and to see if the transition felt less abrupt, but it didn't. It led straight into a parking lot next door to a car service shop. I don't want to go too hard on it, because the gathering area itself actually felt really nice, but it's these in-between moments that I start to feel like I'm in the Truman Show, and these are just themed fake spaces. With this new perspective on Airsley, I decided to continue exploring. Further back in the property, past a university and what seems like more empty storefronts, you get to the offices and hotels. The parking is mostly hidden behind these buildings, which is the right move according to new urbanist philosophy. But given that Charlotte's public transit is practically non-existent in this area, this is about as good as it gets. Most people do drive here after all anyway. The hotels are a fine move. It's nice to stay somewhere where you can actually walk to restaurants and shops instead of being stranded off the interstate like many in the Charlotte region. The office buildings, though, lean more toward office park architecture. Efficient, boxy, not responsive to the site's curved and contorting nature. Older urban buildings that are in downtown areas used to bend and contort to...
See, the issue is with the fucking shitty-ass zoning laws, the American Disability Act, and all this other shit. It's impossible to build like people used to, because you have all these stupid fucking regulations that prevent you from building anything actually fucking nice. You know, we live in a state of self-imposed mediocrity because we cater society to the literal 0.01% of it.
Fit the street. Here is a comparison of the office buildings from another era and these buildings that we see in Airsley. The detail is beautiful on these old buildings, but let's focus on the scale of these buildings. They used to have a much smaller footprint that fit into their towns much easier back in the day. Now they are much bigger, and their massive form dictates the city shape that surrounds them. I have no good answer on how to fix the market's want for modern office layouts. In fact, there is no fixing it. This is just what the market bears. The best move would be to make the streets fit the shape of these buildings and break up the mass at the ground level, when that is possible. But here again, the ground level feels like a lonely, forgotten liminal space. Blank walls, vents, large office lobbies, and giant parking decks. This is all you see at the ground level. I can't help but miss the empty storefronts I saw earlier in Airsley. These buildings are practical, but of course very forgettable. These facades are what you would expect, inoffensive when viewing them across the street, and blank and boring up close. Near the office area, there's a small park space. That sounds great on paper, but in reality, it's empty, no real activity, and landscaping that literally blocks you from entering the middle of the park. It feels like a no man's land, and this is probably where the people living in Airsley take their dogs to do their business.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, it looks like a place you take your dog to shit.
And that's about it. The resident...
Because I have to find those. Yeah, I look for those when I take my dog out.
Area is the last element I want to look at in Airsley. The area is bordered mostly by industrial buildings and distribution centers. The development had to contort its layout around those older sites, so they were a little bit boxed in. They worked with what they had and they tried to adapt. Looking at the neighborhood core, there are 4- and 5-story apartment buildings close to the commercial center. I actually like that. You can step outside, walk half a block, be at a pub or the Mexican restaurant. It's just good planning. Then you hit the townhouse zone, which has a small landscape center square that acts like a traffic calming roundabout. The streets are narrow enough with on-street parking. The townhouses themselves look fine, decent variation. Now, once you head down the road called Kings Parade Street, which is such an unserious name, the quality really starts to drop. It begins to blend into a kind of generic suburban townhome development that you see all over Charlotte. There's less to walk to, fewer amenities, and it's a very long walk back to the main center of Airsley. Here, you've got a few small parks and drainage ponds, but nothing that truly connects or activates the area and makes it really nice. It all circles back to the main issue. This isn't a real town, it's trying to imitate one, and you can feel that immediately just by walking through it. Here's my final takeaway. There are really 2 sides to Airsley. There's the inauthentic part that's trying to be Main Street, and then there is actually what it is, a dense office park with a bit of mixed use sprinkled in. And honestly, that makes sense. It's still an improvement over the office parks and strip malls we saw in the 1990s, but there is a strange, soulless quality to it, like a liminal space where you feel like you're not supposed to be there, even though it was designed for people to be there. I'm sure if you looked at the renderings when this place was being designed, I bet you'd see crowds of people walking, laughing, sitting in cafes, but in real life, there's almost nobody. No one's strolling around, walking their dogs, or pushing a stroller. It's eerie. So is this town center a worthy replacement for historic downtowns? No. But maybe in 50 years, it'll finally become what it's pretending to be. Thank you all for watching.
I don't think so. You can't build like things used to be. You know, in the past, things were built to be lived in. Nowadays, they're built because they have to comply with regulation. So, it's not the same. It will never be the same. We have way too much regulation that just completely ruins any chance of making, you know, cohesive, livable cities anymore. Yeah, that'd be one of the first things I did if I ever take the reins of power, is removing the that too, but the American Disability Act. That shit's gone day one, bro. Hart Cellar, Civil Rights Act, American Disabilities Act, gone. Day one, baby. Out. Along with the charter for the Federal Reserve, gone. And then we can finally get this country back on course. Bro, what type of what if she's a 10 out of 10, but she has a big clit? Still would? Yeah, because then you don't have to find it. What type of fucking question is that, bro? Jeez. What if she's a 10 out of 10, but she slept with 50 men? We'll just say, as long as I can catch up at some point, then, you know, no issue. Because then you're free to bang, you know, 40 plus other women. Nah, the American with Disabilities Act is not good. It's terrible. You know that it imposes criminal penalties if you put the toilet paper too far away from the toilet, right? That's how fucking retarded it is. It needs to go. Sorry, but if you can't walk up a flight of stairs, maybe you shouldn't be going into that building. The free market will decide whether or not those things are necessary or not. The American Disabilities Act literally just, you know, opens the door for infinite lawsuits. That's it. Lawyers literally salivated over that act because it makes sure that they'll always have a fucking job. Because there's a million fucking things that you can sue for. You know, oh my god, I didn't take into account that a man missing both of his legs who's also blind and deaf at the same time can't access my website. I should have thought about that. Yep, it opens the door for all forms of fucking slippin' jimmies. Exactly. Nope, it's getting gutted. None of it's staying. In fact, in honor of it telling you how far away you can put the toilet paper, I will personally use the original signed copy as toilet paper as a symbolic gesture of what I think of it. I'll run basically the country like a medieval court where, you know, I sit there in my throne in the Capitol Rotunda and, you know, people can come and make their case before me. They have to kneel, kiss the ring, and then I will decide on the spot whether they're allowed to do something or not. The way it should have been. We was kangs, but literally though, for real, for real. Someone mowing? No, it's somebody drilling or something. I don't fucking know. Next door. It was going on all day yesterday too, so I think they're doing like some construction or something. I don't fucking know. You know, don't ask. I don't really want anything to do with my neighbors, so yeah, it was happening yesterday too. I don't really care. It doesn't bother me. Just kind of zone it out after a while. I can find crack anywhere.
I'm a crackhead. I can find that shit anywhere. Check this out. I was in South Carolina on a sales conference and I was very newly sober. I said, Kelly, no fucking around this weekend.
Why is he wearing a fucking silver choker, bro?
Okay, no.
I just bought one of these for the scrap value, so I know what it is.
Drinking and obviously no crack smoking. You need this job. And what can I say? I didn't drink. First night I was there, the party starts. Everyone's in the hotel drinking. My switch goes on. I knew I was smoking crack that night. And I'm pretty devious when I want to get high, so I asked some of the locals, hey, do me a favor. Tell me what areas of the city I should avoid, you know, so I don't get stabbed or robbed. They said, Kelly, whatever you do, stay away from Nickeltown. Obviously, I was in Nickeltown.
For Nickeltown.
30 minutes later, the taxi driver asked me, hey, do you have a gun for protection? 15 minutes after that, I had a piece and I had a pipe and I was high. Then shit got really insane. Once I take that first hit, I can't stop. So I found a couple of guys with a car. We went around from crack house to crack house for the next 36 hours. My cell phone's ringing off the hook as my boss is calling me, HR's calling me. They reported me missing. I always say I want that first hit of crack to get rid of anxiety, but that makes no sense because after about the second hour of doing this, my anxiety is through the fucking roof and the psychosis sets in. Now I'm paranoid, but I'm running from nobody. I think everyone in the town is actually working for HR and they're trying to get me. My psychosis got so bad that I ended up on the rooftop of the hotel because I thought my boss was chasing me up there. I missed the entire conference and I spent about $2,000. Of course I got fired. Not to mention a very awkward plane ride home next to my former boss, who was a very nice man, by the way. I'm 14 years clean today. Thank Christ, man. I don't have to do this anymore, and neither do you. Go to my profile and get the free 30-day sobriety.
Bruh. It's like, spoiler, I was high the entire time I filmed that. Let's see. So, Flash Gordon rocks with the 2. I don't know if we have time for... Yeah, it's almost 9 o'clock. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be live, but I definitely don't have time for an hour-long video. We can do it tomorrow, or I guess later today, depending on what time I get on. But, yeah, I don't have time for that right now. I've been live for 9 hours. Shit. Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2. Watch Johnny Quasar demo. What the fuck? Let me see. Johnny Quasar demo.
Hi, I'm Johnny Quasar. This is my robot dog, Goddard. Bark, 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 bark. I made him myself. You see, I'm a genius. But sometimes I'm too smart for my own good. Danger, danger. Whoa, got a blast.
Whoa! All right. Do you think they got called back? Inside the Detroit trap house, we found something worse than drugs. Whoa, that's pretty racist. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 5 as a bricklayer. It said seeing face work being faded out of Western homes. And a lot of homes in Australia are just commons that get rendered now. It's AI. Wait. Oh, it's a lost art. Okay. Yes. It's lost art. Yeah. Nothing's built to last. Everything's built to be torn down in 2 to 3 decades at most. Yeah, this is like the new category is Vegas is dead, Vegas is dead, Vegas is dead. Which, hopefully it does die. Fuck Vegas. No love lost, if you ask me. What happens to real estate when all the boomers die?
It doesn't mean anything to be working class or middle class anymore. The only thing that matters is if you own a home or if you don't.
Yep.
The home you live in now statistically makes more money than you do. And the last hope that a lot of young people have to catch up is getting a house gifted to them by a relative. Which begs the question, what happens to the real estate market when all the boomers die?
Anyone looking to buy a home right now is facing a double challenge amid the Federal Reserve's efforts to slow inflation.
But even in places where houses are usually expensive, they seem even more expensive.
Housing is becoming a luxury that the majority of first-time homebuyers cannot afford.
There's an old saying that the best time to start investing was 30 years ago. The second best time is right now. But that conventional wisdom might not hold up in today's market.
Yeah, it won't. Only key housing markets are going to survive the boomer exfil, so to speak.
Buying a home at the right time could set you and your family up for financial security for the rest of your life. The only thing is, the right time was when you were still in school, and if you try and buy a home now, you will be taking on record high interest rates, record high prices, and record low availability all at the same time. People
and record low potential purchasers
sell homes for 2 reasons, because they want to and because they have to. Nobody who already has a home wants to sell it because most Americans have been able to lock in record low interest rates. If they sell their house and buy another one, they will get a new mortgage at interest rates which will triple their payments on a home of the same value. According to data from the National Association of Realtors, 87% of new...
That's the crazy thing to me, is the U.S. government will pass out, basically infinite loans to people to get a fucking education that's not collateralized by anything. So we'll give infinite student loans, but we won't give out like a 2% mortgage to people who are first-time home buyers. I've never understood that. You know, get rid of fucking federal student loans. Let that shit go to the private sector. And the government should give out 2% mortgages to people who are buying their first primary residence. Because that way, even if they default on the loan, you still have the underlying asset that you can liquidate. It's not like a student loan where people just never pay it off and there's nothing you can take from them. So, to me, it makes sense to, you know, do the mortgages instead of student loans. And that way people can get affordable housing at an affordable interest rate. And there's actual collateral behind it, unlike giving people infinite money to go get a degree that may never pay for itself, and that person will die with student loan debt.
Home purchases are made using a mortgage, and the average down payment of a first home buyer is only 7%. That means higher mortgage rates are worth avoiding at all costs. A report by the Wall Street Journal found that even when homeowners moved interstate, they would hold on to their homes and rent them out, and then rent another house to live in. Everybody that wants to sell their home is waiting for interest rates to fall. Everybody who wants to buy a home is also waiting for interest rates to fall. And everybody who is stuck renting is being forced to compete with people who already own a home but don't want to sell it because they have locked in a sweet interest rate. The players in the real estate market are stuck in a Mexican standoff, but the renters are stuck fighting with a banana. The only hope for people who just want to buy a home is to get it off someone who needs to sell. According to another report published by the National Association of Realtors, the average home seller in America was 60 years old. At that age, one of the reasons
and the average buyer, I think, was 60 as well.
People need to sell their home is because they are dead. But if you are holding out hope that the biggest homeowning generation in America downsizing will make it easier for people trying to buy their first home, I am here to do what I do best and crush your dreams with facts and figures. There are 3 reasons why older generations permanently exiting the above-ground real estate market isn't going to make it easier to buy a house. The first reason is that they can take it with them when they are gone. The inequality between homeowners and renters is even worse in old age. According to data from LendingTree, 8 out of 10 Americans aged over 65 own their own home, and only 19% of those still have a mortgage. The fastest growing reason why they are selling their homes is not because they are dying. It's because they need money to pay for retirement living. A report by the Washington Post found that the annual cost of nursing homes has gone from a median of $65,000 a year in 2004 to $108,000 a year in 2020 when the article was published. Conditions in nursing homes have also...
Dude, honestly, like, if it gets to that point for me, I'm just going to tell my family, you know, just leave me with a bottle of pain pills. We're not wasting the fucking inheritance.
Been getting worse as it's one of the fastest.
Fuck that, dude. I'm not going to pay over $100,000 a year for a fucking tiny ass room in a nursing home to have some third worlder wipe me down as I'm like incapacitated. I'm going to do the respectful thing and exit the world with some dignity.
Growing asset classes for private equity companies like Blackstone and Bain looking to get higher returns on real estate.
Be like, oops, was I only supposed to take one?
2017, Blackstone closed a $745 million deal with the real estate investment trust Welltower to buy its portfolio of 3,400 aged care units. Blackstone's holdings are growing, but they are dwarfed by other private equity firms that have raised billions directly into aged living because they know how much value it offers investors. By cutting costs and raising prices, these companies have generated exceptional yields off real estate development that cater to a growing market of elderly Americans. Most Americans don't make $108,000 a year, and even fewer can afford that much in retirement, so people are selling their homes to pay their fees to these facilities. Private equity's role in buying up single-family homes away from regular families is overstated, but they have realized that they don't even need to own the homes to benefit from their value. States where home prices were highest had the most expensive aged care facilities, because elderly residents in those states have more money to pay for it after selling their homes. People that can't afford to pay these fees are relying on limited Social Security and their own family and friends to support them when they can no longer physically work. According to federal data and a 2020 Brookings study, slightly more than 10% of American adults provide some type of care to another adult. Usually, it is an adult children caring for their parents. In an interview with the Washington Post, Jan Muchler, a director of the Gerontology Institute at the University of Massachusetts, said that when an adult child takes on those roles, a lot of times they have to give something else up. And sometimes that's some of their work or all of their job. So if you are waiting for that inheritance to finally buy your first home, it's just as likely that this wealth will be sucked up by private equity companies before it gets to you. And that's just the first reason. So it's time to learn how money works to find out why you probably won't benefit as much as you are hoping from the boomers passing down their homes. The average age of a first home buyer in America is now 35 years old, up from 33 years old in 2021 and just 30 years old in 2010. A survey of young home buyers conducted by Freddie Mac and Bankrate asked why young people were waiting until later in life to buy a home.
Because no one can afford the down payment.
Probably don't need to tell you that the #1 response was that people wanted to buy their first home sooner, but they couldn't afford it until they had paid off their student loans, progressed in their career, and had dedicated years of saving a down payment. New financial products that offer home lending with lower down payment requirements have been rolled out by banks, non-bank lenders, and the government as an answer to this problem. The average down payment of 7% means that some first-time homebuyers are contributing significantly less to their first purchase by using products like the Federal Housing Administration loan insurance, which allows first-time buyers to put down as little as 3% of the purchase price plus closing costs. Companies like Zillow are taking this a step further, with plans to roll out 1% down payment financing to eligible homebuyers nationwide. If you are someone who wants to buy their first home, these offers may look like they are there to help you out, but they are actually just making the problem even worse.
I mean, I could technically buy a house right now, but I have to live in this fucking shitty ass area.
The only people these lending products are really helping out are the people who already own multiple properties, which according to Redfin are mostly baby boomers who own $18 trillion worth of real estate. According to the disclosures of these loan products, most offers have a limit on the total loan size that can be taken out. These products are meant for first-time homebuyers who want to buy a basic home, so that's fair enough. But all that it really does is pump up the price of affordable homes until they become unaffordable again, in an even worse way. What these loan products do is move the financial bottleneck from the down payment to the repayments. Just because someone can get into a $750,000 house with only $10,000 down doesn't mean they'll be able to afford the repayments. A down payment is a one-time expense, but repayments on a house that is more expensive than it should be because of a loan product like this have to be paid every month for the next 30 years. The only real winners are the people that purchased these homes when they were a quarter of their current value and can now sell them to buyers with risky financing. And that's the second reason why boomers retiring from life isn't going to make it easier for you to find a home. It was never a matter of age. According to the US Census Bureau estimates from 2016, the number of families with children who own their own home decreased by 3.6 million in the 10 years prior to the survey. Families with children were preferring to rent, either because of the flexibility offered or because they could not afford to buy their own home. Families that own their own home also have fewer children on average, and the overall national home ownership rate has decreased by 3.4%. However, the small number of families that own multiple pieces of real estate as rental properties or holiday homes is growing. According to the 2022 Federal Reserve Survey of Consumer Finances, only 6% of Americans own property that they inherited, and only 3% live in a property that was passed down to them. The other homes are being kept by a small handful of children from wealthy families as investment properties, often in addition to the homes that they already own themselves.
Move in with someone from chat? Absolutely fucking not.
So if you think you just need to wait out the boomers to finally afford a home, unfortunately, the statistics say that their estates are only going to become more concentrated in the hands of fewer people. Their age doesn't matter, but their wealth does. An article by Bloomberg surveyed people with adult children and found that a majority of respondents reported draining their own retirement savings to support their children who are struggling to afford a home to live in. Some families are going to leave multiple homes to a few children. Some families are going to make big sacrifices to help their children. Some families don't have enough to help at all, and some families are going to need support from their children. If you are not a part of the first two groups, then you are going to be even further behind when assets are passed down from older generations.
Dude, what the fuck is that thing? If this was my child, they wouldn't get a fucking dime from me.
And that's the third reason why you shouldn't hold out hope for a flood of new houses hitting the market when all the boomers die. They aren't leaving houses for you. A 2017 census report found that a third of counties in America were experiencing more deaths than births. States like
No, what will happen, though, is the private equity firms won't be able to make money off of the purchase price that they made. So that'll be the thing, because most of them leverage when they buy the houses, so they give themselves a mortgage, essentially. And the problem will be is the price that they paid for it will be unsustainable in terms of expected rent, so they'll liquidate the properties just to get out of them.
Florida have a lot of old wealthy retirees that have displaced normal families in certain communities. The homes that are being left in these areas don't have the amenities that first home buyers want, like access to job opportunities or good school districts, because retirees pick places to live to avoid these things. If the people who inherit these properties don't want to live in a community full of retirees, they can either sell the property or rent it out. If they sell the property, it will add supply to the housing market, but it won't be in an area where a first home buyer wants to purchase. According to the State of Housing published by Harvard University, institutional investors have seen this gap and are targeting affordable homes, especially in the Sun Belt, because they offer a good risk-adjusted return on investment. The role of institutional investors like private equity firms in the real estate market is almost always sensationalized, but they account for 13% of all residential sales in 2021, according to a report published by the National Association of Realtors. It doesn't call for the stupid laser eyes just yet, but in the Sun Belt counties that they are targeting, they are an even larger share of buyers, and they have moved the market. So baby boomers are going to leave their homes behind, but they will mostly be leaving them to their already wealthy children or institutional investors. Probably not the story you wanted to hear, but I couldn't give up on an opportunity to shit on your dreams to get 2024 started on the right note. These desperate times are calling for desperate measures, which is why more smart and well-educated people than ever are falling for scams that offer the vague hope of lifting them out of the rat race. This has been a common theme of hard times for thousands of years, and to see why, go and watch my new video over on how history works to find out why fraud never changes, but we keep on falling for it.
Alright, so let's see. Cake 9 with the 2. Alright. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I know what this is. Alright, give me a second. Gotta pull it up over here. There.
Black spear chucking piece of shit, nigga!
If only that's how the new Star Wars was, then it would have actually been pretty good.
Black spear chucking piece of shit, nigga!
It's a 1 minute one. It's also age restricted. Of course it is.
Fucking fags.
This movie was so fucking retarded.
Boy, you better get your nigger ass out of here.
Come get it.
Yeah, Kylo Ren has the dumbest lightsaber design ever. Like, there is no fucking reason why his lightsaber looks that fucking stupid. Like, it serves no practical purpose.
You black spear chucker piece of shit, nigger!
Yeah, that would have killed him.
Fucking nigger.
Yeah, we're supposed to believe these are the bad guys. We're supposed to believe that the Empire are the evil ones. Never have, never will. Diddy's prison wine.
Let's make Diddy's prison wine. Diddy was recently busted in prison for making prison wine. Here I was thinking he was all about the Benjamins, but it looks like he's really just a party animal. And it looks like his recipe was fairly simple.
He was making Ciroc. Shit. Z here with the 5. I hate everything they did to Star Wars. Honestly, I used to like The Force Awakens, but now I see how retarded it was. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, I don't know. I didn't, like, absolutely hate it at first, but I could kind of see the writing on the wall. So, but yeah, I agree. I definitely soured on it more over time, but initially I still really wasn't a fan.
It was Fanta, apples, and sugar. I did a little investigative journalism and found that orange Fanta is the most common Fanta in the prison system. So we got 3
Orange Fanta, you say?
Gala apples. They seem like a pretty common apple. We just chop the heck out of those and then throw them right into the fermenter. Next, in goes 1 1/4 pounds of white sugar. This is going to help us take this.
Jesus, bro. This is what they mean when they say why people don't season their chicken.
Recipe up to 15% alcohol by volume. On top of that goes 1 whole bottle of Fanta, and I'm pouring it kind of high so that way we can.
You can make wine out of any fruit.
Off gas some of that carbon dioxide. Next, we got to mix everything up, and then we just top that up with more Fanta. Delicious. Now, I presume that the apples are in here for yeast, but we're going to pretend Diddy has a friend down in the kitchen and use some rapid rise bread yeast. Just snip the top of that off and dump it directly in. And then we're going to cover that with some plastic wrap. Usually I think they would be doing this in like a trash bag or something, but this is the closest I'm willing to get. This took about 4 days to ferment all the sugar, which was incredibly fast. I did put a heat wrap on it because it's kind of cold here right now, and that really got those yeast energized. After 3 days, when it was nearly finished, I decided it was time to get those apples out of there. They were starting to look kind of weird. So I grabbed a jug and just funneled it right on in. Now we'll just put that aside and let it finish fermenting. Once it was finished, I poured it off into a reused water bottle, and it was time for a taste test. This is Garrett from the YouTube channel Man Made Mead. He's a mead judge and award-winning mead maker. This is David, also a mead judge as well as a wine expert. And this is me. We're finna get loose.
We'll say looks scary, but doesn't taste terrible. It's got a fair amount of sweetness.
Yeah, I would imagine so. You dumped a fucking whole bag in there.
It's not awful.
So if you were a cellmate of a certain...
I'd down the whole bottle. I mean, heck yeah. This is what I got. This is what I got. This is enough for it.
Just, you know, little musty. I drink it.
Okay.
If I was putting myself in the shoes of our big man, I'm going for this. You know what I mean?
It's not great, but it's not bad. It's fine.
Let's make...
Brutal, dude. Only drink Fanta, milk, and White Monster. There you go. Yeah, it has a little extra prison spunk. Hunter eats Hunter with the 2. What would you do with Star Wars under your control? That's easy. I would completely delete the sequel trilogy from existence, as in remove it from all digital storefronts, refund all digital purchases, and remove it from libraries, and completely start from scratch. The first thing I would do is I would make a Darth Vader movie to reignite interest in the franchise, which revolves around Darth Vader between episode 3 and 4, hunting down the remaining Jedi, and it shows the creation of the Empire into its current form that you see in episode 4. After that, I would work on the sequel trilogy, in which, while Mark Hamill is still alive, he gets killed off in a brutal way by a new Sith Lord that, you know, is much more, let's just say, menacing. But yeah, it's very important that Mark Hamill dies, because I don't fucking like him, and I want to see him die in Star Wars. And, I don't know. I mean, you'd have to go from there, but primarily the first thing I would do is the Darth Vader movie. That needs to happen. Period. It needs to fucking happen. But, yeah, and then also I would make sure that the video games are actually fucking good. What did Mark Hamill do? Where is it? Is this it? Here it is.
I can bring up Star Wars too, sir.
Well, you know, I called him Mr. President. He said, "You can call me Joe." And I said, "Can I call you Joe B1 Kenobi?" And he liked that.
I can bring up Star Wars.
This dude is a massive fucking shit-eating leftist, bro. He literally glazed the fuck out of Joe Biden's cock and balls all the way up to the end, and then he fucking bent over and took the strap-on dildo from Kamala, like, massive TDS lib shit. So, yeah, It would bring me great pleasure to destroy his character once and for all. His only claim to fame. Period. Plus, I never liked Luke in the original trilogy, so... 3PO! Ugh. But yeah, you can dig into his history of just absolutely losing his fucking mind over Trump. The dude is completely unhinged. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, wait, shit.
So what makes us love cinema so much that we're all gathered here to celebrate tonight? For me, it's that films create worlds so vivid and stories so powerful that we lose ourselves in them completely.
Fuck. Did he forget to zip his pants up after he finished getting railed?
They create immersive cinematic landscapes that feel alive, whether they're set here in London or anywhere.
Bruh, they zoomed out to make sure everybody could see that they fucking fell. Like, how the fuck does that even happen? How does that even happen, dude? My pants have never just spontaneously dropped. Yeah, exactly. Maybe Camel Toe was scratching his small intestine. I don't know. Oh, yeah, dude, this bitch is nasty. You will never, like, gaslight me into thinking that this is attractive. Period. I made it through the early 2000s. I made it through the early 2010s. This shit will never be attractive, bro. Ever. So
this girl is going viral for existing. She originally blew up 6-7 years ago after
either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Absolutely gross.
Appearing in a Best Buy ad.
Hey, I'm Riley, and welcome to the lab.
Everyone was simping, edits were everywhere.
Yeah, dude, the early 2000s to like 2012, a lot of chicks dressed like this and had that shitty fucking makeup.
And her following exploded basically overnight. But then, out of nowhere, she quit. And at the time, nobody really knew why. In her goodbye video, she looked genuinely upset, but there didn't seem to be any bad blood with Best Buy. She just left, and eventually, people moved on. Fast forward to now, and she suddenly pops back up in a GameStop.
Whoa! Gross. Let's see. Cyber with the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, man. And Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2. Prequel trilogy greater than original trilogy? Absolutely. And it's not even close. By the way, her neck is very, very fucking long. Goddamn. She's gonna need it, bro, for the deep throat strokes, you heard? Shit. Gamer girl, she's just like me, for real, for real? Hell yeah, man. You already know. A girl that plays video games? Holy shit. My neck beard just grew another 2 inches. I've already got a half chub with anticipation of her playing with my joystick. Hee 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 hee. What is the Jaeger scam?
The only reason that this disgusting drink Jagermeister is successful is because of a marketing scam. Welcome back.
a marketing scam.
To culture is a scam.
I've never had Jagermeister, and I don't ever plan on it.
Jagermeister was created in 1934 by the son of a vinegar maker, checks out, named Kurt Mast. Kurt was apparently a big old hunter, which is why he named the drink Jagermeister, which is why it's got that, like, blessed deer on the bottle. And because of this, this digestif became associated with and very popular with old hunter men. But the liquor, whose brand history for some reason skips over the entire 1935 to 1945 period for some unknown reason, would completely change whenever this smug mug, Sidney Frank, would come into the picture. Specifically in the mid-80s, whenever Frank noticed a newspaper article talking about how college students in Louisiana had become infatuated with the drink, calling it liquid Valium, which was incredibly good news for Frank, who had bought the import rights for Jaeger a few years earlier. However, this was going to be a hard sell if he was going to make this go national, because Jaeger is not that high of alcohol, you know, relatively speaking, and it also does not go at all with any of the sweet drinks that are typically associated with, you know, heavy drinking. But in spite of this, Frank found a way to make this work, notably by giving thousands of photocopied versions of that original newspaper article to local bars, and also by creating the Jaegerettes, who were scantily clad women who sprayed Jaeger into men's mouths. He also introduced the infamous Jaeger tap system, which, you know, kept the bottles at ice cold temperatures so you tasted as little of the pine needle flavored Robitussin that came out, and also gave it much higher visibility within a drinking establishment. These methods completely work, and the entire brand of Jagermeister was changed such that it became the party drink. However, this rebrand worked a little bit too well, and now the Jagermeister brand is suffering from success in the way that, like, they can't really expand from that original party market, which is why they're trying to, like, emphasize the 56 ingredients and, like, the history of this, you know, fantabulous drink to, like, craft beer drinkers. So if you see this black tar serum showing up in a sponsored tent at your next Renaissance fair, you'll know what's going on. Follow for more stuff that you can't stop thinking about. The only...
that wasn't very interesting. That wasn't a scam at all. I know, the word scam has lost all meaning on the internet. Alright, I may go ahead and hop off, guys. Been live for what? 9.5 hours? I think that's probably good. I'm going to try to go to sleep, but we'll see if it actually works out. Plus, I got to go take my dog out and stuff, so. Anyway, have a wonderful, what's today? Wednesday? Yeah, have a great Wednesday, everybody. If I'm not live for New Year's, then Happy New Year's to you. And I guess I'll see everybody in the new year, dude. I'll see you next year, guys. Ha ha ha. But anyway, have a good one, everybody. I'll talk to y'all later. Peace out.